t'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça passe, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
And there it is, Candace Applebee's. Unfortunately not here for this World Championship. Multi-time world champion out of San Clemente, California, as you saw that last little clip of her. And there it is, the start-finish line. The run is a treacherous one, Bo.
It's a long run, too. Yeah, very long run. This tide is very low right now. Still a little bit more time for the tide to go out. We'll see the next race with the junior women starting right on that low tide.
There is the likes of Vajek Gerard, right dead center in that brown hat. He is the one that everybody's picking to win this junior final. Now, this is just the final. There is no qualifications.
No, that's right. So it is going to be, looking for that gold medal today with all these athletes out there. We've got a really stacked field of junior athletes. I'm really excited to see them all take to the water.
There is, and I mean, this is the up-and-comers right here. These are going to be the future world champions that we're going to see for ISAs to come. So, if you're kind of anxious, you're following the sport, these are going to be the ones that are going to be setting the tone here in the next 5 to 10 years. Some of them even sooner than that.
That's so true. We saw Christian Anderson take home a junior title a few years back as a gold medalist. He's now really pushing against those top open men competitors in the SUP technical today. Very exciting to see him compete later on this afternoon.
Let's take a look at the conditions here on Grand Plage Beach. A little bit smaller than what we saw over the last couple days, Bo.
Yeah, it's a little bit more protected up in this this kind of northern corner of the beach. 1 to 3 feet. The swell direction's from the west, so it's got to wrap around that harbour wall. But the wind is from the west-northwest, quite light at the moment. As it gets a bit stronger throughout the day, that wall's going to give us a lot of protection from the wind.
And I do have to say, I'm very excited because it was raining the whole week coming up to this. We've had absolutely beautiful autumn weather here in France. There is the course, so there's the 3 races we're going to be seeing here today. The bottom one, that is the tech race.
Yeah, that's right, that butterfly shape. You can see the competitor's going to be starting on the right-hand side of that, on the beach, paddling out for that left-hand buoy turn to begin with, and then just following that course around, coming in and out through the surf, so very exciting.
And then that center one, we have the distance racing tomorrow, so the distance race will take place tomorrow, then followed by the sprints and the relay. There is the focus of the Frenchman, Vajek Gerard. A lot of pressure on that young man. His brother went up to him and said, "Hey, don't let me down." I was like, "Oh man, that's rough." There is our Canadian paddlers.
Yeah, Cameron Carney, and we saw Hector Jessel on screen. I think he's going to be one to look out for. There's Donato Friens as well. Another really young, strong paddler that's going to
take us through the start list here, Bo. We got a pretty bunch of talented paddlers, and it is a final. Remember, this is for the medals.
That's right. So last year's gold medalist from 2022, Vajek Gerard from France. He's got the pick off the start line there. Joan Garcia, national champion from Spain. Campbell Carter. He'll be riding an SIC board out there from the USA. Nariakira Shimazu from Japan. Ruta Bozi from Brazil. Nicolo Rico from Italy. We have Joshua Rivera from Puerto Rico. Fabrizio Rondinara from Argentina. Cameron Carney from Canada. We have Asger Walhert-Schmidt. He's from Denmark. Hector Jessel from England. Nathan Dennis from Switzerland. We have Matthias Sukup from the Czech Republic. Benjamin Bosak from Germany. Nikolaos Matakakis from Greece. We have Donato Friens from the Netherlands. Aria Nasri from Iran. And Guilherme Olim from Portugal.
I give you a 10. That was incredible. You didn't miss one of those. How long did it take you to practice those?
I actually just went through them just then.
That's impressive. Bo Nixon, he's got his phonetics down. So there is the start line right there. Now, how do they pick lane choice here in this final? So it went by country, correct?
Yeah, it did. So going off the last year's country results, obviously France being the winner from there. So they get pick of the start line. It looks like Vajek has chosen kind of the inside track. We saw a lot of the top athletes yesterday start on the outside because they want to get to that first buoy turn first. But as we are seeing all competitors getting ready for a race start here, this is the Junior Boys SUP Tech race.
That's it, boys and girls. We're kicking things off here. Day 5, here we go. As mentioned, there is our race director, Anthony Vela, from Dana Point, California. He's been running the show here now for a few years and does a tremendous job. We're so stoked to have him. His wife and baby home watching live, I'm sure, on ISAsurf.org. And here we go, getting things underway. This start's always kind of a nervous piece, isn't it?
It certainly is.
There it is. There's the sound of the horn. Our racers are off. All of our junior technicals. Now look at this run out. I mean, it's almost a marathon to then get into the sprints.
That's a long way to run, definitely. One of the longest beach starts we've probably seen in an event as we see our competitors hit the walls. Like Campbell Carter is first under the water there, out in front.
And you got to be careful as they enter the water. It's very, very shallow, though. And we saw a few of our athletes dig a fin into the sand because they dropped the board too soon and went over the handlebars. So you got to play it real smart there. And we saw a lot of them practicing early on in this heat, kind of judging where the water was going to be.
Yeah, that's right. You could kind of use different few techniques to get out as we see a little bit of carnage on the inside. So people going down, they're all bunched together as this wave comes through. We'll see who's going to get the better of its situation as we see a few go down on the inside.
Few go down, but nobody's going down. Look at Campbell Carter with the whole shot, ladies and gentlemen. He's got about an 8 or 10 board length lead. This is a great start for Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic as we were watching competitors behind him. But yeah, Campbell Carter, fantastic start. It's going to get him to that golden buoy first.
And we got Jonah Garcia currently sitting in that second position. Noack not with a very good start there, Bo. Kind of sitting in that 4th, 5th spot.
Yeah, he unfortunately, I think, just got caught by those waves coming through. We saw Campbell Carter on that beach sprint get way out in front. I think that just gave him that better position to be able to get past the waves first, rather than having to step back on the tail, get up and over those waves as they paddle out through the surf.
And we saw it yesterday. If you take a little longer run out, try to get through the wave, get a little acceleration, get through the wave before you jump to your feet, it proved to be beneficial, or else you get stuck in that no man's land in that sort of the break.
That's so true. You need that speed to get out through the waves, up and over them as well. If you're kind of stuck in that turbulent water, that wave's going to push you back if you don't have enough speed. So getting that speed from the run is key.
So let's take a look at it right there. It looks like the Canadian currently sitting in 2nd place. That is Cameron Carty on the SIC. Now sitting in that 2nd spot. Noah Girard way back in the field. You see him on the lower left hand of your screen. He's got to be sitting in probably 12th, or no, sorry, he's on the upper right-hand side. So he's currently sitting in like the 9th or 10th position, farther on the right-hand side. So he's taking a whole different angle. Now he's going to have to cut back from right to left as you see him in the gray hat right there, all the way across the field. That is a tough position to be in.
It really is a very tough position to be in. But in the technical racing, we saw it yesterday, a wave can change the whole situation. So as they come around the kind of 3rd buoy turn, coming back in through the surf, the competitors can easily catch up to Campbell Carter. As Campbell Carter goes down on that first buoy turn, that's going to cost him a little bit of time there. His competitors are going to catch up to him.
Yeah, now they're going to close the gap on him here. Let's watch the backside. Beautiful backside turn. That was incredible. And I believe we got a little shake up. Now you can see how tight they're getting now. They got to really be careful here because there will be an interference call. You see the judges really watching. They don't want to put those boards. You can't put your board inside or on top of another individual paddler's board, or else you could get an interference 1-minute penalty.
That's so true. You've got the judges there on the boat looking very, very closely at what is happening around the buoy turns. You need to make sure that you do give way to the person on the inside if you are within half a board length. But if you do have more than half a board length, you do have priority to go through that buoy turn.
So that is out. That's what they're looking for. You saw him stretched out like a dog with his head out the window at going 60 miles an hour there, watching for that. Now they're coming right into your living room. And you see them start to look over their shoulder. This is going now towards what? Buoy turn number 2. This is the inside buoy. This buoy was very treacherous yesterday.
It was very treacherous. We had a big rip running through this, right through this area here. So we had bigger swell, a lot of current coming out, as we do see. Compared to that is Vike in the lead now.
Yep.
With the black hat. Campbell Carter in that 2nd position. Going to get confirmation on 3rd.
Yeah, nice piece of paddling there by Noack to come all the way from the outside, carve his way in. Campbell Carter got to be very bummed falling at that first buoy turn. Think it was nerves?
I think it was a bit of nerves. He was kind of on his backside, or his front side going into that turn. So maybe a little bit of nerves going around that, leading the race. He has been leading a few races, so he does have that experience behind him. But I think he maybe just want to save his energy as well going into 3 laps of this course, so a long way to go out toward that 3rd buoy turn.
This is exactly what you see from Vajek. He gets out in front and just extends his lead. This is what we've seen in previous World Championships, and you now start to see him with a 6 or 7 board length lead over Campbell Carter, who's sitting in 6th. And I think that is Donato Vriends from the Netherlands in that 3rd position, just on Campbell Carter's fin box.
Yeah, Donato, no stranger to SUP racing, doing really well on the Euro Tour this year, but He's trying to extend his wave knowledge and wave experience. So we saw him yesterday fall on a couple of waves coming in. I think that really cost him a bit of time. We'll have to see how he does as he rounds this buoy turn coming back into the beach.
Look at Vayak, backside turn, pops the board up and down, and he's back going. That was absolutely textbook. Let's watch Campbell. He had trouble with that buoy number 1, and there he's having trouble again. The board's kind of getting wobbly. He's not carrying enough speed into that, and when you don't carry enough speed on a paddleboard, it starts getting out of balance and wobbly.
That's so true. It looks like he's just very tentative on his back foot, not stamping on the tail, getting that nose up out of the water, so he's having to do a lot of paddles on that backside of the board, and that's really, really tricky to get around that, as we see some competitors here coming back around that third buoy turn, and we just see someone
upside
fall off
down.
there. Yeah.
That is a tough turn. You know, if it's an onside turn, it is tough. Now, this is the whole shot buoy. You see the whole crowd coming back around there. Some on their onside, some on their backside. Definitely backside turns are easier, so you're going to see them sort of flip around and accelerate out of there quickly, where the bowside turns are just a little bit slower. But this right here is what we're looking at. See how we got a board on the back of a board? Not a good thing.
No, and there were a lot of kind of board repairs needed to be done yesterday afternoon. There was a bit of carnage out there. People coming in saying the tails of their boards were just demolished from other paddlers riding up right behind it, and that's where it comes into the buoy turns, also coming into the beach as well. So yeah, a lot of repairs need to be done.
And that's when Noack started to extend his lead, and look at this. Noack up and riding, a great surfer in France. This is his home surf, and yeah, he just looks super comfortable on that wave right now. Look at the distance he's gaining on the rest of the field.
Yeah, of course. Well, it does look like Campbell Carter's on a wave behind. He's trying to get on top of that one. Unfortunately misses it, so it looks like Donato's going to surf. But yeah, Vaik there on the inside, going to turn around this buoy here. So the buoys have been moved out a little bit further from what we have seen, so we'll have to do a turn in the surf.
Get it
around this buoy turn as the
he
wave
goes
pushes him in.
down. Vaik goes down. I don't think he was prepared for it. You saw him sort of switch stance there at the last minute, and I don't think he was comfortable with knowing where he was going to go there.
No, so true. As we see, so Donato Friens there. He's done very well to kind of step on the tail of that board, stall himself so he can actually paddle and do a great turn around this buoy. However, we do have a small wave, which is going to come into play here. Always so exciting when it comes to the inside buoy turns.
Let's see if Campbell can catch up to him. There is Donato going around, big hit, and he timed it. He did not time it. The wave hits the side of the rail and goes down. Both athletes are down. Vaik now extending his lead, heading out. It's Team USA on the left on the SIC. Donato in the NSP. This is buoy turn number 4. Troublesome, and everybody's getting rolled up on the outside. So there's going to be a lot of change of positions here, ladies and gentlemen. This lap number 1 of the Junior Boys Technical. And look at this. They're having to come all the way from the south side and carve all the way around.
But that is fantastic strategy there. Going a bit wider and having to paddle across, maybe paddle out a little bit with that, timing it well with the waves too, as we see these competitors coming in, board on top of boards here, a wave coming in. How's this going to play out? Oh, this is amazing to watch. We do see, though, Vaik well out in front, already nearly at that next buoy turn.
This is absolutely insane. This is what technical race is all about. We told you have to be really well-rounded, but you know what? They're taking the wave all the way through the buoy. You almost got to hit the brakes, let the wave kind of go under you, grab the flat spot, try to get around the buoy as soon as you possibly can before the next wave hits you.
Yeah, as we saw Donato do that, he really tried to stall off the back of the wave, which was great, but then unfortunately just a little wave coming in and keeping him, knocking him off a little bit. As we're watching, this is a competitor on the starboard. Very cool style on that one.
Yeah, he's got this down coming on.
That's Vaik there.
That's Vaik coming in from France. Looking very, very comfortable. So a little trouble around there. He kind of threw his hands up like, what the heck? That buoy's insane over there. We're going to run that again? But here's the current standing. Here's the current situation. As he starts to get really low, and you'll see, look at the amount of water that's pushing through there. Big, chunky. It makes it a little difficult for sure. Current situation, Vaik in first, Campbell in second, Donato in third. We got Team Japan currently sitting in that 4th position. That's Nakarira Shimazu. He's currently sitting in that 4th spot. And in the 5th spot, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's Joan Garcia from Spain. So that is the situation. There's the beach run we were talking about, Bo.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like maybe the course has changed slightly. They couldn't get that other buoy out into the lineup. So definitely going to be a beach run for that last turn. As we see on screen, there are top 3 paddlers at the moment.
Yeah, a lot could change, though, ladies and gentlemen. As you've seen, you go through that hammer buoy type section, it gets a little wild over there, and we can see go for first of 10th in a matter of minutes. And now they're on the exit. They stepped off the front. Good dismount by Team Japan there on the right. He'll start making his way around. That is Joao Garcia on your left-hand side from Spain. Or sorry, my apologies. That's
Donato Friends.
Donato Friends.
Donato Friends along with our, from Nariakira. And then we have more competitors coming through.
Look at the board just getting washed up down there. It's treacherous.
It is very treacherous. Yeah, of course. You can easily get caught by these waves. You can see competitors having to hold onto their boards, riding through here. They can be riding down on the board, on the wave.
But that's perfect. Those waves are standing up perfectly to bring them right in. You just got to be able to have your balance and be smart coming into that buoy turn. Now Camel Carter falling to third. That's paddler number 260. That is Asger Warhart Smith from Denmark. Kasper Steinfeld has high hopes for that kid. Yeah,
he certainly does have really high hopes for him. We've got a little bit insight. He may be beaten in the sub-technical, but he will not be beaten at Fortnite.
Oh, Fortnite's his jam, huh?
Yeah, Fortnite is his jam. No one else can beat.
That's still a thing?
It is still a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it is. I'm too old for it.
Yeah, I believe
it is still a
Fortnite
thing.
in my day used to be like taking a card table, throwing a sheet over it, you know,
yes.
or going out with a couple 2x4s. Whole different meaning these days, you know, these Gen Zers. But there is the current situation, bottom left of your screen. It's France out in front, looking to repeat with the gold medal. There's Freens currently sitting in that second position, and Campbell Carter from Team USA sitting in that third spot as they start to stretch out here. We're in lap number 2 of this contest so far, Bo, but shaping up exactly how we preluded it coming in.
Oh, a little bit tense. It's been a great first lap of action for the junior boys in this sub-technical race. We've seen a lot of great technical wave riding as well from these competitors, as we are watching competitors here rounding the flag turn, heading out there. That is our rider from Brazil, Ruda, in the SEC, coming back out.
Yeah, a lot of high hopes for Ruda. I was talking to Team Brazil a little bit earlier. He's a very, very young kid, but I'll tell you what, they're saying he's going to be the next world champion coming out of Brazil. So remember that name. That kid's going to be something to remember for years to come. And there's paddler number 166. That's Joshua Rivera from Peru, who also, Team Peru, you know, they're mostly big wave surfers. You know, they come in, but they're sort of refining the technical element as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's fantastic to see, you know, the likes of Sebastian Gomez coming from Peru and doing really well in the SUP surfing too. But it's fantastic that, we have a lot of other competitors as well here as we watch Vike take a very, very, very long lead.
So the first lap was around 10 minutes. That's a screaming lap time.
That is amazing lap time.
I was just going to say, it was a little
really
over 10. That is blistering pace as of now, and a lot of it has to do with the conditions going on out there, Bo.
Yeah, that's so true. It definitely, I think, a lot cleaner conditions. Yesterday we saw that rip really come into play throughout that second buoy turn, as you're seeing via top right of screen there coming into that turn. Donato Freens in that third position. Looks like our Japanese paddler there. That is Nariakira. He is in third currently. Campbell Carter in fourth.
Great buoy turn there by the Japanese. Got a little off kilter, and now we're starting to see those waves push through there, hitting them on their side rail, which could pose a little bit of a problem. But if you're going to reel Vajek in right now, you got to stay close enough to where you could try to catch the wave and catch up to him coming out of buoy turn number 3.
Yeah, that's right. We saw the waves come into play on that, that kind of after the buoy turn 3. So I think that's where the competitors might have the ability to catch up in this race. But you just never know what is going to happen.
There's the birthday girl, Elena Saka for Team Brazil. Just celebrated her birthday here just a couple of days ago with about 46 shots. It was I don't even know what it was, but there were sparklers in them. I mean, she had a great time. And then they all are out there drinking their mate. I could go for a mate right now. Team Argentina, that's the young girl in the center there with the braids. That is the young paddler for Argentina, Gianna Pacor. She'll be riding the Infinity here coming up. She's one to watch out for, too. She's only about 4'2", but I'll tell you what, she's got a heart the size of Texas.
That's fantastic to know, and she'll be coming up next in the junior women. So exciting to see her take to the water.
Now, this is buoy turn number 3 here for Vajek. You see him paddling a very, very smart race. He's not going to mess around at all. He's going to start trying to extend that lead because he knows he can't leave enough distance between first and second to allow for a wave to catch him up in case he misses it. But he didn't miss it. He caught that wave pretty easily last time.
And that's where he extended that lead as well. He got right out in front for that wave. The other competitors behind, getting on some smaller waves, but unfortunately coming unstuck when it came into that buoy turn on the inside. So we will see Vajek hopefully increase his lead. He's hoping to increase his lead for sure, but The other competitors are paddling hard, trying to catch up as well. We see a bit of a gap there between third and fourth. That's Campbell Carter in fourth.
Let's go back and take a look at the start here as Campbell Carter, who's currently sitting in that second and third position from North Carolina. You know, he's been really working on his surfing. He's usually pretty solid on his buoy turns, but unfortunately, he had really a lot of trouble coming into that first buoy on that lap as he got the whole shot. We'll see if he can catch up. We're going to come back to that shot here in a minute, but you see him coming around the edge there, trying to catch that bump right out of the gate. Oh, I wish we had that. That was good timing.
That was good, yeah. Perfect. Looks like he might be able to get onto this little bump here. Hopefully he can find something. He's going to paddle so hard to get onto this wave, and it looks like he's on. So Vike's going to really increase his lead here. This is where it really comes down to the crunch time.
Yeah, Vike's going to cruise this one in, and now look at him extend his lead even further. Almost, what, 1, 2, almost 3 waves he's going to lead, and that's going to extend him even further. But let's watch him coming up here, because I think he's going to get a little smarter here. He's going to be like, I got to back off the wave, take the flat section, try to time it perfectly.
I think so. He's really need to time this one perfectly, because there are a couple of waves coming through as well, so he might need to be turning as the wave comes through. We'll have to see where this buoy pops up on screen.
Yeah,
there it is, just there at the bottom of the screen.
Very shallow section. You got to be careful here because you might dig thin too.
That's right. So he's going to play it pretty smart here. He might step on the back of this tail as we see him. He's jumped off onto the. Okay, and he's walked around.
That was actually a very smart play than trying to paddle it around with all that white water coming smashing on your side rail. So very smart play by the Frenchman. Guerrero, now he's extending his lead even further on his way out. Now he's looking out the side mirror going, man, I got a lead on these guys.
That's right. Now you can see them straight on, which is always great. Instead of looking over your shoulder to check where they are, that can always put you off balance a little bit too. So he will be looking to extend that lead as he gets out through the waves here. Other competitors, though, Donato Friends and our Japanese competitor, Naria Kira, they weren't able to capitalize on any waves from the outside section. Looks like they're on a little wave here coming into the buoy turn. Nato doing well to step on the back foot. We see our Japanese competitor, though, taking the wave all the way through. This is very, very good strategy from the Japanese rider.
Yeah, Donato might have exited that wave a little bit too soon. He needed to bring that in another like 30 or 40 meters. But I'll tell you what, Team Japan going to jump off, grab the handle, make his way around, and Donato was going to try to cut him to the inside. But, you know, like we've seen before, you can run faster than you can paddle in those situations.
Yeah, that's so true. When it's very shallow like that, you're going to be very careful of that fin. But I think Donato, with that little bit less wave experience, is why he pulled off the back of that. He didn't want to risk anything too serious, so just wanted to stay in contention in that second and third spot as they're paddling back out through the wave.
Isn't it funny? I mean, that's the juniors, though. You know, they're just going to charge it. Lap number 1, there's no strategy. You know, you can coach them all. They're going to throw it out the window. They're like, we're going to charge this thing. And then they're getting rolled up. They're like, well, I should have listened to my coach. Maybe I dismounted and ran around, you know. I mean, it's kind of how the juniors work. There's a lot of experience being gained here.
That's so true. As we see, Campbell Carter just came around that buoy turn there. We're going to be looking at Juan from Spain coming in that 5th position at the moment.
Yeah, good little start there. Now Campbell dropping off and Team USA dropping off to that 4th position now. Gerard is now sitting in that 5th spot. But remember, we're only going to medal 1st through 4th.
That's right,
so you got to get up
silver, bronze, copper. That's right, you need to be top 4 to get onto the podium.
Look at the time here. 18 minutes, 30 seconds with 1 buoy turn to go for Vajek. That's blistering.
That is very fast. Faster than the men's yesterday. The open men's. As we're watching the race start from this race, you can see Campbell Carter left the screen down the bottom there. You can see how fast he is on his feet.
Look at how solid he is, too. The board just staying perfectly in plane. And it is a run. Now watch how far he carries it out there. High stepping over the wave. And that's what pushed him through there. And then had enough acceleration to blow past that early wave. Campbell been working on his starts in California a lot. And that is exactly what you needed to do, and everybody else gets kind of blown out there. Unfortunately, he did fall at buoy turn number 1, which cost him a lot of time, moved him from 1st to 3rd.
This is Vajek coming in, rounding the flag. This is going to be the last lap for the competitor in the gold medal position. He is looking to go back-to-back here in 2023.
A faster heat in the first lap, or faster lap in the first lap.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I think that's to do with the waves
30 seconds left.
Catching some waves on the way through. Always going to help that time.
Look at Noak's board. He's on that big dugout. Big, deep dugout board, which definitely is a little more solid in rougher conditions. So I know he was kind of deciding back and forth on that, but Definitely posing to work out well for him here.
Yeah, and that's Naria Kira on the inside from Japan. He's going to be looking to solidify his second position, coming around the flag here. Great showing from him in this final.
Look at him go around. Japan looking to double up in the men's technical pro coming up later on this afternoon with 2 of the top times. And this is a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, Campbell Carter there and Donato Freens.
Donato kind of conceding to Carter around the inside. Now Carter's going to hit the gas. Donato looking like he's fallen off pace just a little bit.
That's so true. Campbell Carter was well behind Donato and our Japanese competitor in Naria Kira. So it's interesting to see Campbell pushing hard for lap number 3. Donato maybe losing a little bit of steam coming into the final lap. I think Campbell's really going to want to take back that first position as he was holding on to that on that first lap.
Gets in the surf stance, bounces over the top of those waves. Team Japan, the regular footer, he's going to go over this big one. Watch here. Watch this board hit the sky. Bam! Goes sideways, doesn't, but holds on to it. Give the kid, that's an athlete right there.
That certainly is. He did very well to hang on to that.
Goes 80 degrees and then whips it back. Unbelievable. Oh, man, that was incredible. 9 times out of 10, anybody else is going down on that one, but not a Kia from Japan holding on. So that's going to get him some valuable time. But look at Carter right now putting on the gas, trying to catch into that 3rd place position. But look at this. Donato Freens on the way out on the NSP to the right of your screen, now taking over Campbell Carter's spot.
Yeah, so the further right you go on screen, the smaller the waves get. So maybe Donato recognizing that and getting out through the waves a bit easier. But that wave section there cost these 3 competitors a lot of time. Vajek was really far out in front now. He's really extended his lead. It's going to be hard to take gold from Vajek at this point.
Yeah, at this point, he's basically just running away with it. However, we've seen it multiple times in sub-technical racing. Anything can happen, and it gets a little wild at times. Here's paddler number 271. That's Hector Jessel from England on the starboard, making his way out there. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of energy exuded on the ins and the outs. You have to blast through. You have to a lot of balance coming in, dismount, then you got to jump back on that board. So these athletes here, lap number 3, the final lap here at the ISA World Championships. Here's your men's technical, 22 minutes, 10 seconds. There's the overlook. So there's Vajek up on the top right of your screen going around. Beautifully nice backside turn. Took that relatively wide bow. Didn't want to jostle with hitting the buoy or anything like that. Very smart buoy turn. Yeah,
very smart. Just wanted to stay on his feet at this point. He can see, has a good view of the paddlers in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th right now. He knows that they are quite far behind. He's going to want to extend his lead. He's got a little bump behind him as well. So on that downwinding section there, coming in for the next buoy turn, as we update you on the placing so far. So that is Vajek out in front. Our paddler from Japan, Shimazu, he's in 2nd. Donato Freens currently in 3rd. Campbell Carter in 4th. Joan Garcia, he is in that 5th spot. We have our Danish paddler, Asger, in 6th. Guilherme from Portugal in the number 7. Hector Jessel in 8. Fabrizio, he's from Argentina in number 9. And Nicolo Ricco from Italy in number 10.
I'll tell you what, if you're the Portugal rider, Guilherme from Portugal, you got to be happy sitting in that 10th or that 7th spot.
Totally.
Incredible performance by that man. First ever ISA for Team Portugal, and they're out there charging it. Now, you see that little sort of break on the top of your screen there? That was straight up just spitting yesterday. So a lot different conditions than we're seeing here today. And there is Vajek making his way back out around buoy turn number 2. So he's going to go out to buoy turn number 3 and then start making his way in, looking for any kind of wave to carry him in here. But, Bo, this is everything we expected. Ins and outs, beach runs, all kinds of problems. And I'll tell you what, our athletes actually have held it together pretty darn well.
Yeah.
Outside of lap number 1, we'll call it that.
Yeah, that's right. This is Brazilian Ruda Bozzi here. He was doing quite well at lap number 1 and 2. It looks like he struggled a little bit in the waves for that lap number 3. Young competitor here. This is what I love to see about the junior boys. We've got such a young kid there running around, getting great experience in the waves and in this race.
Yeah, young 14, 15-year-olds, insane. And there is the top 3, bottom left of your screen as everybody's coming around. So Vajek in 1st, Japanese rider Shimazu in 2nd, Carter in now 3rd place. So Carter making up a little bit of distance as we are looking off screen there. So he's currently sitting in that 3rd place position. Got to be stoked with that. And
actually
now
looks like
there it is.
Donato might be in 3rd.
We'll correct
Donato
that.
went on the NSP and then Campbell behind him in 4th.
Correct. Good call there.
So Vajek there out in front on the top left of screen. Shimazu, Freens, Carter. Garcia.
And that second pack really starting to extend the lead on the rest of them. And there's Via getting a little off kilter out in that far buoy. This is where you don't want to make a mistake. You can't make a mistake around a buoy turn like that, constitute time, because now you're going to allow the rest of the pack to catch up, have a chance at that wave to bring you in from 3 to 4.
That's right. Coming right down to kind of that lower tide right now, those waves are going to start standing up a little bit further out. So you saw Vike there having a look over his shoulder. He wasn't looking at his competitors. He was looking at the waves behind him and see if he can get a little bump to extend that lead even further coming into that buoy turn right on the inside.
So now going into this buoy turn, what do you do, Bo?
You go hard.
Okay,
Got to go
I
hard.
that.
This is the last lap, the final lap. This is for the gold medal, Drew. You need to go hard, and he's going to want to be paddling. He may be just saving a bit of energy, hoping a wave is going to come behind him. If it's a bit flat now, might mean there's a set as the other competitors around the buoy turn out the back. That's going to make things very interesting as we close out the junior boys sub-technical.
Yeah, you saw him take a couple of paddle strokes off. Now he's going to get hard on the left-hand side, try to catch on this wave. If he catches this one, it's pretty much over for the rest of the field, and it looks like he will drop into this, drops that snowboard or starboard into the inside, and he'll bring it on. And now look at this. There is acres and acres and acres between him and the second, third, and fourth.
Very good. He's doing a very good job now and very great strategy in this race too. Finding the little waves, having great surf knowledge. Coming from New Caledonia, it's just like, what? I'm just going to take it easy.
Yeah, that's exactly it. We'll see what he does here. He's going to try to back off the backside of this wave, take the run around, or is he going to paddle it? Getting really low, so he's going to carry it in as quick as he can, or as close as he can, and he's going to try to paddle around this, Bo.
I think he might jump off here.
He's going way wide.
Really wide, actually, as we see competitor there. Looks like maybe somebody from the previous lap.
Interesting strategy. He didn't take a point A to point B method. He kind of just rode that wave where it was going to take him. Didn't want to risk any chance of falling off. So very smart there by Vajek. Now making his way back out. Gold is up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final 26:47 in this junior boys sub-technical. In case you're just joining us here at ISAsurf.org, we are in our first event of day 5, the junior boys sub-technical. The women's coming up next. Then we got the prone paddleboarders coming up after that, followed by this afternoon at 1 p.m. We got the big boys. All the qualifiers from yesterday moving in. The pro technical. Now let's see what happens here. We're going to have 2 riders up and riding.
Yeah, Donato, the Friends, and Shimazu from Japan riding this wave in. They're battling for silver and bronze medals at this point.
This is where you got to turn it on. This is where we're going to see some mental sort of acuity come in here. And look at Donato getting real low. Oh, and Japan goes down. Oh, he holds on to the backside. Almost lost it, Bo.
Wow.
What a save.
After such a good race, too, with the waves, he comes unstuck on one of the final buoy turns. Donato Friends now has a little bit of an advantage at the front.
Look at the water movement. That buoy was in the water lap number 1. We're in lap number 3, and now they're running around the sand. Now Team Japan going to fall off into that 3rd position. Oh, huge break by Shimazu there, but Donato Friends got to feel very confident. Very smart buoy approach.
Yeah, very, very smart. As we see Campbell Carter closing the gap as well, surfing right into that buoy turn. Fantastic. That is great, great technicality there.
That was a textbook dismount, and he's going to walk his way out, let these waves kind of blow through. But, I mean, he put the nose of the board right on the buoy, stepped off the front, grabs it, going to haul around.
But Vajek Gariur on the right hand of screen surfing in now, final lap. So he's going to make the beach run up to claim his gold medal for this year's junior boys. Back-to-back, Drew.
Back-to-back. Give him credit. Ladies and gentlemen, France taking it again. And I'll tell you what, that is going to be one of the top contenders for the futures to come. Team France, Vajek Gariur taking home the gold medal, grabs the flag and going to bring it across. And he is stoked, Bo.
He's so stoked. It's going to be under 29 minutes as well for these 3 laps. Better than yesterday for the open man. You can see Vajek here, so happy. A 2-time world ISA gold medalist.
Looks like his girlfriend was getting in the way there. But I'll tell you what, look at this. Each lap, he got faster. That's insanity. So there it is, your gold medalist, Vajek Gariur from France with his hands in the air. Official race time, 29 minutes, 10 seconds. That's insane.
Ah, so cool
to
be winning that race. That was amazing. Some really big names in this field as well. It's still not over though. Still battling for silver and bronze and that copper medal as well. That's between Donato Friends. He's currently in 2nd position. But Vajek Gariur, how stoked would he be right now?
Got to be happy for the 17-year-old. Super stoked. Here comes second place, now making his way in. That's Donato Vriends from the Netherlands. And he's coming in. The rest of his team all running to the beach to see him. And there's no one currently sitting at buoy number 5. Here they come. They're going to start cruising in right now. And look at this. Campbell Carter from Team USA currently sitting in that 4th spot. Or sorry, that is Shimazu from Japan currently sitting in that 4th spot, going to try to push in.
Yeah, we see Donato Vriends bring it all the way in. He's going to have to do a long beach run, but we do have Shimazu on a wave behind him, and also Campbell Carter misses that one. He's going to have to get on top of this one.
If Shimazu falls off the back of this one, it's going to open the door for Campbell, and it doesn't look like it is. Shimazu's going to hang on.
But we saw at the start, Campbell Carter, his running skills, I think he's fast on the sand, so it's going to come right down to the wire here.
Team Japan's pretty fast, too. They've been working on that. And here's Carter on the right-hand side, hard on the left-hand stroke. Shimazu at the lower left-hand side of your screen. Will this wave carry Campbell in? Campbell eyeing him. He sees it. Shimazu hits the beach first, grabs the flag, and nobody's going to catch him as Carter too far away to close the gap on that one. And it will be Shizazu for the bronze medal, followed up by Campbell Carter taking home the copper.
Yeah, that's right. So we saw Donato Vriends come across the line for 2nd position. This is Shimazu from Japan. Very happy with his showing here. And Campbell Carter taking home the copper medal for the USA.
Good finish for all those boys. There it is. The medals have been issued. Gives a big old hug to Bayek. A great race. All 3 athletes paddled very smart, kind of jostling back and forth for a position. But I tell you what, the one to talk about here is Donato Vriends from the Netherlands.
Yeah, it really is. He didn't do a great race yesterday in the open men's. He kind of fell back into kind of that midfield, mid to lower field. But I think he learned from his experience there in the waves, and he really put on a great showing here in the junior boys.
Yeah, not a lot of people were talking about him, but he came and showed them how it's done. So France first, the Netherlands in 2nd, Team Japan in 3rd, and Team USA in 4th. If you're following the points, so France getting some points all across the board there.
That's right, yeah, to extend from the points from the surfing as we're watching. This is Joan, I believe, from Spain, Joan Garcia, running up the beach.
Just missing the medal by 1 position.
No, this is Hector Jessel, excuse me. Hector Jessel's made up a little bit of time here. So he's going to be crossing the line.
Long, lengthy kid. Paddler number 269.
Guilherme. Portugal.
That's a good finish for him.
Very good, very good. That's Joan Garcia as we see him behind from Spain.
They'll both come across. 32-31, still fast times here out in this heat. Kick things off here today. And we will see a lot more water movement coming up for the upcoming heats. So where you're seeing all that sand will actually be covered by water here within the hour or 2.
Yeah, there won't be much of a beach run later on today. Definitely not. It's going to be all paddling, all action in the water.
And there is the whole group. We're live on ISAsurf.org. You want to catch up on all the heats, all the action, go to the website. And there's Team Argentina now making their way up. And this young boy has got to be super stoked. Fabrizio Rantanara from Argentina, he was fired up for this event. He came in and he's like, I really want to represent his fellow countrywoman, won the gold in the SUP surfing earlier, and he said, I want to repeat. But a lot to come from this young man.
Yeah, definitely a lot to come. A lot to come from all of these junior competitors. Going to be taking it to the top races in the world in years to come.
As they bring it in. Not easy conditions, but it made for very exciting SUP technical racing. And there is the top 3. Now we're at 8. This will be 9th position.
This is Asger from Denmark.
Probably a little bit disappointing for Asger. I think he was looking for a better finish here.
Yeah, I think he was definitely looking. We saw him out there training this morning. He's going to come back, gain a lot of experience from this race, racing against the top paddlers in the world.
And remember, this is the final of the junior boys. If you're just joining us, SUP technical. The girls are coming up. They're all getting loose. Getting ready to kick things off here quick.
This is Nicolo Rico from Italy, finishing his final race here.
Yeah, talking to his coach earlier, Federico, you know, I was asking him, he's kind of retired now in some ways, but he goes, I still get out there and whoop him. He's like, when I have to whoop him, I get out there and whoop him. I show that's how it's done, so it's pretty cool.
On the screen, a gold medalist, 2-time now gold medalist, back-to-back champion by Gariud from France. Very happy with his performance there. started kind of the middle of the pack on the very first lap, but managed to take the lead by the end of lap number 1 and hold on to that for all 3 laps.
It'll be interesting to see what he thought about his start, because you're 100% right. I think he expected to be a better starter than that. And now we'll see his brother come up this afternoon. He'll be on for the 1 o'clock heat as Noack takes to the water there. So there is your top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, the top 4 are going to take home a medal here at this ISA World Championship. And a 29.08, a blistering pace for these young boys out there, rounding it out here at the first event here in day 5, Bo.
Yeah, fantastic to see Vaik there take the gold medal. Donato Free in second. Naria Kira Shimazu in third. Campbell Carter in the 4th position.
Juan Garcia, though, from Spain, I mean, that 7th spot, great finish for him.
Yeah, really good. I would have maybe expected him to be a little bit higher. I really like to see Hector Jessel's name in there as well. He's a strong UK champion racer. As we take a look at the heat recap.
Yeah, this is the start. This is the final recap. Look at this. Campbell Carter, heck of a hole shot, busting his way out there. And this is where we thought he'd have a chance to take this over. Nice clean start. Didn't see a lot of carnage right off the gate.
But he fell off at the buoy turn out there, and that was what cost him a lot of time. As we saw Donato Friens in that 2nd position there. You see Vaik there, 2nd buoy turn. He got the number 1 spot and held on to it all the way through.
Yeah, Vaik, very smart surfing, coming right into the buoy turn. Tried to paddle around this one, and I think he really learned his lesson there.
I think he did. He's like, I need to get off the wave earlier. Next time.
And the rest of the field tried to close the gap, but it was all Vaik all the time. He starts making his way back out, and then everybody comes crashing in. Campbell Carter upside down, inverted Donato Friens. We'll have to talk about that air. That's a whole, that gives air a whole new meaning. And then it was just straight up parking lot there in lap number 1. But Vaik cleaned it up, really started paddling smart after that, Bo.
Yeah, he really did. He really raced a smart race, I think, in this one. He took it easy on those beach runs, but really went hard when he had the chance. In those flatter water conditions, he knew that his other competitors were going to be caught in the waves. He needed to extend his lead. As we see him coming back in here for the next buoy turn. Very smart there, jumping off using his feet.
He learned his lesson. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to jump off, grab a board, run around, grab a baguette, go back out. That's just what he said. So,
he had time to grab a baguette.
And this is when the competition, we thought that Donato was kind of running out of gas here, and Carter was able to overtake him, but Donato put his head down on the way back out and overtook Campbell.
Yeah, I feel like Donato there, again, maybe just taking a little bit of inspiration from Vaik. Just taking it easy on the beach runs, because that's what really takes it out of you. You've got to get back out through the whitewater, so saving a little bit of energy. I think Donato was holding on to that.
And this is basically a victory lap right now for Vaik. He knows people are about 200, 300, 400 meters behind him. He's just paddling at home, but this is the paddle battle right here. Upside out, D-Japan goes down, but still holds on to it. Shimazu, huge break for him right there. He had 2nd place locked, but unfortunately, sometimes bad luck.
Yeah, that's right. He could have jumped up another position into that silver spot. As we see Vaik there, little jump, happiness, crossing the line, 2-time ISA gold medalist.
17 years of age. More to come from that young man, I guarantee it. Next year, he'll be competing with the big boys, most likely. But Team France looking very, very strong with the likes of Titu Ampuyo and much, much more coming up in the upcoming heats.
All right, and here we are with our 2023 Boys Technical Champion, Vaik Gariot, representing Team France. Felicitación, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, you put on an amazing performance. You had a great lead from the beginning. I noticed you used your brother's same starting position from yesterday, the far right. And, wow, you put on a great lead from the beginning. Looked like you basically just needed to kind of keep on your game. Well, a lot of the people this morning were wondering who you've been training with. I've seen a lot of pictures with you and your brother paddling. Who have you been training up into this competition to prepare yourself?
I train every day with my friend and my father, and sometimes with my brother when he can. But so. Sorry. Okay. Ouais, donc t'inquiète. Je m'entraînais tous les jours le matin avant d'aller au lycée. Donc c'était vraiment pas facile pour moi de me lever tôt tous les matins. J'y allais souvent seul. Là, ces derniers temps, il y a quelques amis à moi, notamment mon père, qui viennent s'entraîner avec moi. Donc je les remercie parce que c'est vraiment pas facile d'y aller tout le temps seul. Donc ça m'aide vraiment. y a mon frère qui est là pour me supporter aussi, donc toute ma famille, mes amis et tous mes sponsors aussi qui m'ont aidé à faire ce voyage, la Team France, qui m'a accueilli et qui me supporte aussi. Donc je voudrais remercier toutes ces personnes pour me supporter et de m'avoir permis d'être ici et d'avoir décroché cette première place.
We'll get the translation for that after. So this is the third medal for France. We had a copper medal with Justine, bronze medal with Benoit, and now we have our gold medalist for Team France. What do you think about, how is your confidence for the third team gold medal for ISA?
It's a good start. I think we will take the first place for the team ranking.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. We're very proud of you, and we're very happy to be in your home turf of France. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bo. A very, very emotional Vayak Gerard on that one, huh?
Yeah, very emotional. I think just, it's just sinking in for him now. It's going to be sinking in later on today as well. He's just become a back-to-back gold medalist.
And as with Team France all along, it's all about the team medals coming up, trying to get another gold for the team. And as we set the stage for the women's, this is going to be the girls' junior SUP technical coming up. We're going to take a quick break, show you some highlights from yesterday, and coming up in the booth, we'll have Casper and Shannon with the call. We'll be back with more from the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships here from Grand Plage Beach in lovely France. We'll be right back.
Day 4 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the SUP d'Olonne in France, 2023. Today we saw the SUP technical men and women take to the water for the semi-finals. We are off for. Competitors did 3 laps of a 5-kilometer course, rounding 6 buoy turns.
Making it around his flag. He's got his NSP board right there.
He across the line, gives the bow.
Coming in, I already was counting a little bit, and I knew I just had to give everything I had. Like the dismount was still pretty deep, but then just like, I don't know, like duck's legs, go for it, till drop to the ground.
Water behind it. And she can't do it.
Look at
Such good control.
Rika goes down.
J'espère avoir la médaille d'or en France parce que c'est à la maison, mais on verra demain. Aujourd'hui, ça met en confiance.
Wraps up today's action. Tomorrow we will see the men and women's finals of the SUP technical race alongside the junior boys and girls and the pro and paddleboarding.
Welcome back to the action here on day 5 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We are in SUP d'Olonne here in France on the west coast. It's such a beautiful region of the world, and it's been really exciting to see the racing get underway yesterday as we had our men's and women's SUP technical semi-finals with the qualifiers. Now we're into our finals day. We've just seen the junior boys under 18s final, and now we're into the junior girls under 18s final. So it's going to be a very exciting day. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside the 6-time world champion Casper Steinfaith. Casper, it's great to have you here to call to action. You just know so much about this sport. It's really great.
It's a pleasure to be here. I love unwinding my mind, extracting those bits and pieces that I've gathered over the years, and I'm very stoked to be here. We've got lots of exciting action in front of us today. Conditions are great, and it's a perfect showcase for our athletes out there. And again, like I said it a million times yesterday, it's so strange to be at an event not nervous about competing myself, but today it's about these athletes, and our job is to bring you the stories and what's happening in their minds, and ultimately, let's make them shine.
Well, it was just amazing to see Vaik from Team France take out a back-to-back win here for the junior under 18 boys, and now we've got the women coming up to have a race on this incredible race course.
Yes, we see on screen here, this is the race course they'll be going through. It's a 4.5 kilometer course, roughly. We've had the tide kind of challenge that.
It did lengthen it a little yesterday
afternoon. We had
the
tide coming in and significantly lengthening the course yesterday, making it actually almost a 7K course for some of the athletes. But you see an M-shaped course. Some people call it the butterfly. They have 3 laps to go through, in and out through the surf. There's plenty of buoy turns, plenty of those moments with potential for carnage. The particular buoys here on the screen that will be interesting is obviously the first buoy on the far outside right. Then there is the 2 inside buoys that are placed inside the surf break, so the athletes will have to navigate the waves to get to those ones. And then, of course, any buoy turn offers the potential for the athletes to go down. So, that's the beauty of the technical race. It's always been one of my favorites, and I think any racer, it may or may not be their strong side, but everyone enjoys the dynamic element. And if no one else, then for sure the viewers hopefully can get a good show here today.
It's so true, and adding in that extra element of waves coming through that surf zone on the inside impact zone, there's not really as much wind yesterday as we had yesterday. Not as much wind today as what we had yesterday, as we take a look at those conditions that have really shaped up here for finals day on the technical racing side.
Yeah, so we've been getting a little bit of northwest swell from this low pressure out in the Atlantic Ocean, as the Atlantic has woken up from its summer slumber. So 1 to 3 foot waves, just under a meter. Wind, from the west-northwest today. I can kind of see out the window there is a squall approaching. We might have some more wind as we get into this race. But yeah, the tides being probably the main factor here. From walking where we're in the booth right now down to the start line where the athletes are standing. Right now I think there's like 300-400 meters to go down there. When the tide comes back in, we can literally probably see them 20 meters away from us. That is how much the tide changes.
Yeah, I mean, literally right now you can see there's just so much sand on the entire beach here at La Grande Plage. All of that sand is going to disappear by the end of our day. That water is going to be rushing up against, the break walls across the beach here at La Sable d'Olonne. So the race master and Anthony Vela and the team down on the ground that have been organizing everything, they are going to be working with changing that start line and changing those buoys specifically to make sure that that race course stays the same, that distance is tight and stays the same throughout the rest of the day. Taking a look now at our under 18 girls that are coming up shortly. It's just a single race and it's straight to the finals. Top 4 will be walking away as medalists.
Yeah, we got some medalists coming up here as we finish the final, but taking a look at the list of the starters, we have Julia Risso from France. She'll be racing against Elena Echeperea from Spain, from Basque Country, from USA, Søren Preston. She was here in Puerto Rico last year as well competing. From Japan, Rinka Mizutani. From Brazil, Rebecca Klotz. Defending world champion Cecilia Pampinella from Italy, probably the favorite in this heat, the one to watch as she gets going. From Puerto Rico, Anabella Rivera, a very strong athlete. We have Gianna Pacor from Argentina. From Denmark, Catherine Bergman. I know her family, they live in the same town as me. They'll be watching this race. From the Czech Republic, Linda Surovatkova. And yeah, she is a very strong flat water athlete, but looking forward to see how she does in the waves here. Same goes for Skadi Langbein from Germany, and from Iran, Setayesh Godarzi. And from Portugal, a very talented young gun, Maria, or just nicknamed Mia Silva. I saw her this morning. She looked very ready. And to round out this SUP Girl Junior Technical Race Final, we have Csillag from Hungary.
Wow, this is going to be so exciting to see this race get underway. We've got a few 13-year-olds in the draw and a couple others that are in that, 15 to 16, 17-year-old range, and the lone 18-year-old in Aline. So this is going to be a really exciting race to get things kicked off with. And that's our competitor from the Czech Republic, Linda, with 118 on her jersey, 122 sitting in the conversation as well with Scotty of Germany. And everyone is starting to set their mark, starting to get onto that start line. You can see that rope in the sand there is very important, because when we see that start, every single competitor is going to have that front foot on the rope. And if there's any false starts, we will have to have a restart. As we can see the race master, Anthony Villa, there on the inside, just giving some final instructions.
Yeah, you know, Anthony Villa being put under pressure this morning, I think he's got his work cut out for him with the changing tides. As we saw in the junior men's before, they had probably 200 to 300 meter run to get to the beach as the tide was just absolutely dropping. I can see they've moved the start line forward now. The girls here will not have to run as far, which I think is nice when you're taking into account that, you know, there is a significant amount of wind. We got big boards, and you know, the physique of these young ladies here, you know, they're still growing, and they have, you know, they're in that growing phase where they're also developing those, you know, bigger muscles that they'll have later in their career. But overall, you know, I think we got a really good heat on our hands here, especially Cecilia Pampinella, who was, you know, we're going to see her again in the big final against the women later today.
So true. We've also got that tide that's continuing to drop, so they're just adjusting those start and those finish lines due to the fact that that tide is dropping out for a little while longer, and then later through the day it's going to be starting to come in once we get past that 11:30 mark. It's currently 11 a.m. here in France, and racers are on the start line.
Yeah, they've been given the start orders as the horn blows right there, and we're off for this final of the SUP girls technical race here at the World Championship. You can see they still have a little bit of a run to get to the water here. It looks like Catherine Bergman from Denmark on the NSP there in the middle of your screen, getting off to a good start. Also on the right, a good start by our starboard rider, Cecilia Pampinella. On the left side, also getting a nice start. They have some waves here to navigate. The waves being the critical factor, as we can see, those were the primary make or break situations in the boys heat there before. You can see some of the girls opting to, you know, stand on the sand, take a look at the waves, maybe not rush through it. As we can see, Cecilia Pampinella from Italy there on the left side, followed by Catherine Bergman. They're fighting to punch through these waves before a big set arrives, and that's Søren Preston on the SIC as well.
What an incredible start out on the left side of the course here, to see them just punch through that opening section to be able to get into that flat water so quickly, and this race is underway with Cecilia taking out a solid lead.
Yeah, so Cecilia has set her course for that golden buoy, the first buoy of the race. You can see it coming into view on the screen there, the big red can on the outside by the jet ski. That's going to be the first turn, a left-hander. They're going to make their way into the second buoy after that. That's a right-hander, following by another left. And then they're going to get to the really interesting part, being in the waves. And Shannon, you know, what I'm really looking forward to here, you know, as an ex-athlete myself, are those critical moments, those sections where there's a chance for carnage.
And now it's going to be all of those buoy turns. You know, the buoy turns, whether it's on the outside or those inside sections, are going to be really make or break situations within this race. They're those moments where you can see disaster strike, or you can see that technical knowledge really come into play, and a paddler just use their technical knowledge to get that advancement over the rest of the field. So those are going to be really the moments within these races where we see that sort of extra excitement. But everything else that's happening in between is ultra important as well, because you've got those paddlers that are getting into little packs together. They're starting to kind of form those little trains of paddling out and heading towards that first golden buoy.
Yeah, so like everything's kind of setting into a pace right now. What usually happens in the beginning of a race is everyone goes off the bat, goes really hard to the first buoy, and then there it kind of, you know, evens out. People look at, okay, where am I standing? Who am I looking to follow? As I think the situation I can see on screen right now is it's Cecilia in the lead. She has accompanied by Elene from Spain and Søren Preston from the US. Catherine Bergman from Denmark having a good start on her NSP board, but she's kind of falling back a little bit as we see, you know, the shot here as we go into the buoy. We're going to have a really nice drone angle here as Cecilia makes her way around that buoy. One of those critical moments we got to follow through the race. She does a little easy, you know, doesn't put too much effort into that turn. Definitely not the tightest turn. But again, she's out in front. She's just getting started, and there's a lot of distance to cover in this race so far.
That's right. It's going to be 3 laps in total. On that final lap, as they come around the last inside buoy, they're going to head straight back into the shoreline to race up the sand. Cecilia taking out that first lead. It looks like we had Linda from Czech Republic go down earlier on her paddle out, unfortunately, and take a bit of a slip. So she's back up onto her board. and she's going to be getting back into that rhythm. As we can see, the rest of the pack at the back there just starting to round that buoy. A few of those paddlers coming in really close, and those boards making a bit of contact as well.
Contact is like a regular thing at the buoys. You know, it's rare to have a race where there's no contact. But I think, you know, definitely seeing the pack still together. We have the athletes going to buoy number 2 right now. It's the right, they're going to make a right turn around this buoy in front of them. As we see, I believe that's Elene from Spain catching a little bump, but still Cecilia Pampinella in the lead right here going into this first right-hander. There's a little bit of bump on the water.
And having these bumps is such an exciting thing as well, as we can see Cecilia just approaching that buoy, starting to round it, makes a bit of contact with it as well. But every one of those little waves, those unbroken waves rolling through, they're going to add that extra element of excitement, of you know, distance gained by each paddler being able to catch those bumps.
Yeah, exactly. And those bumps are going to be one of those critical factors, like, you know, the outside here, now they're going to the third buoy. That's not one of the most like spectacular areas of the course. That's more of a grind for the athletes. They're just going to go into autopilot mode there, just make it to that buoy. But as you see at the second buoy right now, a bit of a pile up as the athletes go around. Doesn't look like anyone going in the water so far, but you know, those bunched up moments present themselves as challenges for the athletes. Personally, I love those moments because that's where the ability to navigate chaos really comes into play. And I think that's one of the things that you know, characterizes the technical race.
Taking a look at it, Italy in that first place position at the moment, Spain in second, and USA in third as they're heading out to that last outside buoy, the third buoy in the race, and then they'll make that hook around with another left-hand turn and head into the shoreline where things will get a little bit more challenging because we'll have breaking waves, we'll have that really shallow water on the inside buoy turns as well. A change up from yesterday's course where we actually had to put flags in the sand, but today they've changed it up. We've got those yellow buoys as the markers, and the paddlers will be making that shallow water turn.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see if that actually sticks though, because we do have a tide that's still running out a little bit. I know the first heat was a little bit challenged with those buoys. It's hard to set buoys in the surf here because there's just so much water moving. But what we'll see as the athletes make their turn around buoy 3 right here, they're going to go towards the 4th turn that is either right on the beach or just off the beach in the impact zone of the waves. As that was, we have Cecilia in the first place, Elene from Spain in second place on her starboard. In third place, Soren Preston on her SIC, and I believe that's Linda from the Czech Republic, also on an NSP in 4th place.
So making up some great gains, as we can see a little bit of that breeze that is pushing our paddlers towards the south, which makes it challenging to make sure they don't get almost blown past those buoys and have to readjust that course. As we can see the heat leader, Cecilia, starting to roll through to the inside section here. She is our reigning world champion. She's got all that weight on her shoulders as well. And Casper, you've been in similar situations to that, taking out 3 world titles in this specific discipline in the open side. What's it like coming into a race with that expectation, knowing you won the world title last year and you're the one to beat?
Oh, it's a terrible feeling. That's my take, at least. You know, no, great that, you know, you have won the title, but it puts a pressure on your shoulders, and that's really where it comes down to how are you able to cope with the pressure? How much expectation do you put on yourself? And I know a lot of the athletes work with coaches, work with sports psychologists in about like finding the right technique for them to cope with it. You know, some people, you know, just relish the pressure and it makes them perform even higher, while others, you know, tend to crumble, and, you know, it might cripple some athletes having that pressure on their shoulders. This is, Shannon, this is one of my favorite sections coming up.
And here we go. We can see Cecilia leading as she paddles into this first wave.
Yeah, Cecilia catching this bump here. Look, she's going to walk back on her board, trying not to stall the board, but still make it down the face of the wave. But this is a really critical moment. As you see, she actually ended up stalling the board. Cecilia walking too far back right there, and you know, ultimately just losing the momentum. Now she's going to try to catch this next wave. Oh, she's in a rough position right there. That's a very hard position to make that takeoff in. Yeah.
And she goes down on the inside, so she's going to have to recover, as we've got other paddlers coming in just behind in that second and that third place position, where we had USA and Spain.
That's Soren Preston and Elena Echeverria from Spain. They're catching up and passing Cecilia Pampinella right there, seeing the lead of the race change. Cecilia just unfortunately coming off that wave. As you can see, here's the yellow buoy. This is the buoy they're going to be turning to their right. No, left, sorry.
So that left-hand hook on the inside, no one's going to be able to make that turn while actually standing up on their board. You can see our third place competitor making that rounded section, and another that's having actually a run way up the beach. So she's going to choose a bit of a different line paddling out, possibly due to the fact that that wind and that current is pushing south. So she's already going to set herself up farther up the beach so that when she's paddling out to that next buoy, she's not going to be taken so far by that sweep.
Yeah, so that what we saw happen right here was some tactics and a lot of strategy come into play. That was Søren Preston initially from the USA getting the better of that exchange. You know, she stayed on her feet, got around the buoy, went for a straight line to get out the back on her red SIC board. But what you see on your screen way on the right, that was Elena from Spain opting for a tactical decision of running up the beach. She believed, or she must believe, that she can get out through the waves easier if she goes up the beach. And we're going to see if that pays off right now, as she is making a lot of progress going towards the lineup. Søren under pressure from those waves breaking on her head. So is the rest of the field right here. Cecilia back in second or third place right now. Elene's line, you know, I really think that was a cool line. I might have considered it myself, but you know, you never know if it actually is going to pay out.
And we've got carnage on the inside around the yellow buoy as so many paddlers are coming in together at the same time. We've got more that are starting to make their way out into positions to try and gain some distance coming through this inside shore break, and really challenging to make it through, especially when you're in that impact zone for those waves. But each of these young women is making such great strides.
Yeah, and that definitely looks like Søren getting the better of that buoy turn there at buoy number 4. She punched straight out through. She got through the set, and she's now having a commanding lead. I'd say she has probably 20, 30 meters down to Cecilia Pampinella in second place. As we can see, a lot of our athletes here getting stuck, yeah, inside the impact zone. This is one of those brutal moments where you as an athlete just want to power through, but you find yourself stuck on something that more resembles a treadmill. You're going nowhere. You got water rushing past you, and you're just seeing your competitors sometimes disappear into the distance.
As we can see.
That's Søren right there, Søren Preston from Team USA.
From Long Beach, California, loves surfing, loves skating, and just anything that gets her down to the beach. Part of that Southern California surf and skate culture, and has taken an absolute love to paddling. She was given a board on her 7th birthday for her very first race board, and she's been hooked ever since. Now competing at the World Championships. She's in the lead looking towards that gold medal, but we still have 2 more laps to go after this first lap
This
finishes.
is only the first lap. This is the culmination of the first lap. They're going to come in for a buoy turn again here, either in the shore break or just on the beach. That's Søren Preston from Team USA in the lead on the red board on the left side of your screen. That's Cecilia Pampinella, defending world champion there, catching a nice wave on her blue Mistral board. In the back, Elena Echeverria from Spain, you know, opting for that other tactic there earlier, but didn't quite see her propelled into the lead.
That's right. It looked like it might work in her advantage, especially given that little bit of wind and that current, but it doesn't quite get her there. As we can see Søren now running around that last inside buoy, which they've actually replaced now with the flag. So like you said, that low tide coming into play, Race Masters making the decision to change up that inside buoy into a flag, now running out into the start of the second lap.
Yeah, that was a really nice run there, controlled. Looked like she was in control, Søren Preston from Team USA. On the other hand, Cecilia Pampinella, the defending world champion, I was a little bit concerned right there, seeing her emotion shown on her face. You know, obviously, that did not go as planned with her entering the surf zone there before. Cecilia might be a little bit winded, I could imagine, from going into the water, having a few waves land on her head. You know, I think more than, you know, just being out of breath, it might have thrown her off mentally. You know, that's going to be, she's going to be required to reset her mind and adapt.
Yeah, that's such a good bit of insight. She's 17 years old. She's from Tarquinia in Italy. She's been paddling for about 5 years and has already risen to that state of world champion. So now she has that resting on her shoulders, and she didn't quite get the start to this race that she would have wanted to. Coming out of that first lap, she would have loved to feel that control coming into this inside first buoy. And this is where we can see that change as we take a look at the replay here. That's where Cecilia took that fall.
She went down.
And she wasn't able to recover quick enough to hold on to the lead.
No, so like you see, she could have caught this second wave here if she'd been up quick enough, but she falls off her board a second time there, doesn't manage to catch the wave. And I think that's the defining factor right there. She didn't manage to reset quick enough and just saw both Elena and Søren surf right past her.
Now, it's still so early in the race as the leaders are just entering into that second lap that we could see this happen 2 more times. times on the inside section, where we could see those changes absolutely. So there's no, there's all the opportunity to be able to make up that ground, knowing that other paddlers could end up falling, but there's also all that anxiety, kind of knowing that things are not going your way.
It is a mental battleground happening inside each of these athletes' minds. I remember, you might go in with one of the strategies I always applied was, of course, visualizing the perfect race. And the reality, more often than not, is just that you never have the perfect race. Something goes wrong, like we saw for Cecilia there before, going down. And that's, I think, what really makes the difference between a lot of the athletes. It definitely makes the difference between the great and just the good, where the great are able to reset really quickly. They're able to take note of what the conditions can allow, like what strategies present themselves. Where can I make a break and where can I catch up? That's the question going through the athletes. As I believe we have a battle for 4th and 5th place going right now between Rebecca from Brazil and Csillag from Hungary.
That's right. And then into that 6th, 7th, and 8th place positions at the moment, we have Katrine from Denmark in that 6th place position. We have Scotty from Germany in 7th, and Maria in that 8th place position from Portugal, and then Julia, Annabelle, and Rinka in that 9th, 10th, and 11th place positions. Everyone fighting for those top 4, though, because they want to walk away with those medals.
Yeah, it's you want to be in the top end of the field, ideally, right? But, it's early race. A lot can still happen, but we are seeing seeing a group of paddlers here having set themselves on the top end of the race. Definitely Søren and Cecilia, followed by Elene. Elene looking like she's kind of let off the gas a little bit. She's definitely got some catching up to do if she wants to make herself, put herself into contention for that 1st or 2nd place, the gold or silver medal. As we see Elene here coming into that 3rd buoy, or actually the 1st buoy here. Now she's making her way around. Nice tight turn right there from Elene. And she's going to see if she can catch a little wave now. Her goal is going to be to catch a wave that will bring her back up to the front girls.
That's right. And then just following her was Rebecca and Csillag. Rebecca from Brazil sitting in that 4th place position, battling out for 4th and 5th with Csillag. Csillag from Hungary is the only competitor at this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships representing Hungary. It's been amazing to see her in that conversation and here competing. She's absolutely loves spending that time on the water and is competing in multiple races. She'll be competing in the SUP sprint racing as well as the distance racing tomorrow. So we're going to get to see a lot more of her, which is exciting as she's battling out for that 4th place and that final medal position as the current ranking stand.
Yeah, lots of exciting racing right there. They're coming in through that. That's the 2nd buoy. As we can see, there's probably a 30-meter gap between Søren and Cecilia right now, and another probably 50 meters back to Elene. Elene surfing this little bump here into the inside buoy. Oh, she's almost caught on the wrong side of the buoy there. She has to kind of backpedal. Oh, yeah, the wind is definitely pushing her board around. She might even be stuck on the buoy. As we see Elene go down right there, could not make the buoy turn. She's going to be caught up now by Csillag from behind.
Oh, this is so challenging. She's just trying to get herself back into position. She will need to get back up to her feet as quickly as possible, but she's able to take that turn around the buoy on her knees, and now she'll need to get back up to those feet as we can really see those situations changing.
Yeah, both starboard riders there. We're going to take a look at that. That might actually, well, definitely Elene and Csillag close to each other. Now, it might actually have been Csillag in the lead there before, in front of Elene. We need to get a little closer angle on that. But as we can see way out the front, there's a battle. There's a lot of space right now in the battle for that 1st and 2nd place. It's still Søren Preston going to that far outside buoy. Now Søren's going to want to turn this buoy and as quickly as possible catch one of these bumps. She's going to go straight into the beach. Can she catch these smaller waves that are not breaking? But, that is one of those braking factors. If you can catch a wave that no one else does and send you right into the front.
Yeah, it could give you, meters of distance ahead of the rest of the pack, as we can see Team USA down with the flags in support of Søren out in the water. Now coming up at the very back end of the pack, as we can see our 2nd place paddler rounding that buoy, we have Satisha and Linda. Linda from the Czech Republic, from Czechia. She's 17 years old. She started paddling in 2020, and she's already looking towards starting her studies in medicine, so it's exciting to see her as part of the conversation. She's doing a fantastic job holding up the back of the pack right now. And from Iran, Satisha, she has just been putting in all that persistent work behind the scenes. She's a multiple national champion back in the Iranian paddling crew, and she just loves the sport as well as sailing and bodybuilding. So she's doing a lot as a strength athlete behind the scenes while also trying to spend as much time in the water as possible.
Yeah, take a look on screen here. That's Søren Preston on the red SIC board from Team USA. Søren catching this wave. She's going to be happy. That's one of those great moments where you as an athlete are able to catch a wave and break further away. She was already in the lead. Now she's going to ride this wave all the way into the beach. She'll get a chance to catch her breath now.
What an incredible bit of timing. Well planned out from her. That wave coming through, being able to put herself in position where she was in a steep enough section of that wave to be able to catch it with that 14-foot board underneath her feet. She's put so much distance between herself and that second place paddler in Elena. And now she's coming through the inside.
Yeah, and actually quite interesting there. Søren backing out of that wave before. Interesting choice, because I think she could have made it all the way to the beach with that one, but opting for, the smaller wave here behind. As you can see, she's coming back to the beach here for the turn. She still has a very healthy lead over Cecilia Pampinella, chasing her down in second place right now. So Søren Preston here from Team USA, just dismounting her board. The water's too shallow to paddle right there, so she's going to opt to run around. Probably use that as well to just breathe for a second, take a look around, and re-grasp what's happening right now, because we have a tendency of going into that tunnel vision sometimes when we're racing.
Yeah, what's it like when you get into that tunnel vision to have to snap yourself out of it, or can you even tell that you've entered into that state?
That's the dangerous thing. You don't know you've entered it. You think you might be in control, aware of what the waves are doing, what the current's doing, where your competitors are compared to you. But in reality, sometimes you're just not on top of it. You're not seeing things correctly because your heart rate is through the roof. Your mind is scattered. You might have anxiety of how you're going to perform. So sometimes, just getting to the beach and actually making a concerted effort to just breathe, and get another view on things. That's Cecilia Pampinella right there.
All right, so she's just rounding that inside buoy. She's in a very convincing second place silver medal position. As we can see, the rest of the pack just starting to come in behind. There's Søren out in that leading position for Team USA. Those nice long strokes as well. And you can even imagine, as we can watch kind of this side angle, this profile shot of her in that paddle position, that it can be challenging to even take a look up and to see that you're moving in the right direction, as that focus is really head down and going strong.
Yeah, and that's, back to the tunnel vision. Like, you tend to just focus on one object or one point when you're paddling. You're either looking at the front of your board or you're looking at the next buoy or something. And we just, it's a human instinct, right? We have this ability to zone in and to have this laser focus on something. And that's, again, one of those moments that separates the good from the great, is the athlete that has the ability to stay aware of all the surroundings and make cool, calm, collected decisions.
There's now a huge battle going down for third, fourth, and fifth right here on the inside. As we can see, our top two paddlers already out back.
Yeah, that's Søren Preston going around that final buoy on lap 2. She's going to start her third lap now in hot pursuit by Cecilia Pampinella. As we see, this might be Elene again opting for... Actually, this might... no, this is Chilag going up the beach, I believe. Chilag taking a look at those conditions further up the beach. Anyway, it comes down to strategy here. Like, where do you believe you have the best chance of punching through the surf?
22 minutes on the clock so far. And Søren coming in to nearly begin her third and final lap. First and second, pretty well established in positioning right now. That third place trailing behind. And then the battle for fourth, fifth, and sixth getting a little bit tighter.
Yeah, we got Chilag from Hungary, Elene from Spain, and Rebecca from Brazil, all fighting for that third, fourth, and fifth position at this point. Chilag from Hungary, might be here representing Hungary with not a huge team behind her, but there is a history with Hungary in the SUP racing world with the Hasulio brothers, two competitors I've had the pleasure of being with on the water for many years. They're not competing this year. Actually, Bruno Hasulio just announcing his retirement the other day. Daniel Hasulio probably watching with his family. right now, and so they're probably cheering for their compatriot Cilag. As we see, this is Cecilia Pampinella right here from Italy, running up the beach. She looks winded.
She looks winded, and you can see that leash is wrapped around her front foot as she's running. This is really challenging. It's fully twisted around her right ankle, where it's attached to actually her left knee, and that's going to be challenging. She's going to need to sort that out as she jumps back on her board. You can see her have a look behind her as well, just to see who else is coming. There we go, fixing that leash, getting it off of her. And I agree with you. She's looking a bit winded. Even right now, that leash is caught around that front foot once again, unfortunately. And these are all the things that can come into that mental challenge running into that third lap.
Yeah, I mean, it hurts to see right there. Cecilia, usually one of the most composed competitors, very, dedicated, very determined. She's just kind of been caught on the back foot in this final right here against Søren Preston. I think that exchange back on the first round between Søren and Cilag and Helene, where Søren just, manages to punch through the surf and the other competitors don't. That's a really hard mouthful. That's a really hard thing to accept for any athlete, that the plan is not going as you had hoped. So yeah, Cecilia is going to look to reset on this last lap.
And that is our Iranian competitor. She's been putting together such a solid effort out in the water for Setayish Gurarz. She's loves being in the water sailing. She's a great bodybuilder as well, and she has been putting together such a dedicated effort here on the inside as she's looking to start into her second lap. So she's actually been lapped by that front pack, who are beginning into their third lap now. As we can see other paddlers coming in from behind, and wow, I mean, we're coming into that 25-minute mark now, and we've got our leaders into that third lap. We've got others that are trailing behind that'll be battling out for really that fourth medal position. It seems like, we've got a very good look at that gold and silver positioning at the moment, unless something absolutely tragic happens and there's a major fall, a wipeout, and there can't be that quick recovery. But for the rest of the competitors, it's going to be that fight to try and get into that copper medal positioning.
Yeah, as we saw dismounting the board, or on screen right there, that's Helene Echeverria from Spain. She is looking to catch up. She is currently sitting in that fourth position. She's chasing down Cilag. Here we have from Brazil, Rebecca. Also,
a young competitor, just 15 years old, from Brazil is Rebecca.
They all look pretty winded at this point, as I believe this is Catherine Bergman riding the wave on the right side here. A really tricky shore break to navigate on these 14-foot boards. The girls are doing such a great job out there right now. I know they're all challenged. They're all pushing their own limits. So really great to see by all the racers.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And there's been so many double ups as well. We can see coming through with these waves, just one catching up to the one in front of it, which makes it really challenging to keep that balance and that momentum moving forward on these 14-foot boards. As we can see, number 47 there coming through, and just behind number 6, rounding those last buoys.
Yeah, that was definitely Catherine Bergman right there. Sure, her parents are watching from back home. She's doing her best representing Denmark. As we go back to the leaders right here, this is still a situation with Søren Preston in the lead, followed by Cecilia Pampinella. Cecilia looking to reel Søren back in her hope of defending her gold medal from last year in Puerto Rico.
26 minutes on the clock, and coming up from the back of the pack, more of the paddlers, of course, out in the water right now. We have Annabelle Rivera from Puerto Rico. She'll be competing in the SUP distance race as well, just 13 years old, and she has an issue with her left shoulder, which is called Erb's palsy, and it's incredible. She actually took to paddling to be able to help rehab and to really strengthen that left shoulder for her, and it's turned into a sport that she's just come to love so much and has gotten her into the World Championships. So it's been amazing to have someone like her in this race, along with Rika from Japan, a 13-year-old that's from Okinawa, remote islands. She loves paddling and getting her practice in the coral reef seas and the mangrove rivers, and is feeling really excited to be part of the World Championships here, but really enjoys downwinding as her favorite SUP sport.
Yeah, downwinding, definitely a favorite among many of the athletes, riding bumps in the open ocean. That's also really fun. paddling in the waves, also really fun. But I think right now they got the ladies in this heat right here definitely have their work cut out for them. As we can see, still that's Søren Preston eyeing that third buoy out there, the final outside buoy, as she's going to turn this buoy. After that buoy, she has a run straight to the beach. She's going to make a left turn on the beach thereafter, make a right turn on one of the middle sections, and then go to the start line, or finish line, I'm sorry. So yeah, the race is kind of entering that final stage now.
As we can see, number 52 just coming into the inside here to round that buoy and to get herself back in position. That's the Portuguese competitor, Mia Silva. She's put together some incredible races in this European region, and it's been exciting to be able to see these young competitors enter into their own division. Only since 2018 has there been a juniors division here for the World Championship. So how has it been for you to be able to see the development of the youth, to know that those 13, 14, 15-year-olds can start gaining that practice and that experience on a world level, knowing they're going to be the future of the sport over the next 10 to 15 years?
It's super important. We need this platform, no doubt. It's a great call by the ISA introducing it back in 2018 in China. I was there competing myself, but you know, I think what happens a lot of times is, you know, we get these young competitors entering the sport, but before we had this junior category, you would find, you know, again, we don't have enough junior categories, in my opinion, because the juniors find themselves competing against the open men and open women most of the time, which, you know, I think they appreciate. But, you know, as a young athlete, both looking for sponsors and looking to make a name for themselves and, you know, getting the street credibility, it really helps if they have a unique and dedicated platform to stand on. And, you know, that's, you know, the race we're seeing here right now, definitely putting that spotlight on the premier female racers in the world.
That's so true. As we can see, number 48, Rika from Japan, rounding the buoy. The 13-year-old from Okinawa, who loves paddling on the coral reefs and in the mangroves back at home. Quick run here and great technique as she jumps onto that board through the inside section.
I really like that. She was doing, we called it the bunny hop right there before. It's kind of a lifeguard move where you can see when the water's just shallow enough that you can't really paddle, but you know, doing the bunny hop, you can kind of lean on the board and set off with both your feet at the same time. It lets you kind of skim and glide across that section. As we got to go back to live action right here, Shannon. This is interesting what's happening. We got Cecilia Pampinella catching a wave way out the back. She's going to catch Søren Preston right here. This is second place catching right up to first place. And oh my God, this is one of those moments in racing that that really is, oh my God, a make or break moment.
Wow, this is incredible as Søren manages to catch the same wave that Cecilia has come in from so far behind, and Søren goes down. She falls over that front rail, and now Cecilia, who had fallen into that silver medal position, is looking so favorable as she comes through to the inside section. She just gained so much distance over Søren, who was looking so strong, so steady, so confident on her feet. And now Cecilia has that opportunity to take away the advancing position as Søren is struggling on the inside.
Well, Shannon, you know that phrase, never give up. That's what hopefully stuck in Cecilia's mind during the race, because she just, look at this. She went from maybe being 100 meters behind, catching a wave, passing Søren. Now she has probably a 100-meter lead on Søren. But, you know, nothing's over yet. They still got to punch out through the waves one last time. As you see, this is Søren. She's going to be scratching her mind. Yeah, you see Campbell Carter and Team USA there, you know, probably gutted for Søren. But really, that was out of Søren's control. Søren was doing everything right. She just could not catch a wave, and the set was in perfect synchronizing with Cecilia.
That's right. And talking about things that are out of your control, within these races, when it's in the open ocean like that and we have big swell, it takes that control element away.
It takes the control away, and that's, you know, this is one of those moments that is heartbreaking at the same time, you know, especially for the athlete and their family and their team. You know, Søren did nothing wrong. She was capitalizing on every single opportunity she got. She was so solid. You know, there just was no wave that she could catch, and she was paddling as strong as she could, but that wave just was favoring Cecilia Pampinella, and that's, you know, the brutal reality of the sport is part of it is outside your control. So, you know, I'm going to say for the fans and us watching, this is really, really cool, really interesting, but for Søren right there, battling through the shore break, she's going to be gutted. She's going to be probably devastated.
Wow, especially as that board goes sideways, really needing to get the, you know, the nose, the tip of that board going straight into that oncoming wave in order to find that projection moving forward. Italy now. We can see the flag starting to run up the beach to where that finish line is going to be, as our reigning world champion has suddenly taken the lead around the 31-minute mark. She's now looking to round the final buoy for Cecilia Pompanelli, and she's looking to go back-to-back with world titles.
Yeah, what a change of situation right there. I'm really, really happy for Cecilia, you know, definitely applying the mindset of never giving up. And, you know, that's probably something one needs to analyze, because she looked like she was close to giving up there when she was running on the beach a lap ago. But thankfully she kept fighting. But on the other hand, I'm also feeling for Søren Preston, oh, that's got to hurt seeing, you know, a comfortable lead like that just disintegrate into nothing just over the course of 2 waves.
That's right, and unfortunately for Søren, she just got taken out by a few waves on her way back out. She's in a very comfortable silver medal position now, which is incredible, as she'll be coming towards that finish line. We'll see where Cecilia, if she's able to hold on to that composure coming through to the inside. It's just going to be this last section, and really the wave riding technique being very, very important coming down to these final moments for her finding that success.
Yeah, I was just holding my breath right there watching Cecilia navigate this wave. It almost looks like she was going to nosedive there for a second, but now she's on the beautiful side of the wave, throwing a little exclamation claim right there. Careful now, I've tried that and then done a faceplant myself right after, but you know, takes her leash off. She's going to have a comfortable amount of time to make it up the beach. She'll have her teammates cheering. You see her running through the water here. Look at her face. She is going to be glowing with excitement right now as Cecilia running those 100, probably 200 meters right there up to the finish line with the tide dropping so far out. Wow, wow, wow. This is incredible, Shannon.
And she picks up the Italian flag as she races towards the finish line. 17 years old, from Tarquinia in Italy. She's been paddling and SUP paddling for 5 years, and she is now coming in for her second gold medal finish here in back-to-back races at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It is Cecilia Pompanelli.
Yeah, wow, what an incredible finish right there. As you can see her collapse on the finish line. Congratulations, Cecilia. That was such an interesting battle. This is the type of racing that I love the most. It's gut-wrenching to watch, but you know, she never gave up. She kept fighting, even when things were looking down. And that's really the beauty of the technical race right there, how she could come back. But, you know, yeah, again, watching Søren Preston come in here, there's 2 sides to the medal. There's the happy winner, and there's, you know, the disappointed, probably second-place finisher. But Søren, a young gun, she has a bright future in front of her. She's going to be proud winning the silver medal for Team USA. She is no stranger to competition, but she's cementing herself now as one of those juniors to watch on the world stage.
That's right, just 14 years old, such a young competitor coming out of Southern California from Long Beach. She's been paddling on raceboards since her 7th birthday, so 7 years down the line, she's now going to cross that finish line as your 2023 silver medalist.
Yeah, well done by Søren there. That's just incredible. I'm sure the girls are going to have a few words there. You know, Cecilia just in the right place at the right time. None of them really did anything wrong. This is just the waves, you know, being that factor that they cannot control, and the girls there using it as good as they can. You can see Søren smiling. I think she's happy, but you know, it's a bit. It can be definitely a bitter feeling, you know, seeing that gold medal just float away, just outside your grasp.
And just have it, I mean, what an incredible 2 laps she had, where Cecilia actually held on to the lead from the start of the race. She was in that front running position coming into the very first surf zone buoy on the inside on that yellow buoy. And that's when Cecilia went down, and when Søren was able to take that advancing leading position alongside Elena from Spain. Søren held on to that leading position for the majority of the race after that, but it was that inside fall. Exactly the same thing in the same positioning for what had happened to Cecilia in lap number 1 happened to Søren in lap number 3.
Yeah, it was that inside section there between buoy number 3 and 4, actually 3, 4, and 5. That was the section that really proved the tricky one. We saw 2 huge incidents there. You know, we were hoping we were going to see something like that, and we just, you know, saw the lead switch back and forth there. As I believe that's Elena from Spain turning that final buoy. She's going to make her way back to the beach. That's Rebecca Klotz from Brazil shortly behind, and Chilag in 5th place right now.
What an incredible race.
And look, Elena might be able to catch this wave all the way, and we'll see. It might be a battle between these 2 ladies. It might still become.
For that 3rd and 4th place position, they're both looking strong to take away a medal finish. As we can see, Eline With a paddle, she's not able to quite get into that wave all the way, but it does give her that extra lead ahead of our 4th place competitor in Rebecca Klotz of Brazil. So it's looking like we'll have Italy, USA in that 1st and 2nd place position. Of course, Spain and Brazil coming in with those final medal positions.
Yeah, both ladies here, both Elene and Rebecca catching a wave. Looks like Rebecca's still making it to the bottom right there, but riding in, getting that bronze and copper medal. Is Rebecca going to make it down? Yeah, she just makes it down that face there. That's a critical moment. Definitely interesting to see the choice of a dugout board there from Elene. The dugout boards, in my opinion, definitely not being the easiest of boards to ride during a technical race here, but she's going to run up the beach and secure that 3rd place for Team Spain.
That's right, a solid sprint for the 18-year-old out of Donostia in Spain, and she's come runner-up to the European title in the past, now walking away with a bronze medal as she gets closer to that finish line, which just seems to be getting farther and farther away.
Boy.
That tide is just bottoming out right about now. We'll see that tide start to push in through the rest of the day. But big smiles for Team Spain and for Elena as she crosses that finish line in the bronze medal position.
Yeah, well done, Elena. She's going to have a team that's happy for her as she embraces Cecilia Pampinella there. You know, respecting each other as athletes. Of course, they're fighting for the win out on the water, but when we all come back to the beach, we're athletes, we're friends. And yeah, that's a big part of the community. As Rebecca Klotz from Brazil crossing the finish line there. I think that whole run up the beach is going to be a talking point for days, weeks to come. You know, it's definitely a controversial element. That's no secret. Is running part of stand-up paddle racing, but it definitely makes for an emotional and beautiful finish.
So true. The copper medal going to Team Brazil and to Rebecca Klotz, the 15-year-old with the shout. And Brazil feeling stoked. What a way to finish things out. And we have our 4 medalists decided with really, you know, those were the 4 that were in those leading positions for the majority of the race. Those top 3 specifically really battling for that 1st place position.
Yeah, so we see Chilag there, number 6 running up. She is, we didn't quite see on screen what happened to her race, but seeing the waves playing such a big role in the first few places, I'm pretty confident that she must have encountered some waves somewhere on the course there that might have sent her away from that 3rd and 4th position that she was playing for. The newcomer, Chilag from Hungary, very great race. You know, probably looking a little bit disappointed, but nonetheless, when racing in the waves, that's the feeling we sometimes are left with, trying to think, why the hell wasn't I in sync with the ocean today?
But an incredible performance for her to walk away as, you know, one of the top 5 junior racers in the world for the SUP technical under 18 girls. There on screen we can see Soren Preston, who just walked away with the silver medal, and Cecilia Pompanelli, your back-to-back gold medalist for the SUP tech racing on the under 18 girls. A lot of these young girls are competing in the open side as well. We saw Cecilia put together a great race, as well as Soren in the women's division yesterday, and they're going to have another race today as we have our open divisions coming up at the end of the day.
We do have 2 finals of prone coming up here in between, but Cecilia is going to be, you know, she's absorbing all the emotions right now with her team around her, you know, celebrating the fact that she's a 2-time ISA junior SUP tech gold medalist now. But she has her work cut out for her, because I'm sure she has I know Cecilia has big expectations for herself on the women's side as well, where she'll be racing later today as one of the favorites as well. So she'll be recovering and trying to get as much energy back as possible.
And we can see number 47 running up the beach, Katarine from Denmark.
Yeah, good job by Katrine right there. Road cyclist turned stand-up paddler. She is a really motivated young athlete. I think she's here mostly to gain experience. She has big expectations for herself, but I think she had the mindset earlier today. She told me of, well, she just wanted to go surf some fun waves, and she thought the waves looked really, really fun today, so that was her main focus. But a really, really good job by the young Dane right there.
Incredible race from the young Danish competitor. And Casper, you nailed it with the call at the beginning of the race that Cecilia was the one to keep an eye on, and there she is walking away with her 2nd gold medal.
You know, I think, you know, we knew she was strong. We knew Cecilia was strong and probably was the favorite, but then again, like the level was so close that it was not like she didn't breeze through it. Like she had a good start, but that mistake there early on just that mistake for Cecilia really just a heartbreaking situation for Søren. So I think I'm just going through my mind here right now. We've had so many races over the years where exactly this scenario has happened, where the favorite suddenly finds themselves struggling. A newcomer might be making it through, getting some better waves. But that's, in my opinion, that's why we do technical racing, because there is the opportunity of turning everything upside down. So yeah, the technical race should be called the emotional roller coaster race.
It certainly is, as we can see number 40 running up, Annabelle Rivera of Puerto Rico, only 13 years old, a young junior with many years ahead of her to establish her name within this scene. And it's been incredible to see her journey of paddling specifically to strengthen the injury that she has in that left shoulder, and it's turned her into one of the world's strongest junior paddlers as she's finishing out in that 7th place position overall with a strong race up the beach.
Yeah, Annabella Rivera there being embraced by her teammates, as we see, I believe, Rinka right here from Team Japan on her infinity board, collapsing after that run. Wow, that is a long run right now.
And a great race from Okinawa's Rinka as we see our 9th and 10th place competitors. It will be France and Germany that cross the finish line. Julia Risseau from France, just 13 years old, the U15 French champion in that 9th place position. And Germany's Scotty Lungbein, 17 years old, finishing off that race in the top 10. And there we have our final official results.
Yeah, so from the top, Cecilia winning this race with that comeback at the end. Søren Preston in 2nd place. Great job by Søren, definitely just putting on a great race today. Ultimately coming up a little bit short. Elene fighting hard for Team Spain in 3rd place. Rebecca Klutz getting that copper medal for Team Brazil. The athlete I was really impressed by was Csillag here from Hungary in 5th place. Great race by her, navigating some waves that I know is not her strong side. We got Katrin from Denmark, having some great surf as well. She'll be happy with the 6th place. Annabella Rivera in 7th, Rinka in 8th, and Julia Risseau from France. Unfortunately, a little bit anonymous in this final. I know she's a young paddler, and it was an investment in the future by the French team, bringing her here, giving her experience. So I think all in all, she'll leave here with a lot of great experience. Her coaches will debrief her, and she'll learn a lot. And Scotty Langbein, long legs is what Langbein means in German. You need some long legs today running. I'm going to call this the longest beach run in the history of stand-up paddling. As we see this was a beautiful drone shot here of the beach at low tide. The low tide is kind of bottoming out now, as we'll see it, fill in later today.
Well, with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with our 2023 SUP Under 18 Women's Technical Final winner, the gold medalist,
all right, here we are with our 2023 World Champion for the Tech Girls, representing Team Italy, Cecilia Pampinella. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. I'm very, very happy because I'm World Champion, and it was a very hard race. I was in front, but then I fall, and Søren passed in front. But in the final, I took a wave, and I was in 1st position, so I'm very happy. I want to thank all my sponsors, Wallet Fins and Mistral, but also all my team that support me in all this year and also in this race. And thank you so much.
So I wanted to ask about the wave riding part, because it was the last lap that you had a very good timing, you got a great wave, you were able to pass. And for the wave riding, is it just the lucky timing? Or is it you actually planning to control your speed and wait for the wave?
No, I did a mistake because maybe it was better to catch the wave. But I saw that it was too rapid and it was difficult. But it wasn't my mistake, and next time I know what to do.
Well, now you have 2 gold medals. You've been supping for 5 years. Do you remember your first time on a SUP, and what was the first feeling that got you so excited to keep supping?
The first time in the SUP was with my brother Tommaso Pampinella, and I want to thank him for all the support, but for all these 5 years. that he was near to me, and I want to thank him.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on another gold medal here with ISA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, a huge congratulations to Cecilia Pompanella. An incredible race, walking away with the second gold medal and getting, you know, that early start in her life on a stand-up paddleboard alongside of her brother for a full family affair.
Yeah, I used to race with Tommaso, her brother. You know, definitely it's a family affair with the Pampinella family. Actually, I saw Cecilia's dad the other day. He pulled me aside after the opening ceremony, and he wanted to show me a picture of Cecilia back in 2017 when I was racing. No, that was 2018 actually, when I was racing in Sardinia, and she was a tiny girl back then. So it's just beautiful to see the transformation into a world-class athlete that has happened.
Well, incredible. Now she joins the conversation along with Jade Howson from the USA, who took out those back-to-back junior gold medals from the very first, events running from 2018 and 2019. Now Cecilia for 2022 and 2023. Well, let's take a look at the recap from our under 18 girls final here for the SUP technical race. Was off to a strong start for Cecilia.
Yeah, Cecilia on the left there, getting a really nice start. Actually, Katrine Bergman from Denmark also getting a nice start initially. So yeah, Cecilia just making it through the waves as part of the field, really got held back right there. That's textbook start right there from Cecilia. She made it out front. Søren Preston, close by as well on that red SIC board. And and as we see from Spain, Elena also getting a really nice start. Cecilia first to the golden buoy. I think that was a deciding factor for her. She wanted to get there so she could control the race. And at this point, it looked like Cecilia was just going to move away, charge away. But at this first inside buoy, she fell. She was off screen here, as we could see Søren making that really nice turn. Actually, the board of Elena kind of just going a little bit too far into the beach.
That's right. If that board hadn't gotten away from Elena, we could have seen her, really nice and tight with Søren. But this is where Søren started to get that breakaway opportunity. She put herself into that leading position and held on to it for those next 2 laps.
This is where the race swung in Søren's favor. Søren punched through. Look right here, Søren on the red board just makes it over this wave. The other athletes don't. Cecilia going down at that point. Elena also taking a plunge over on the right side of the screen. You can see Søren, she just broke away at this point where she got that 50, 100 meter lead. Yeah, here again, she's in the lead, catching a wave away from the field.
That's right, and rounding that, she just looked so composed. She looked like she was really in the moment, was feeling happy and excited as we saw Cecilia kind of struggling as she came around that the finish of that first lap and heading into that second lap. And this is where we saw the strength of Søren really rise to the occasion to keep herself in that leading position.
Yeah, Søren looking very composed, very strong as she went around the buoys. Someone that probably wasn't in that moment or, wasn't enjoying those moments was Cecilia Pampinella. So Søren looking like she had this race under control going into the third lap here. Cecilia almost looking like she was giving up paddling there at the end. This wave here being the defining moment of this final with Cecilia Pampinella catching the wave all the way to the beach, catching back up to Søren. And, at this point, the race opened up and even went into Cecilia's favor as Søren, went down in the whitewater there. Cecilia going from a 100-meter deficit to suddenly leading with over 100 meters.
Yeah, that was just an incredible moment for our eventual gold medalist. Søren looking like she needed, a lot of ground to try and catch up to. And that inside short break just worked against her, and it allowed for Cecilia to just get that extra advantage as she finished off on the inside and crossed the finish line as the 2023 under 18 girls world champion.
Yeah, and if there's any line of words you can connect to describe this race, it is never give up. That element of never giving up really came into play for both girls. At times they were both struggling, and Cecilia, just catching that wave at the end that goes to show that even at the last minute, the tables can turn. And that's why I love technical racing. That's why we love technical racing. That's probably why a lot of you love watching technical racing when it's a well-executed format. So yeah, just once again, congrats to Cecilia for another gold medal.
Taking out that gold medal, Søren Preston with the silver, Aline Chebiera from Spain in that bronze medal position, and Rebecca Klotz with the copper medal. So those top 4 contenders walking away with ISA medals, and they'll be putting their name among the greats of the sport. The rest of the pack did an incredible job. There we can see those time cards as Cecilia finished off with 34 minutes, 54 seconds And we've got so much more that's going to be coming up throughout the day. So this has rounded out our under 18s finals for both the boys and the girls SUP technical. Coming up next, we have our paddleboard technical race, the prone race for the open men and the open women. That's going to be very exciting. They're all going to be down on the beach getting that briefing from our race master, Anthony Vella, and we're going to be able to call that action shortly.
Yeah, we'll be back and looking forward to some legendary prone racing. It's historical. It goes deep in the roots of any paddling culture. So, yeah, looking forward to that.
The men's race will be up first. Women will be up second. Following that, it will be our SUP technical finals that we had the semis for yesterday. And we'll be back with more action. Exciting day of finals to come up. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, c'est encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Day 4 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the Sable d'Olonne in France, 2023. Today we saw the SUP technical men and women take to the water for the semi-finals.
We are off for.
Competitors did 3 laps of a 5-kilometer course, rounding 6 buoy turns.
hat, making it around his flag. He's got his NSP board right there.
He across the line, gives the bow.
Coming in, I already was counting a little bit, and I knew I just had to give everything I had. Like the dismount was still pretty deep, but then just like, I don't know, like duck's legs, go for it, till drop to the ground.
White water behind it. And she can't do it.
Look at such good control.
Rika goes down.
J'espère avoir la médaille d'or en France parce que c'est à la maison, mais on verra demain. Aujourd'hui, ça met en confiance.
Wraps up today's action. Tomorrow we will see the men and women's finals of the SUP technical race alongside the junior boys and girls and the prone paddleboarding.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
And welcome back to the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. That is a stand-up paddler, Bo.
It is, Drew.
I'm just telling you. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen. There's a beautiful shot of the lighthouse, courtesy of Action Sports Productions. Jay and the team bringing you all of the absolutely incredible shots. We've been talking about the weather already here in France. Last week, rainy. I packed my boots. I packed my rain gear. I packed my slickers. We haven't had to use any of it. It's short sleeves and short weather out.
It's been a beautiful week for the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championship. It's just been hot on the beach, hot action in the water as well. We're coming up now with the men's final of the prone paddleboarding. Drew, what are you looking forward to in this one?
Well, you know, the prone paddleboard, it's fun to watch. These guys will jump on the back, especially through the surf. It gets really exciting. They know how to control these things. They're going to utilize the side draft. You'll see a lot of side drafting, which is very unique in prone paddleboarding. But also, I mean, a lot of these guys cross over as lifeguards. These are some of the top lifeguards in the world you're going to see today. Take us through the conditions as of now. Things starting to flood tide building in here, Bo, which is going to change conditions dramatically.
Yeah, incoming tide at the moment. You can see high tide at it says 5:17 a.m. It's actually about 4:30 in the afternoon. So we're going to be seeing that tide coming in just past that low tide at the moment. It is just past 12 o'clock midday here on the Atlantic coast of France. That wind is it's been a little bit stronger than before earlier in the day, but that harbour wall in the background of that shot you can see there really coming into play because it's keeping the conditions really nice. We're kind of tucked up in the northern end of the beach here. You can see everyone down there on the beach getting ready for the start of the prone men's final of the paddleboard, and nice waves rolling in too.
Definitely. Grand Plage Beach did not disappoint. We talked about it yesterday. Who knew this was here? And now that we know it's here, it's not going to be hidden for long. We're all going to be out here surfing as often as we can. Live shots from ISAsurf.org. And I'll tell you what, some exciting technical racing, both in the juniors, boys, and women's.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stacked junior field. We're going to be seeing these competitors in the years to come. Taking up against the best in the world in the SUP technical. But we do see some of these paddlers also paddling distance races and the sprints coming up as well. That's going to be all the action on the weekend here in France.
Yep, like Bo mentioned, we're getting into the prone paddleboard. So coming up, if you're taking a look at your schedule at isa.org, we have the prone paddleboard technical men's final coming up. That's going to be the medal round. Then we're going to go to the girls. The girls will be immediately following this. And then we finish things out this afternoon at 1 p.m. with the SUP technical men's final, followed by the women's finals. So 4 more great events here to come in France.
That's right. And if you want to join us, you can take a look at isasurf.org or the live webcast there. You can check out everybody competing, take a look at the teams, who's competing for which country, and also make sure to follow ISA on the social media channels.
Lots of comments. Give us the comments, ladies and gentlemen. Let us feed us.
The other lifeguards out there.
Feed them to us. We would like to hear the comments. And there's your race director, Anthony Vela, live shot, giving a race briefing for all of our prone paddlers. He's probably talking about the course. It's a butterfly course, same as we saw in the SUP technical.
Yeah, that's right. So same course out there today, 3 laps. You're going to be going in and out through the surf, 6 turns.
The other is going to be a flag.
Get a little bit of audio at the beach too.
Yeah, going over that race briefing. Now we're coming to the booth here. We got Bo Nixon, Drew with you, calling all the action live here. And I'll tell you what, we talked about France not disappointing. We got to get out and surf a little bit the other day. The surf here is absolutely just amazing.
It's so nice. You've got this kind of big beach. You've got a little bit protected corner up here in the northern corner. The water temperature is amazing too. I mean, just after summer coming into their winter now, and it's beautiful. You can go in shorts.
Yeah, it didn't disappoint. Now we're at a whole different venue for the SUP technical and sprint racing than we were for the SUP surf, which was about 2 miles or 3 miles down at Tanchette Beach, down to the south of where we're at today. So very logistically challenged for a lot of our action sports production staff.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the ISA making the best of the conditions on offer here. The Tanchette Beach down the road, best waves for surfing, a little bit bigger, bit of a steeper face. But now we've got the best conditions for the technical racing.
Best surf we've had in ISA SUP paddleboarding surfing for the longest time. I have to say that right now. Anthony Vela, there he is, your race director, getting ready to get him underway. And we're just minutes away from getting this pro paddleboard men's final. Now, this is the medal round, Bo.
It is, yes. First place in this final. We'll take the gold medal for this year. Prone men paddleboarding. We'll see the silver take second, bronze third, and the copper medal for fourth place. So all of these athletes, it's a stacked field.
Come straight in. You don't need to. The flag is not.
So let's tune in here and see what Anthony's telling our athletes.
On anything we've gone over. Okay, let's get the men to the line. The women, we're gonna pick lanes as well. So please stay here, just behind the men, so that we can get you guys going right after. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, there it is. Good luck, have fun. That's what it's all about. They're picking lanes right now based upon their team's standing in this final because there was not any qualifying. So based upon how their teams finished in the 2022 ISA World Championships is how they'll pick lane choice. You saw a nice brief shot there of, that's the Italian rider coming out you from Cornelia Ragatti from Italy. So she's going to be one of the top paddlers coming up in the next heat for the ladies. But this heat is all about the men's, and boy, there's some talent here.
Oh, there certainly is. We have the 2019 gold medalist in Julien Martin-Corena from France, so hometown hero. He's going to be out here representing his country. We also got the Haribe from Japan, not going to be missed in this final either. Max Torres. We're going to talk about him in a little bit later, but let's take a look at the lineup we do have. We have, like I said, Julien from France. We have Carlos Alonso from Spain, Donald Morol from the USA, Takahiro Haribe from Japan, Jade Sao Pedro from Brazil. We have Andrea Niciarelli from Italy, Max Torres from Puerto Rico. We saw him in the SUP surfing earlier in the week. Andrew Bayat from England, Cristobal Risque from Venezuela, Bastien Janop from the Netherlands, and Omidali Soltani from Iran.
There is your lineup. So we're going to go straight to the gold medal, or straight to the medal rounds. We're going to give away the gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals in this prone. And we're talking about Max Torres. He just won the SUP surfing, as you mentioned, and he said he's been using prone paddleboarding as training and fitness for his surfing. And I'll tell you, it really showed.
Yeah, that's really interesting because you would have think maybe coming from a SUP athlete, you would have been training on a stand-up paddleboard, but Max training on the prone paddleboard, which is good. I think he's got a really solid surfing background as well, so those arms are not going to fail him today.
And there is the Bark prone paddleboards by my good friend Jack Bark back home in California. Everybody seems to be using them. They haven't changed design. I mean, go with what works. It's worked forever, and it's still working to the day. There's a shot of Max Torres. There's his dad, Ray, right behind him. Roy, nice to see you. He's super stoked we won that title. He'll grab a drink of water, and we'll see how Max fares here. And he said he felt really good. They actually locked him in his room. They said, you're not leaving until you prepare. Take us through the course here for this tech race, Bo.
So all of these prone paddleboards starting on the beach there. We're going to follow that green line out to the first golden buoy. Left-hand turn there. Going to do a right-hand turn coming back in. That's not in the surf, that buoy there. It's a little bit further out. And then they're going to take another left-hand turn across buoy number 3. But the action heats up on that stretch on your left-hand screen there. Back into the buoy on the beach where the waves are going to come into play. Competitors are going to have to take a left-hand turn around that in the waves, and then it's going to be a very exciting finish.
Yeah, that lower left-hand buoy has been a bear. It's been a killer for a lot of our athletes, but also it's definitely the one to watch there. However, when it comes to prone paddleboards, totally different techniques used. You're going to see him push the board way out in front, hang off the back, almost body surf. So you're going to see him totally taking a different line. They're going to go point A to point B. Try to as quick as tight of a line they can from both buoys and not waste any time, so they'll be in a lot more control. And that will benefit because those waves are just stacked up on buoy 4, just one after another. And so there'll be a little bit more control coming in on the prones.
Yeah, definitely. You can see all of the competitors opting not to have handles on their boards, so they will be picking them up, running around on the sand with them for the beach flag turn. We do actually see Max Torres there with some handles, which is going to benefit him on the waves because he can slide right back on the tail, hold the handles on the board. For other competitors, if they do nosedive, if they do fall off, they're going to have to grab their board like a bear hug.
They bear hug that board. Yeah, we'll be talking about that all the way through. 3 laps, ladies and gentlemen, 5K technical men's prone final. And like you were talking about, Yulin, he's the one to watch out for from France, paddler number 273.
Yeah, Bastien there, holding up the board. He's going to be one to look out for from the Netherlands. Very strong prone paddler. Got a lot of support behind him as well from his home country and from brands supporting him.
And there's a lineup right now. We're under starters orders as they looked like they were getting ready to go. Anthony Vela watching the ocean. And on the starting isn't just a matter of blowing the horn. Anthony's watching the ocean, seeing what the swell's doing, and kind of timing it right to where basically the tide is flooding out. You don't want the wave pulling back because it poses for a lot of problems.
Yeah, it really does. It makes that just a little bit trickier to be able to get out through the waves. We saw a shot of our water cameraman Sean there on screen. He's taken some great shots. Make sure you do go to ISAsurf.org. Check out all the photos and the highlight reels as well from the previous days. As we see the competitors getting ready for a start here, they've got to make sure those toes are on top of the rope. That way they don't cause a trip hazard as they start.
Yulin taking a far right-hand line there. So I wonder, sort of Team France has kind of spaced themselves all the way throughout the lineup here. They haven't really held the one position, Bo.
No, I think it's they're off. They're off from racing. This is the final of the men's prone paddleboarding. As we see Max Torres getting way out in front at the start there into the water.
What a great start.
Yulin as well on the left of screen, getting a great start too.
Yeah, Yulin in that white and sort of lime green board on the far right-hand side, making his way out. Now you're going to see him jump on their knees and almost like dog paddle. They're pulling the most amount of water at this point. They're going to pick up the cadence, and then you'll see them as they come into the buoy turns, they'll drop to their stomach and kind of like overhand swim it around, correct?
Yeah, that's right. You might see them switch every now and then between their prone paddling and on their knees. On your knees, it kind of gives you, that two-handed scoop. As you can see, Julian just take a great lead at the moment.
He's one to watch out for in the starts. I'll tell you, this guy can start. And Max Torres actually had a good start, but it seemed like he kind of stumbled there with going over that last wave.
Yeah, we saw Max. I think he's opting to paddle on his stomach for now. So he's going to stick to what he knows from that surfing background, being on his stomach here. They're all, like you said, Drew, at the beginning of this, they're going to be kind of drafting on the side of each other. So the wash from the side of the board is going to give them a bit more of a wave to be able to, draft a little bit easier.
Yeah, that little bit of drafting, it doesn't seem like much, but it makes a big difference, especially when you start getting into the latter laps. So 3 laps here, live shot from ISAsurf.org. Early into this contest, there is the golden buoy right there. Yulin from France out in front. Everybody else sort of shaking through. There's our judges' buoy right there, making sure there's no interference calls as they make that left-hand shoulder turn around. And this is the first heat of the men's prone paddleboard if you're just joining us. And Bo, pretty fair, even start so far.
It is actually, yeah. Competitors bunched up, maybe a little bit of a leading pack to begin with, and then the kind of a further pack back there. There's probably about a 10-meter gap between the paddlers at the front and then behind as well. We're going to see things change right throughout this race.
And if you look at this shot, this is a great shot right here. They're going towards buoy number 1 right now, the golden buoy. There's a nice little runner there. Those the prones can definitely capture that and actually use that to push them into buoy number 2.
That's right. I think being low to the water as well, the difference between stand-up paddling to the prone is you actually can feel the water. You know what the waves are kind of doing a little bit more than when you're standing up. So these competitors are going to be finding any little bumps they can, catching it with the wind to get down to that buoy turn number 2.
Lifeguards, man, super savvy. They know how to read the water. And there it is. The kickoff still just a little bit away from that golden buoy. And here they come into it. Yulin on his stomach now, going to start making his way around. And talk about the turn here, Bo.
Yeah, so you can see Yulin there using his hand as like a little bit of a rudder and his feet as well. So his back foot's going to be off the board. That's going to be his left foot. It's going to kind of act as a rudder to turn him right around this. You might see some competitors sitting on their boards as well to get a bit of a spin turn. But we do see Yulin there getting back up onto his knees to be able to maybe catch a little bump here. You can see competitor on the left side of him there. We're going to have to get confirmation of who that is right now. But yeah, you can see Yulin making a little bit of a charge to get at the lead.
Yeah, good start there. You saw him come out of that buoy turn. He's on his stomach, comes out of the buoy, jumps straight on his knees, and tries to get a little bit of, get a little sort of like push out of there. And you'll see them start to utilize that technique all the way through. They'll drop to their stomach, and a lot of them still trying to catch those waves. You'll see them on their knees a lot more.
Yeah, that's right. So using those knees to, you can kind of save a bit of energy as well on the knees. You can kind of relax. You can use your body weight as you're paddling, kind of lean forward, and then kind of rock that board a little bit as we see someone trying to jump on a little bump there.
Almost had him.
Yeah, almost.
Almost had him. And Yulin just pretty much stopped paddling. He's like, I'm just going to wait for the wave on this one.
Exactly. See Max Torres on top left of the screen there. He's getting on a little runner there. Trying to catch up to this front pack here.
Now watch Yulin. He's going to lay his right leg off that buoy turn and help drag that board around. And that was a great shot as he caught it. He's a beautiful buoy turn.
Yeah, really nice. Yeah, great technique there as well. You can see him just powering out in front now as we see 3 or 4 competitors trying to fight for that inside, coming around that inside buoy turn there. So this is turn number 2. They're going to be heading out for number 3 and then paddling back in for number 4 through the waves.
Sometimes that inside line is not always the best line, Bo, because what happens is you get rail to rail and you don't have any water to grab.
No, you're wedged in between the competitor and the buoy and you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
You're scratching at boards and feet and arms and everything.
It makes it fun, though. You know, you're talking to your competitors. Now they're going to jump up. They're starting to head back out. That's buoy turn number 2. Now head towards buoy turn number 3. Lap number 1, 3 laps, 5K. Nice little jaunt for our prone paddleboarders here. Getting a look at the lineup as they start to fall out. That is Team France out in front. I'm trying to make out who the rest of those boards are. It looks like Team Japan there in the top 5. And we're just going to kick it on the way through here, though. As soon as they start coming in towards the beach, we'll be able to identify them. But nice little paddle battle here between 3 and 4. And you can see the positioning in the 4th place athlete right now. He's got the tip of that bark just in the mid section of the person on his right, and that's where the draft is.
Yeah, that's right. You can kind of see the weight coming off the back of these paddle boards, and that's where they're going to sit, right next to that board, so they can get a little bit of that kind of wave action from behind, using it to draft. You can see that competitor moving in behind now to kind of get a little bit. We'll see Team Brazil on the beach. They're cheering on Jada São Pedro in this one.
Yeah, that was the young competitor for Brazil, going to be coming up here later on in the women's Elite SUP technical, and now Yulin's free and clear. His buoy turns are absolutely on point here in this contest.
They certainly are. As he's going to try and stroke into a little bit of a bump. You can see here, I think they're just a bit too far out at the moment. That tide coming in now, so really kind of filling in that sandbank out the back. The waves are going to be breaking further into shore. So those paddlers having to paddle quite a distance before getting to the sandbank to be able to catch their waves.
And they come in. Now the chance to find any kind of a wave. This is where you're going to extend your lead. And look at the difference in lines here, Bo. You got Yulin way to the inside right of your screen. The other competitors kind of taking a farther sort of left, south-facing line towards that beach. And we saw that in the stand-up paddle. Seemed to be the beneficial line.
It did. I think the waves are breaking a little bit further across there. There's a bit more of a sandbank. As that swell wraps in around from that harbour wall, the waves are going to be breaking down there, so you can get onto a wave and then surf it left, which is to the right on your screen. And that way you can get a little bit closer, a little bit further in for that buoy turn on the inside. We'll have to see where that buoy turn is actually, because it has been situated in the waves, although with that lower tide, it has been sitting dry on the beach. These paddleboarders might have to pick up their boards and run around. It hasn't had a wave yet coming in here.
Trouble catching those waves right now. The waves aren't standing up. They're just kind of like rollers coming through there. So they're not standing up enough to carry our athletes into buoy turn number 4. You see them just kind of fall off the back, and then they kind of stop their stroke and then wait for that next wave to come.
Yeah, I don't think there has been a proper set that comes through yet, which means, you know, a good set of waves, bigger waves are going to break. But we do see some paddlers here trying to get on top. This is where you can really make a break for it. And it looks like our competitor in that first position, Julien, is going to
look at how comfortable
right out
he is on the wave.
Yeah.
Super comfortable, just going to cruise it in, drop to his stomach. Now, this is what we're talking about right here, Bo. He's going to drop, push that board way out front, put as much of his body surface area in the water just to kind of slow him down into that buoy turn, not risk any kind of air.
Yeah, that's right. You can see you've got some handles on the board as well to hang on to the board. Great technique there. So you can see him stopping, getting off the board, using his legs as a bit of a break, and that stops him just before the buoy turn, and then that way he's able to spin around very quickly and get back out the back while there's no wave. So perfect timing there.
Yeah, we got Carlos Alonso from Spain. We just identified him on the inside. He's going to drag, bops the buoy, goes sideways, basically puts his feet down. He's like, I'm just going to step this one out. So he'll push his way around the outside. And now looking for third place, I believe that could be Team Brazil. We'll get an identify on there as they make their way back out. But this is pretty treacherous section here, Bo.
It really is, yeah. So getting right in that kind of wave, actually see a set breaking out the back here for one of our competitors. So this is going to enable them to be able to really get a bit further. Oh, but just coming unstuck. Oh, a bit of a barrel roll on that one. So competitors trying to hit the brakes before they get to that buoy because they don't want to miss it. If they get too far in, they've got to run right out through these waves.
You see the ones going out, they're just pushing right through the bottom. They're just frogging that baby, getting underneath it. But, yeah, getting rolled up into that buoy. One thing about it, though, it's a lot easier to barrel roll on a prone board than it is on a stand-up board.
That's it. Totally is, because you're able to bear hug that board, maybe drag it back through the wave. As we are starting to get some of the updates coming through, it does look like our Japanese competitor, Takahiro Uribe, is in that third position. And then we have, I'm saying that's Andrew from England in fourth position as well. So first is Marta Corena from France. And then we have second is Carlos Alonso from Spain. Third place from Japan, and fourth, England.
Yeah, nice little turnout here. And a pretty good heat right now, 9:26 on the prone boards with one buoy turn to go. So pretty good pace so far. These athletes aren't holding anything back. And you're seeing really pull a lot of water here. We'll see as we go through the next upcoming laps. This is just heat 1. We get into lap 2, lap 3. They're going to learn the water a little bit better. You'll see those times start to shave time.
Yeah,
shave
totally.
Seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And coming from that lifeguard background, these guys are training every year, all the time. To be a lifeguard, you have to be able to do this in a certain amount of time. You have to be able to do beach runs as well. So it's going to all come into play toward the end of this race.
And there's Alonso to the right. Haribe to the left. His wife is going to be coming up in the next heat for Team Japan. And oh man, if they could get just a little bump to give them just a little help as Yulin start to run away with this, and they just missed that far one. There is the French flag flying. Big French win earlier today. That's Justine Dupont, the SUP surfer, taking home a medal here in France, in her home country. And Yulin's going to jump on his knees, ride it on in. And he's just so comfortable on there. I mean, he just glides all the way to the beach. He'll make that buoy turn on 6 and make his way back out for lap number 2, Bo.
That's right, but what's exciting is what's happening behind him. A couple of waves coming in, so our competitor's getting more bunched up in that second, third, and fourth position. As we see our competitor in France, and that is Marta Corena.
Looks like Team Japan kind of fell off the backside there, now fighting it out for third and fourth. And Carlos Alonso still holding on that second position, but we got a 3-wide race going into the foot.
That's right, Japan in the mix as well. Team England there
So Alonso goes across. England in third right now, Andrew Bayet, followed by Team Japan, Haribe, sitting in that fourth place position as they start making their way back out.
Yeah, you see a little bit of a break in the waves there. So really, really good timing from these competitors to be able to get back out. To get through. Oh, no, we just saw Team England go over.
England just got wiped out there. Whole different world, though, in prone paddleboarding. You go under with a wave, you just flip back over, and just keep paddling.
That's it. There's Max Torres there on screen, paddling out through. All competitors mandatory to wear a leash. So you will see all these competitors wearing a leash or leg rope.
And that's a very unique thing. You know, most prone races, they're not required to use leash because how the law reads, at least in the U.S., is if you have a paddle, you have to use a leash. But this is actually a totally different thing. So most races, they do not see the leash. And the leash has played a factor in some of our athletes as they made their beach run.
Yeah, it really has.
Paddler number 105, that is Jair San Pedro from Brazil coming in and riding in nicely on the orange bark. Going to come around the edge. 12 minutes, 15 seconds in this heat number 1, the medal heat, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final for the men's prone technical. And a nice shot there, but look at the lead by Yulin right now.
Yeah, he's got a great lead ahead of Carlos there from Spain. So he's going to be looking to capitalize on that, get a little bit further ahead, especially coming into the next buoy turn. He's going to find those bumps as well. This looks like Bastian on screen from the Netherlands, paddling out through here.
And right now, Team Japan, Haribe, sitting on that bubble spot, still in contention for that copper medal. He's the one you got to watch. Remember, we're only giving medals to gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Yeah, that's right. So top 4 will be on the podium. Come closing ceremony being on Sunday here in France.
Hard to believe it's almost time.
I know.
I was just getting used to it. Max Torres in that bubble spot for Team Puerto Rico, currently sitting in that 5th spot. And there's a look at the beach. Everybody on looking. We're in lap number 2 at 13 minutes and 20 seconds. And I'll tell you, Yulin, he has a little bit of a gap there, but that's definitely not enough to go from buoy turn to 4. If someone catches the right set wave, they can close that gap really quickly.
Yeah, very, very quick, as we saw coming into the beach just before. You know, Carlos in 3rd, and then in 2nd, sorry. Then we have, you know, Japanese Haribe in that number 3 position. And then, obviously, Andrew as well from England. They all caught a wave and caught up to Yulin. So it can all change very quickly. It seems like Yulin has such great strength on these straights, though, and was able to read the ocean a bit better, get out through the waves a lot easier, and then he's going to have a nice downwind section here.
Yeah, he loves this. This is this kind of paddling. And here comes Alonso around the buoy turn, and now 3rd and 4th. That's Haribe and Bayet now battling it out for that 3rd and 4th position. He just decides to take the buoy on the shoulder. It's like, get out of my way, man. I'm going tight.
Nice. Yeah, I see a Japanese competitor there now down into 4th position. We have England in 3rd and Carlos from Spain in 2nd place.
Yeah.
Max Torres in 5th.
As they come in and out here, he's going to go in, make a right-hand shoulder turn, head back out. But I'll tell you, Yulin, the one to beat here, now extending his lead even further. He turned on the jets out of that buoy turn number 2.
Yeah, and as you've been saying all race, Drew, he's just got such great technique. You watch him around this buoy, he's going to stick that right leg in the water. So he's going to put it in. You can see here it's down in the water right now, using it as a rudder. Left leg up. He's going to put it back up on the board. That's going to give him that speed to go back on the knees and using those double arm paddles.
So when you're at that point, when you're coming around buoy turn number 2, you're going back out, you're trying to stretch that lead.
Definitely.
That's the critical zone. You want to stretch that lead so you have the first shot at that wave coming out of buoy turn number 3.
Totally. But also as well, you want to try and extend that distance, because if there aren't any waves coming through, you want to be able to make sure you have, you know, a great gap coming into the beach, because the waves could easily pick up number 2, 3, and 4.
Nice tight turn there by Alonso from Spain. Here comes Bayet, nice and tight there as well. He uses a totally different technique. He doesn't even use his legs. You just see him in the overhand stroke bringing it around. And there's our Japanese rider, Haribe, Takahiro Haribe for Team Japan, who competes highly competitive in Japan, has won multiple titles over there, and he's one of the elders here at the ISA.
That's right. His wife will be competing.
Yeah, the next heat.
Yep.
Yeah. Good family affair, and that's what's cool about the ISA World Championships is, like we saw with the Taryn and Tom King, it's a family affair out here. The whole family's out here. The kids are running around. Everybody's having a good time competing at the highest level, and we're seeing it here in the Prone Paddleboard Series as well. 16:04 in lap number 2, if you're just joining us. And coming up next will be the women's prone technical. And now they're starting to stretch out a little bit. We saw the draft train really working in that first lap. Now they're starting to stretch it out. They got about 6 or 8 board lanes there, and so now it's just a grind.
Yeah, that's totally true. That's competitors number 2, 3, and 4 there. We have Yulen in the top left of the screen, just going around buoy number 3 there. So he's going to be coming in. They're on their second lap at the moment, but I think after that first lap, a lot of wave action. It's really spread out the field. We're going to be hopefully seeing, those competitors in 5 and 6. We've got
Look
the
up
big,
top
yeah,
there.
You go.
Oh, man, it's breaking out the back again.
Very good indicator as well that there is a set on the way. So maybe these competitors looking, okay, there's a wave breaking out there. Maybe it's going to be about 1.5 minutes. I think it's going to reach that buoy, and then coming in. Looks like there might be a line as well just in front of that. So we'll see if Yulen can pick up a little wave here that's going to extend his lead.
Critical section here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. If they can get around, the wave's starting to build behind. Coming out of buoy turn number 3. Let's see if they can get on it, because Yulen's in no man's land right now. Nothing there to help Yulen. But we'll see if anything's going to help 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Alonso looking out the back, seeing if there's any kind of help. Haribe also looking out the back. You see them on their knees, waiting just for that little wave to stand up, giving them any kind of help. And Yulen will catch this little bump on the bottom right of your screen. Oh, he fell off.
Trying to get on that one. Might be a little one behind him as well. Doesn't look like there's much else coming through because, like I said, it takes about a minute, or just over a minute for those waves on the reef outside to reach those back buoys. So we will see competitors in the back of the field, maybe even sneak up toward that, that medal position.
Yeah, 3rd place there. Bayet actually got a little help. But now Yulen just stuck in no man's land, going nowhere. He's going to jump on his knees and have to pull water to get any kind of speed because he's almost getting sucked back out. As the shallow conditions here really have a lot of water undulation, they can actually make you almost go backwards.
That's so true, especially with the tide changing as well. We've got a little bit of wind as the competitors go further south too, so they're going to be trying to catch on any little bump. Looks like some sets come rolling in out the back. This might shake things up.
Oh, this could shake things up big time. Oh, that was number 4. That's Haribe falling off the back. Let's see. Can Andrew Bayet catch this one? No. It's going to pass him by away. So let's go to 2nd place. Carlos Alonso from Spain. He's going to miss it. But now Yulen's going to be able to catch this one standing up. Look at this.
Going to try and get it. Looks like he's going to fall off the back of this one.
He's got it.
Out the back. We have action out the back. We've got a wave out there. With that is Haribe on a wave. We also have Carlos on the left side as well. Andrew Bayet looks like he missed it from England.
He didn't prepare for it. He didn't feel it coming. It was almost like it caught him unsurprised. But this is going to close the gap here. Here's Haribe. Alonso coming in the buoy, and Yulen falls off. This is going to close the gap. Look at the angle right now by Haribe on the inside. Boom!
Great. Oh, what a great strategy there. Perfect.
So now they're all balled up. Yulen's got to kick it in gear here. And that's going to allow Haribe on the outside right behind Yulen. Yulen almost loses it again.
Bayet's come in way too far. Get off that wave.
Yeah.
Get back out.
He's going the wrong way.
Yeah. Oh,
it's too early for refreshments there.
But this white one of these waves, this was that set that we saw break way out the back, Drew. So coming in now, coming into play with these competitors, Julen's going to try and extend that lead again. He's great on the flat water. We saw him really get ahead of his competitors there, but these waves have brought them all close together.
Yeah, this wave going to definitely change up the situation. Up and over the top. Oh, bust through it. That is Team Japan rolling around. And he'll have to jump back on, but Yulen handled that perfectly. That bark board hit the skyline and able to drop it back down. But Team Japan, even with the fall, does not lose a lot of position. But Yulen from France definitely lost the most.
Yeah,
that's what that wave can do.
Yeah, totally. That's how things change, and that's what we love about watching these technical races. You've got to go in and out through the waves. They need it all. They need the stamina to be able to paddle a 5-kilometer distance, but also need the wave skills as well. Go in and out through the surf, as we're seeing Carlos catching up to Yulen there. We also see Andrew Bayet at the bottom of the screen from England, taking the inside line. He surfed really far in, so maybe a little bit of strategy.
He surfed really far in. I mean, he had to be like 20 meters in. Maybe that's the best way to turn it. But look at the inside line there. I mean, he's going from point A to point B. If he would have tightened that up a little bit, he may have closed the gap and been on Yulen's fin box right now.
True, but maybe he saw that it was actually a shorter distance to paddle straight out to the buoy rather than on that diagonal track, which all these competitors are doing. So that's why he surfed in a little bit further. And hopefully that might come into play on the last lap. So this is the second lap of the final race for the men's prone paddleboarding. The winner will take the gold medal.
Haribe now getting around clean, currently sitting in that second position. Wave starting to push through. Yulin from France holding on. Like Bo said, this is the completion of lap number 2. And now look at this. Bayet back in contention in that 4th place position. But if you look back in the back, that is 5th. That's Max Torres from Puerto Rico. Way out of contention it now. He needs a big break if he's going to get on the podium.
Yeah, but we saw these competitors probably have the same distance between 5th and 1st and still get a wave. As we are watching, looks like Carlos is going to catch up to Julen here. So there we go. Carlos Alonso from Spain, Julen Marticorena from France on these wave going into the last lap.
This is great. Side by side coming in your living room. Julen on your right, Carlos on your left, Haribe right out the backside. Julen jumps off a little early, going to frog hop around. Gain a little bit of extra speed. Now he's going to jump back to his own. Interesting strategy there. He'll make a way. This is the final lap, Bo. This is it. This is for the gold, bronze, silver, and copper. Team France, huge roaring round of applause. They're all gathered on the top deck here, screaming, cheering them on. And look at this. Haribe and Bayet now neck and neck, going for 3rd and 4th.
That's right. It's going to be interesting to see how they go on the beach run. If they're going to sprint it, they're just going to take it pretty easy. You've got to conserve their energy. They've still got another 1.5 kilometers to go now for their final lap.
This is fantastic. Now, when you get in this point, it's basically head-to-head. It's just an all-out sprint this last lap.
Totally is. You got to go hard on this lap, or you're not going to do it well. We saw in the last race of the junior women's SUP technical, we saw in the very last lap, Soren Preston was in the lead, and then Cecilia Pampinea, she actually got ahead of Soren because of the waves. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one finishes up.
Changing situation here now. Looks like Andrew Bayet able to extend his lead in front of Haribe by about 6 or 8 board lengths, but the paddle battle continues out in front. Team Spain, Team France, just side by side, bouncing and over the tops of these out to that, again, that golden buoy turn at 23 minutes, 15 seconds. So great heat times, or lap times, for this event as well.
Yeah, it really is. They need to give it their all. This is the final, and these are the best paddlers in the world as well. We've had dominance back in the early days from Australia, USA, pro and paddleboarders. You know, Jamie Mitchell, big name in the pro and paddleboarding coming out of Australia. He's won the Molokai to Oahu 10 times in a row. He's done it on paddleboard as well. It's yeah, a lot of history steeped in the lifeguard and pro and paddleboarding history of Australia.
Australia owned the event.
Yeah.
Hands down, just owned the event. Whenever they showed up, you just pack your gear and go home. I mean, that's just how it worked, you know.
Jordan Mercer, Harriet Brown, yeah, some fantastic pro and paddlers coming out of Australia.
Lucky Lansdowne.
That's right.
You know, you had them all.
Reese Burrows.
Harry.
Yeah.
You had Harry out there. I mean, multiple ISA medalists from Team Australia in that. And now Julen starts to break out in front. Now we'll see what happens here.
That was interesting, Drew, because Julen was taking it easy with Carlos paddling out. But you can see Julen now really wanting to put the pressure on. He wants to get ahead. He maybe sees third and fourth position catching up as well. He wants to extend that lead, try and get that gap like he had on lap number 2.
Look at the cadence, though, for Carlos. Carlos has taken about a half stroke less than Julen. He's letting Julen pull him along here. So that could have been good strategy by the Spaniard, just to jump on the back and actually act in tow here. You can see what I'm talking about.
Save a bit of energy. So this is what we call drafting. The competitor behind the competitor in front is going to get a little bit less energy expenditure as they're paddling. So they're going to be, resting their arms a little bit. We might even see them swap as they go back in on this next one. But I feel like in this little tiny bumpy downwind section that there's going to be a little bit of space between the two of them.
Let's watch the buoy turn by the Frenchman Julen. Drops the leg in the water. Look at how he just carves that thing around. The Spaniard right up behind him, tip to tail. And look at Julen accelerate out of that buoy turn.
Totally, just got a lot of speed from out of that buoy turn. You can see Carlos there trying to stay right behind Julen, but couldn't quite do it. He's got a little bump here to catch up to him, though. So he's right back behind him.
We talked about this being the critical section from 1 to 2. Those little runners have been just giving these athletes just all the help they can get. And now you see this sort of undulating fashion. You're seeing them just kind of swap waves, push into each other all the way back. Third and fourth now falling off about 8 or 9 board lengths. And Julen going to take a little break there, blow his nose. And that's going to push the Spaniard right behind him, Bo.
Yeah, you could see the kind of technique there from our pro and paddleboarders. The board bobbing up and down in the water. They're pushing hard as they're leaning forward to really dig deep. push that board into the water. And as they pull through, that board really shoots out with a lot of speed. It gets out of the water, up on a plane, and it's been able to hold that speed. And that's where we saw Yulen really get in front of that buoy turn from Carlos.
Yeah, a little change in the situation here. Our apologies. Read the buoy number wrong. It looks like we just got some information. It is Andre Bayet in that second position. I'll have to confirm that with our camera angle here if we can get in there. But this is a great paddle battle between 1 and 2, and now they're just leaving the rest of the field in the dust.
Yeah, totally. A lot of people behind there. 3rd and 4th, 5th position. You can see back on screen there, but top 2 paddlers are well out in front at the moment.
Great start here. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen, in this men's final medal round. And we're going straight to the podiums here. This is the final, no qualifying. And now look at the lead, 1st and 2nd. And this is it. Buoy turn number 3, you're going to see him start to charge. Maybe Yulen will put a little bit of pressure on him, trying to extend that lead, see if he can catch a wave. But I'll tell you, I love this buoy turn 3 and 4. This course is almost set up perfectly.
Yeah, you can just see on the screen there that buoy turn in on the waves there. There's waves crashing on top of that. So going to be a little bit of a lull. I'm taking a look out the window now. I can't see anything of significance breaking on the reef. So hopefully we'll see something come through for these competitors to get a little wave coming in. But I think what's really going to change up the situation is if we do see a wave for competitors in that 3rd and 4th place.
As they come around, Lots and Max Torres is in 5th right now for Team Puerto Rico, falling off even further. And there's the wide shot coming around that inside buoy. And they'll start making their way out. So look at the conditions out there. Little choppy, a little washing machiney. It's not as bad as we've seen earlier in the week. I mean, this is totally manageable and making for fun prone racing.
Yeah, it really is. The conditions are perfect out there for all these technical races that we are watching today, from the juniors to the prone to the stand-up paddling as well. So absolutely perfect for them to be able to go out.
And there's Yulen coming back around in tow, feet in the air. Team Spain charging through. You're going to see him disappear back and forth here. Spain falling off the pace just a little bit. Yulen knows he has to put the pressure on him here, because if they go in side by side, it looks like Team Spain got the inside line. So we'll see if Carlos is going to play a little cat and mouse game with Yulen here, sort of fall into the back, look for that wave to push him through.
Yeah, that's right. So it looks like maybe a couple of bumps behind them. We're about to see, we do have a competitor there. The bottom right of screen there, just finishing up their 2nd lap, so they'll be going into lap number 3 very shortly. We'll stick with the race leaders at the moment. Remember, this is for the gold medal. Crown gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Yeah, baby. Coming up next will be the women's prone technical, and then we're going to get the men's and women's stand-up technical finals coming up at 1 o'clock here, our time. Current time here in France, 12:42. And getting a little choppy. You see him just kind of looking around for any kind of help here.
That's right. They just need to have a little break. I think they've been paddling for a long time now, expending a lot of energy. Like I said, on their last lap, they need to give it all they have to be able to get out in front and secure that 1st place. We do see it's gone flat. Pretty flat for them.
Flat. Yeah. This is a grinder right here. When the ocean goes flat, you know you're just going to have to pull. You start sweating, you start overheating, and everything feels like it's working against you.
That's so true, and this is where things can all change on a technical course like this. You might have to be paddling back out through the waves, which is going to change things up as well. But the surf has gone flat. Looks like that incoming tide is playing a factor in the consistency of the waves. So throughout the afternoon, we're going to see the tide come in, the sandbanks get deeper, the waves start to disappear, as Julian here out in front.
And he's pointing out to the ocean like, give me something. And now he's just going to wait for it. Almost come to a complete standstill. Oh, look at this. We're going to have a little bit of a battle. You're looking to try to capture this.
He's going to get on top of this one. He's going to get in front of this one. So he's got a wave. He's going to extend that lead for a little bit now. He's going to be happy with that.
Oh, 2nd place had the chance to close the gap. And Yulen perfectly places it right into the buoy turn, almost like hit the air brake.
Yeah, perfect. And perfect from our number 2 as well.
And carving around now, that's 2nd place. So there we go. Back out in reverse, 1st, 2nd. Last buoy turn to go for the gold medal.
Things are heating up right here. We have our English rider in number 2.
Yeah, better shot there, though. That is Andrew Bayet. We've been calling it wrong for a little bit there. Sorry about that. Angles were kind of bad, but by it, give him credit, coming back from 5th to 2nd.
Yeah, fantastic to see him getting right up into the kind of medal conversation. We're going to see these competitors come through. Is going to take a look at 3rd place at the moment.
That's Carlos Alonso from Spain, currently sitting in that 3rd place position and riding this wave nicely. You see him put the hands in the water. He's just kind of directing himself in. He'll fall off the back, roll it right around. Beautifully done there by the Spaniard. But Yulin now starting to turn on the gas. Look at the wake off the back of that board.
Yeah, fantastic there. Paddling from Julian. He's going to round this next buoy turn, and that's going to be the last one.
That's
for
it.
Julian. So they're going to be heading into the beach for a shorter beach run than we have seen today. That tide coming in, but they will need to run up the beach. This is, you have to give it your all right here, Drew.
And that's 4th place right there.
That is our Japanese rider.
Yep, that is Mr. Haribe. And he'll finish out. He's currently in copper medal contention and going around the last buoy turn. Yulin Marta from France extend his lead. Our Japanese rider Haribe goes underneath and gets washed away. And look at that. Look at the waves just beating on that buoy.
Like Max Torres doing a little bit of a good kind of technical barrel roll there to stop himself with the board. He's going to get back on here.
He's going to wait. He's like, I'm going to wait for this one. It's going to hit me. You see his turn his head sideways. And it blasts right through. So a nice set coming at the wrong time.
That's right. We catch up to our number 1 and number 2 here on the final lap of the Pro and Paddleboarding Men technical final.
Final 50 meters. Yulin Marta Carreña started out in front and has not only lost position once in this one. He'll jump to his knees, hands in the air, claims it. Little wave behind him. You got to be careful, though.
You do have to be careful. You can't claim it too early. Definitely can't claim it too early. But Julian, a 2019 gold medalist in the prone paddleboarding as well. So he's going to be a 2-time winner if he makes it across this line. And it seems like he is going to do just that.
Bring it on up, Mr. Montecarreña. There it is, his 2nd ISA gold here in the men's prone technical. He's stoked. And definitely, I'll tell you, when you come in as a favorite, it's hard because you got a lot of pressure on you, but he comes across 33 minutes, 20 seconds for Montecarreña from France, taking home the gold medal.
Big congratulations to him as we see our English competitor, Andrew Byatt, crossing the line in 2nd position. See him crossing the line just here. Big congrats to him as well. That was a close race toward the end there.
Give him a lot of credit there because he had that huge sort of bad luck break there, fell to 5th place, and then was able to creep on the inside all the way back up into 2nd for the silver medal.
Yeah, a bit of a battle there between that. The waves really came into play between that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th position, but it really spread out toward that last, that 2nd lap, toward the last leg of that, where the waves really came into play. As we see, this is Carlos coming in here.
And Carlos just going to roll it up. He's like, got the bronze medal. He'll drop his board, make his way across. Some valuable points earned by Team Spain for the team overall. So that's fantastic. I know Spain, I was talking with Ebaya Moreno, the SUP surfer for Spain. She's a little disappointed with her finish, but, Team Spain got a lot of athletes. Kind of a widespread group. You got the teenagers all the way up to the 30-something. So that'll be Carlos Alonso from Spain, your bronze medalist in the men's prone technical here in France. 34-43.
We'll be happy with that performance as well. Getting on the podium, taking the bronze medal.
So now we're going to look back here at number 4. Let's see if he can hold on to it. I believe this is Takahiro Haribe from Japan.
That's true.
Stepping through.
Now. See the Japanese flag down on the beach. And he's going to make his way in for a podium finish. He's going to sprint up the beach. He wants to get his personal best time as well.
He's just an all-around great guy. Always smiling, always having fun. Huge smile for the camera there. So Takahiro Haribe, your copper medalist here in France in the men's prone technical. So there it is. The podium is set, ladies and gentlemen. Gold through bronze and a little bit of a race. You're going to talk.
That's
hey,
Max
I can
Torres
beat you.
there. Max is, no, don't worry about the flag. I'm going to run up the beach here to secure 5th position.
Poor Donald from the USA. Oh, now he's just talking trash. If I was Donald, I'd just put my shoulder down and go right through him. You know what? You may be faster, but I can knock you over. So 2 great athletes there. Once again, Max Torres from Puerto Rico, your 2023 SUP surfing champ here in France, taking home the gold medal. And Donald Morale from Team USA, competing in his first ever ISA. And, you know, he's a big boy. A lot of power in that
A lot
man.
of power in
Just
this.
needs a little bit more experience, reading the water and whatnot. He could be a top contender, one of the elders. But great camaraderie between all of our athletes there as we wrap things up for the men's prone technical. Good one, good one. Pretty much how we saw it play out. Buoy turn number 3 to 4 is always exciting. And I'll tell you what, the weird thing about that buoy turn is it's changing heat by heat by heat. Different angles, different lines, everything's been different.
Oh, totally, very different. The tide's coming in now. Those waves are going to start to kind of slow down a little bit, but we're going to see a lot of action, a lot of carnage as those waves actually start to break at that buoy too. So we're going to be coming up next with the women's prone technical. So it's going to be great to see those ladies take to the water and see some great action.
The standard technicals should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, definitely.
That is where it's at 1 p.m. this afternoon. The men's and women's SUP technical finals going to be taking underway. And this is 7th position, paddler number 143, Andrea Nicorelli from Italy. He'll have his counterpart, Cornelia Ragari, coming up for Italy, one of the top contenders for the women's prone. Great prone paddler. So Team Italy very stoked as he's going to give a high five. Super fun down on the beach.
Yeah, yeah,
you know
that's
what I'm
right.
saying? All
Yeah.
the different countries, all the different conversations, all the camaraderie.
Yeah, as we see our competitors here, this is going to be number 8 and 9 paddling in at the moment. Getting a nice little wave there to finish things off.
That 33 minutes and 18 seconds, that's blistering. I mean, that's almost as fast as stand-up guys.
That's right, that's right. It totally is. And it's all arms as well.
Yeah, only 3 minutes off. I mean, that's tremendous. And you see how treacherous it is coming in to that closeout section. I mean, it's not easy even on the prone boards. He'll pass it off.
So this is our competitor, 186, Bastian from the Netherlands. Done very well.
You know, competing very well in this ISA World Championship. They don't have a lot of experience at the ISA, still building their team, trying to get a lot of the younger athletes to come along.
This is Jada from Brazil coming in. He's had a lot of support. Brazilians doing quite well in the SUP surfing as well earlier this week. We're going to see them coming up in the SUP technical next as well.
They're pretty talented. They got a lot of young guns in that field. I mean, Brazil putting a lot of effort behind their young surfers and stand-up paddlers. So 38-37 in that one. And that is 9th with just a couple of more athletes still to come. And I'll tell you what, Bo, prone, who knew it could be so fun?
Pretty fun.
I mean, who knew? Who knew? So the gold medal has been set. Yulin going to capture it again. Definitely the one to beat when it comes down to that. I'm sure the Aussies back home are watching that going, okay, we might need to jump back in this game.
That's true. I really hope to see, you know, especially, you know, from the USA as well. We have, guys like Jack Bark. Yeah, that's right. Hunter Fluger as well. Last year's gold medalist too. So, yeah, we never know. We might see a return from the big guns.
Let's go, boys. Bring it on out. There is your final. It is there. It is official. 33-18 for Yulin Marta Carreña from France, taking home the gold medal. Andrew Bayet taking home the silver from Great Britain. The Spaniard Carlos Alonso taking home that bronze medal. And Takahiro Horibe taking home the copper medal for Team Japan. And not too far off, just a couple, like a minute and 45 seconds off the pace there. So very tight field, great racing. Always fun to see it, and a lot of different action still to come. And let's take a look at the highlights here in the men's prone paddleboard technical. At the start, great start.
We did have a great start. We saw Max and Yulin really take off to get in front, but Yulin just has such a strong knowledge. I think coming from France, he's probably been practicing here. He knows how to get through these waves, knows how to get a good start as well, and really knows how to extend his lead on these flat stretches of water.
This is the critical section, though. We talked from buoy turn to buoy 3. Gained a lot of distance there, but this turn proved to be problematic for everybody in the first lap.
Yeah, totally. We saw barrel rolls, we saw head drops, we saw it all.
Cartwheels, we had it all. And there's the home stretch buoy as everybody 3 wide coming out. Yulin starting to extend his lead, but then this is where the rest of the field started to catch up.
Yeah, that's right. Everyone pretty much caught up to Yulin. Kind of second, third, fourth, and fifth place were very tight behind Yulin, but he just knew that he had to dig deep. He got in front of this section here with the wave, so the competitors, we have Carlos there and Andrew as well, trying to catch him, but they just couldn't quite catch him on this second lap. Yulin extending that lead again, but we did see him actually not get a wave on this next stretch. So you can see the gap there that Yulin has at the second lap in this, and he's just got a huge gap. But we have 2 competitors that catch a wave here. It's going to be Andrew and I think it was Haribe from Japan as well. Catch up to him. They both get on this wave, and this is where Yulin, I was going to get some nerves.
Yeah, start to feel the pressure. You can almost hear it behind you as everybody starts to crash in. Then we're 3 wide. It's anybody's game right here. Everybody's swimming, trying to get any kind of momentum to get out of the whitewater section. And they go around that final flag turn, and Yulin knows here he's got to turn it on.
Yeah, he has to get out in front. We saw Andrew stay right with him for that stretch going out as well. So the competitors staying really close together. But I think Yulin on those buoy turns, we've been saying it all race long, that he's just got such a great technique. You can see him there. He turned right around and got duck dive underneath that wave.
They give Bayat a lot of credit coming back from 5th to 2nd. And I tell you, he timed that wave absolutely perfect. He had a shot, but Yulin wasn't going to let it happen, and he brings it on in for gold for Team France. And he puts his hands in the air, and there you are, buddy. You're a gold medalist.
Two-time.
Two-time. Make some more room in the closet, buddy. You're going to need it. Oh, boy. Let's go down beachside right now with Ben Way with our winner, Yulin Martecreña.
All right, here we are with our 2023 men's Prone Tech champion, Yulin Martecreña from France. Congratulations.
Thanks. I'm really happy here in France. First time I'm racing on the ISA, and it's been 1 year that I'm training hard for this title. Really happy. It was a good battle with Andrew. I did the difference at the beginning of the race, and finally he came back with a wave, so it was a good race. I'm really happy to beat him at the end, and yeah, I hope that everyone had a good moment around the two.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy race at all. You guys were very, very close. I had a question about your technique, because I saw many times where you would sit up, kind of take a rest, maybe reset, stretch your back. If yesterday's conditions were much choppier, much more wind, a lot more waves, would you be able to do that same rest in the choppy conditions and keep your balance?
Yeah, yesterday was pretty windy and choppy, but it's still a bit choppy around the can. So, and because I did a big start, so it took a lot of energy, so I had to make a little rest during the paddling. And yeah, I think I would make the same choice yesterday.
And what is the purpose of that sitting up? Is it to stretch your back? Is it to open your lungs, to breathe easier?
Yeah, for the lungs, because when we're on the stomach or on our knees, the lungs are pretty, I don't know how to say, but like compressed. Yeah, compressed. So I did like a little bit of stretch during the race to breathe a good moment and then go back harder.
Well, your team is looking very strong. You already have a gold medal today, and we still have Titouan and Marie to come up, so you guys are looking great. Finally, a word in French for all of the people in your country. Completely excited about your gold medal.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. There's a lot of people here looking at us. I did a little bit of pressure as well, but yeah, the mood is good and everyone is looking good, so I hope that the France win another gold medal.
Can we have some words in French for your people?
Yeah. Salut à tous, voilà, merci pour votre soutien. C'est super d'être ici en France sous le soleil au Sable d'Olonne. On a des sacrées conditions, j'espère que vous avez kiffé la course. Il y en a encore quelques-unes à venir, donc on attend votre soutien. Encore merci à tous et à Shun.
Merci beaucoup. Tout est gagné.
Merci.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ben. There it is, your gold medalist, Yulin Martecreña, but he's not done. He's not done at all, Bo.
No, he's not. He's going to be coming up in the distance racing coming up tomorrow. So going to be going straight back out to, he's going to be doing some resting, opening up those lungs as well in the distance race.
What it's like to be in your 20s. That's all I'm going to say there. There it is. If you want more information, go to isa.org for all the updated standings from today's events in case you're just joining us and want to catch up. Coming up next is going to be the women's prone technical. Shannon and Casper have the call, but we're going to take a look at the opening ceremonies here at the 2023 ISA World Championships here in France. It was spectacular. We'll be back with more after this.
Hello everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time, enjoying riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
Day 4 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the SUP d'Olonne in France, 2023. Today we saw the SUP technical men and women take to the water for the semi-finals.
We are off for.
Competitors did 3 laps of a 5-kilometer course, rounding 6 buoy turns.
Hat making it around his flag. He's got his NSP board right there.
He crossed the line, gives the bow.
Coming in, I already was counting a little bit, and I knew I just had to give everything I had. Like the dismount was still pretty deep, but then just like, I don't know, like duck's legs, go for it, till drop to the ground.
Water behind it. And what's the touch doing? Look at such good control. Oh,
Rika goes down.
J'espère avoir la médaille d'or en France parce que c'est à la maison, mais on verra demain. Aujourd'hui, ça met en confiance.
Wraps up today's action. Tomorrow we will see the men and women's finals of the SUP technical race alongside the junior boys and girls and the pro and paddleboarding.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. It's been a pretty amazing week of competition. We started out with our SUP surfing division for the first 3 days of competition. We then went into our men's and women's SUP technical race semi-finals yesterday, where we had 4 heats in total, with men and women getting those qualifying positions into today's final. But today's been a totally different story. We started out with our under 18s, the boys and the girls, in the junior SUP technical final, and now we're into the women's prone technical final. It's going to be an exciting time as they're getting ready to go on the start line. Shannon Hughes alongside Casper Steinpath here to call the action.
Yeah, stoked to be here, Shannon. As we see, we're about to go to live action here as we're getting underway with the start of the women's technical race for the prone racing. Off they go, running down the beach. They're going to punch through the waves here on those 12-foot prone boards, and we can see some really nice waves. There's a nice set approaching here as the women make their way into the lineup on their knees, some of them on their stomach. There's a lot of strategy we can dissect here, but definitely a nice start there for the women.
This is very exciting. We've only got 7 racers in the water right now. We'll be crowning our champions gold, silver, bronze, and copper medals. As we can see them punching through that outside break, we've got a couple that have gone down on the inside and haven't been able to make that first kind of, bound to get out past this braking section. As we can see, our couple of paddlers that are still stuck on the inside, and the conditions have been looking really good. That tide has started to push in from where we saw that low tide just a little while ago.
Yeah, so the tide has swung around. We got the tide filling back in. We're gonna, as I kind of peep out the box right here, I can see the swell. The swell is coming in, the tide's coming in. We're gonna have a lot more water rushing back onto the course here, which means some of the buoys might be in the more outside of the surf zone now. I'm sorry, but conditions changing. This is the prone racing, and I haven't watched a whole lot of prone racing in my life, but having hung around with a lot of surf life-saving athletes and legends like Jamie Mitchell, I've always had a huge respect for the prone paddleboarders. It is, stand-up paddling is one thing. Paddling a prone board, laying down on your stomach for up to an hour, in the long distance, multiple hours, that is an achievement in itself.
Yeah, it's extreme endurance that's being tested. In this technical race, however, it's that endurance that comes in with the length of the race course, being 3 laps in total, but also all of the technicalities of having to round those buoys 6 in total.
Yeah, so you got the same course here for the prone, same as the stand-up paddling. And, actually what was interesting, something I noticed, Shannon, was even though it's the same course and the boards are a little bit shorter than the stand-up paddling, they are 2 feet shorter than the 14-foot race boards. Yet the men before posted times that were, the prone paddleboard men posted times that were competitive with the best SUP racing times. And that's actually going to be very interesting as we get to those wave legs of the course where, being on a prone paddleboard might actually give a bit of an advantage compared to being on a stand-up paddleboard today.
It's so true, especially coming into that surf zone where those waves actually start to break and they're surfing on it. A little bit easier to manage a prone paddleboard in some of those situations than being on a 14-foot stand-up paddleboard, which can be quite clunky at times when you're riding into those sections, although that extra length and the width and those dimensions of a stand-up paddleboard allow for that easier paddle, that easier trim and flow when you're actually in those longer stretches of straight paddling. As we can see, the women starting to approach the very first buoy, the golden buoy, and it's a tight race for that leading position.
Yeah, they're getting to the first buoy here. They're going to turn around it. Definitely a tight pack right there with 5 paddlers still together. They're going to be approaching the next inside buoy here. Actually, it looks like there might be a bit of navigation coming into play here as there is a split of the pack right here. This is one of those racing moments that can be detrimental to the rest of the race. It looks like 4 paddlers shooting for 1 buoy. It looks like they're going for the wrong buoy. We got 1 paddler going off on a 45-degree angle, seeing something different. And I believe it might be the lone paddler that get a bigger picture here. We'll see.
This is wild because they are going to have to come down to that middle buoy, which is actually on the inside section for a right-hand turn, and they've all just shot past it from what we can see from our angle. It'll be good if we can get that kind of drone view to be able to see exactly the course for where they're heading, but they're all 4 of them heading to the wrong buoy.
All 4 paddlers, unfortunately, all prone racers on the wrong course there. It is one of those 2 middle buoys. The left of those 2 middle buoys is the right turn, turn number 2 of this course. They are off track. The athletes, oh boy, that's There's going to be some talk about this, and where are they going now? I'm Shannon. I'm a little bit clueless here. I know they're on the wrong track, and I don't know where it is they're going.
Wow. Well, we've got our heat leader right here, paddling around that inside buoy all on her own. She was so sharp to be able to pick up that the front of the pack was actually heading in the wrong direction. The rest of them just getting fully locked into that zone that you were talking about, that tunnel vision, and unable to see the race course.
Yeah, I honestly don't know where these 4 athletes are going. They're eyeing a white buoy here. They're clearly off track, unfortunately for them. That's one thing as an athlete. You do have the responsibility to know the course. This is, we're going on and off. This is a new course we're taking. I don't know where they're going, but...
I think right now they're starting to realize that there's a problem and that something is off.
Yeah. Something is off. They've made a mistake. They're going to have to backtrack, and this is a terrible situation for these athletes. Now turning around, backtracking to get back on course. We have the lone racer here on the right course. She's going to be looking to take command of this final for the women's prone technical racing.
Now out in the water, we have 7 racers together: France, Spain, Japan, Italy, Puerto Rico, England, and Iran that are out in the water paddling. It's really difficult for us right now to identify who it is that's in that leading position and those 4 in the pack on the outside. We'll be able to get that identification for every single racer as they come to that inside buoy, make that round around the yellow buoy. But at the moment, we've got one that's in a very strong leading position over the rest of the field.
Yeah, this is definitely a shakeup of the final as we expected it. A lone paddler here racing to that inside buoy now. She's done her homework. She was ready. She knew the course, and that's also one of those distinctions between good paddlers and great paddlers is you got to do your homework. You got to know what the course is. So if, say, a leader of the pack decides to go on a completely wrong course, it's your responsibility to be true to what the course actually is, and just very unfortunate. But some mistakes being made in this heat, but rewarding the paddlers that have done their homework and are ready for the course ahead.
Yeah, this is a wild way to be continuing on this race, and the paddlers that did go off course will need to correct to the buoy that they didn't actually paddle around, which was buoy number 2, and it's a right-hand turn. If they do not make that correction, then they will not be able to complete the race.
No, they will. They might paddle through the race, but at the end they'll be disqualified for not passing the right buoys. It's cutthroat. It's as simple as that. You got to know the course. It's your responsibility as an athlete to to know what's going on and to know where you're going. And even though you see 2 paddlers on the left here, they are chasing down the leader, but they have missed buoy number 2. They have to backtrack if they have any intention to actually score in this final.
Now, of course, out in the water, we have the reigning world champion in Judith Vergas from Spain, 29 years old. She took out the win last year in 2022.
Yeah, Judith returning, looking to make it another medal here in France. As we see them coming into the inside buoy, this is buoy number 4, a yellow buoy. It's going to be a left-hand turn as they go back out through the surf. Looks like a lot of waves coming through, but as the tide filling in, we're seeing the waves break closer and closer to the beach, so not as long of a ride for these athletes. We'll bring an update to the situation momentarily, but as we see, really nice couple of waves there. Unfortunately, these 2 athletes, they still need to backtrack.
And this is a really important part of the race. The fact that 2 of these racers have definitely come from the wrong direction. They're needing to backtrack, meaning that this lap that they're currently running into won't be counting.
Unfortunately, will not be counting. They need to return to that second buoy, round it
Unofficially, we do not believe that they've corrected. That the two behind.
It does not. I do not recall them passing that second buoy. And if you do not pass it's regardless of which buoys it is on the course. If you do not pass them in the correct order on the correct side, you are going to be disqualified towards the end of the heat. It's not just a matter of a time penalty. If you do not follow the race master's directions, you're out of the race. So a very, very controversial. I wouldn't even say controversial, just unfortunate start here for some of the athletes. As they're finished. Our lead racer is finishing the first lap here, but she's going to be returning to the beach, and hopefully she sticks to the true course.
9 minutes on the clock at the moment, and this is our current heat leader, who is in a great looking position to be able to take away that gold medal as it stands, as we do have an unofficial call on the possibility that 3 or 4 of the paddlers behind have not gone around the correct second buoy, and they have not actually recorrected their course.
It looks like that might be Judith from Spain, the defending world champion, right there in the lead. She's, being a world champion, I would assume she would be approaching this with the mindset of making, at least finishing the right course. So yeah, that's hopefully that's Judith right there, living up to the reputation of a world champion. She's definitely, I saw her on the beach earlier today. She was hungry, obviously motivated to retain that medal from last year, as we see a nice looking wave approaching there.
And Judith coming through to the inside section, so our reigning world champion looking to have a great lead over the rest of the field. And this is a pretty wild race in consideration of what we've seen so far in the racing side of the conversation.
Yeah, and I think we touched on it earlier, like the whole tunnel vision element of competing, where you might, as an athlete, you might just lose that full overview of what's actually going on. And this is definitely Spain. This is Judith taking a look at she's running up around the buoy here on her bark board. She's going to be going back out through the surf now. She's on the right course.
There's 45 Molly Roothouse of England, the 23-year-old, turning around this first buoy. Sorry, this inside lap, which will complete lap number 1.
Yeah, that's still the issue there. We're not sure that Molly has completed that lap correctly. She might have missed that number 2 buoy. And that is Elise, we see here from France, number 3. Still awaiting confirmation if she also took the course the wrong way. We're just assuming, watching from the drone angle there, that there was a buoy that was missed. But we'll await confirmation from our race direction. If that is the case, yeah, we're going to see some shuffling in the results. And yeah, I'm not the race official, so I'm not going to call it. But as we see our Japanese competitor there, Eureka, get back onto the water.
Yeah, Eureka took out the prone distance paddle in 2022, so she's the reigning world champion on the distance side of things. And we are just trying to wait for confirmation from our race master to find out who has corrected course and who has not corrected course. At the moment, our leader is in the lead, guaranteed. Judith from Team Spain. We could see her after that opening turn around the first buoy, the golden buoy, that she went directly to buoy number 2 for that right-hand turn. But we did see a pack of 4 racers who went off course significantly. And in the quick correction, it seems that they have actually not corrected their race course by going back to that number 2 buoy, and they have skipped it entirely, which would lead to disqualification within the race.
Oh, there's no doubt. It's cut clear in the rule book. If you do not complete the course in the right manner, if you take the buoys in the wrong sequence, you're out. You cannot you can finish, but you're not going to get a counting result. You'll be disqualified. So a very unfortunate start to the race there for a great amount of the women. As we can see, here, this is where Judith rounded buoy number 3 in the right manner. She will be chased down by the athletes here, as you can see behind her. They're attempting to just follow her, but what they maybe do not realize is there was a second buoy further inside that they needed to cross in a right-hand turn. So, yeah, Judith from Spain doing things as they're supposed to be done, and yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So here we can see Judith on correct course. Now we could see one paddler was on the outside still of that third buoy. Looked like she could identify that she was going to go back to that second buoy, but we're unsure of the other couple of paddlers that were behind her and were on the outside section to the south of our third buoy. It looked like they were kind of making a beeline towards the shore rather than that full correction, back to that second buoy. So we do have a great team of race officials that are out in the boats, Casper, that are keeping an eye on all of these. So as far as that's concerned, we have no doubt that they have an eye on everything that's happening. And we are going to give you as much information as we can from the broadcast as it comes through to us here in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see, Judith getting in. Judith is on her second lap here. It has been noted by the race officials. I can see that there has been some mix-up on the first round of the course. So they've noted it. They're going to look into it. And if the athletes fail to correct, it will mean disqualification towards the end of the heat. But let's focus on the action on hand. Judith from Spain is going back in on her second lap. She's catching a little bit of a bump there. You know, just that's more of an open ocean bump rolling through. She being a no stranger to the open ocean conditions, she's going to look to capitalize on every single wave rolling through here today, as we see a beautiful backdrop right there.
Yeah, it's a beautiful location here in Les Sables d'Olonne. It's been such a wonderful week to spend on the west coast of France, and it's been so fun that the conditions have shaped up with surf, especially for the racing, because it's made each of these moments so much more exciting as we can see those bumps coming into the shoreline with the harbor out behind us and the fort on the north side of Les Sables d'Olonne harbor. And to be able to see these waves that have rolled through, it's just added so much more to the conversation for the racers to be able to catch those waves and to be able to really gain some great distance and to take those moments to just have a breather.
Yeah, there's it's a big course. There's a lot of time out there, and I think every single athlete, is dreaming of catching a couple of waves on the way in. I certainly would be, and I mean that's the fun part of the technical race. You get to those wave sections where you really get the opportunity to showcase your skill, managing a big board through the surf, and we all love surfing. We love riding waves, and these athletes, a lot of these prone athletes actually coming from a surf life-saving background. Surf life-saving is a sport in itself. The Lifeguard Association, the International Lifeguarding Federation, runs a lot of various styles of events, and we're having some of these athletes cross over into the prone paddleboarding. The prone paddleboarding being a strong culture in itself, the prone paddleboarding going back way before even stand-up paddling.
The guys know exactly what's going on out there. Yeah, they have a sheet.
As we have seen, great people, great athletes from the prone paddleboarding culture, like Jamie Mitchell, Jordan Mercer, and many others throughout the years, transitioning into stand-up paddling and prone paddleboarding in the ISA World Championships as well. So, it's a mix of cultures. We'll talk more about that. As we saw, that was our race director, Anthony Vela, on screen there before, taking note of the situation we got on the water.
That's right. They're dealing with it on that side. What we can see is some great paddling right now. Judith in a strong lead, and she's rounding that last outside buoy for her second lap. She'll be heading in straight towards the beach and hoping that one of these bumps picks up and she's able to catch a wave to have that little bit of a breather. You can see those legs kicking behind and that great stomach paddle, that prone paddle approach. We do see that paddler in the fourth place position right now in that knee paddling stance. And you can see Judith just coming through to this inside and waves starting to pick up a little bit more. Now at the moment it looks like we have Judith in that leading position, Elise in second, Molly in third, and Eureka in fourth, with Cornelia and Suzette following up in that fifth and sixth place position. 7 paddlers currently on the water. The oldest of them being 48 years old, the youngest just being 15 years old for Sophia Fassi of Iran. It's been exciting to see the Iranian team in the conversation this week and putting together a really solid effort. And it's exciting to especially consider the future of a nation like Iran within a paddle context.
Yeah, it's cool to see new faces rock up, right? You know, we go to many events around the world, and you know, a lot of times we see the same faces show up on the beach, but this time I think a lot of us were genuinely surprised by Team Iran that showed up, you know, with a ton of fresh faces. I mean, they're competing in nearly all disciplines. Also very honest about that, you know, they're not here to win. They're not here to even necessarily make themselves contenders for medals, but they are here to learn. They're here to absorb culture and, you know, bring knowledge back home to further develop surfing and stand-up paddling in their home country. Actually, you know, I was talking to some of the Iranian athletes, talking about, you know, the actual waves, and I was actually shocked to understand that there is a surfing culture that's, you know, getting started, and, you know, thriving, early days. But I think these athletes will return home with some good experiences, some stories to tell, and yeah, that's also a nice side of this event. So we've almost been going for 20 minutes here. They're about to wrap up. Judith is still in the lead from Spain. Judith currently in first place. As we, if you're just joining us, yeah, we had some mix-ups here in the first part of the race. Shannon, maybe you can take us through what happened.
Yep. So I've just received word from what the decision from the officials is coming through. Unofficially, it sounds like they've made the decision that the 4 paddlers who did not correct that mistake on the second buoy. We had 4 paddlers that missed the second buoy. They went straight to the third buoy and went off course. If they did not make the correction by coming back to buoy number 2 and restarting in that first lap, then they will need to complete a 4th lap. So essentially not counting the first lap entirely because they did not correct. They need to complete a 4th lap in order to keep themselves within the conversation. For the paddlers who were on the correct course from the beginning and stuck to it, they are fine to finish at those 3 laps. That's an unofficial decision that's been made, but that's the news that we're receiving from the beach right now.
Yeah, and we're just receiving the news from the beach, from the race control, and that sounds like the race control has the discretion to make these types of penalties, and it is a penalty essentially. They've handed out right there a 4th lap. I don't think anyone really wants to go for a 4th lap because it's going to add another probably 10-12 minutes to their total lap time. So a huge penalty there if you were one of those athletes that missed that buoy. And, you know, I mean, all I can say is it's very unfortunate, but it's totally the athlete's responsibility to know the course. They have received numerous graphics showing the course. They had a briefing with the race director before the start of the race. So it's just very unfortunate, but one of those situations, like, you know, for all the fans watching out there, it happens. And I remember many races for myself where, I mean, I've made mistakes like that, and it's a terrible feeling, but you just got to accept that part of your preparation probably wasn't all that great. And yeah, we can go into a few funny stories from the stand-up paddling world where we had some great mess-ups throughout history.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that's part of the race. And in the technical race, there's 6 buoys in total. It's a course that you're competing on, and making sure that you stay to it is a very crucial part of the race. As we take a look at Judith rounding that flag on the inside, heading back out into the sea, and we can see our paddler Sophia from Iran also on her paddle back out, and Judith with a quick run there, and she's in a convincing lead ahead of the front of the pack.
Yeah, so Judith definitely, you know, on the right track, strong athlete. I think, you know, regardless of the mishap earlier with the wrong course being attempted by some of the athletes, Judith was a contender, and she just kept her cool, kept going even in a situation where, you know, and that's actually a very hard situation. Like, just talk about, you know, when at that first buoy, 4 of the athletes decided to go off on a wrong course. Judith stuck to her belief that, no, there's something wrong here. And she probably looked at them and thought there's something wrong. But that's actually, you know, it's actually a very hard thing for an athlete to trust one's own judgment, because you doubt yourself. And no doubtedly she would have considered, is she on the right track herself? But Judith, you know, making that call and sticking to her guns, and you really got to add respect to an athlete that sticks to her guns when everyone else is going the other way.
It's so true. And for someone that's holding that title of a world champion, she's someone that's already found that success, has, worked out that winning opportunity last year in Puerto Rico at an event of this level at the World Championships. For her to be able to come back in and to hold, I suppose the experience of that with her, and to be able to trust that gut feeling as well, to know that something was off and to continue on what she knew to be the right thing, really speaks of a true champion in that moment.
Yeah, that's the qualities of a champion. You know where you're going, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, I have my stomach is hurting right now seeing this happen, and I think this is not the way we want to see a race unfold. Let's just be honest. Of course, Judith probably very happy the other athletes making this mistake. I remember an incident in the stand-up paddle racing. We had an event in Germany at this beautiful lake many years ago, and we had a long distance course. It was 18 kilometers, and we were going across the lake to what we thought was the right buoy, and we were being led by, it was, I believe, Danny Ching in the lead at the point. Danny was one of the legends of the sport, and I just remember, I just thought Danny knows where we're going. But it ended up, we were actually on the wrong course for a few minutes there, eyeing one buoy, but in reality it was another buoy entirely we were supposed to go to, and Danny, being just the leader that he was, and everyone looking up to him, just assumed, yeah, we're going to follow Danny. But French competitor Eric Terrien had studied the course. When he saw all of us going left, he realized, well, we got to continue straight. And Eric, being not blind, but he's very nearsighted, and probably because of that disadvantage Eric had, I remember, he just studied the course more than we did. We just maybe took it a little bit too easy. But a great moral of that story being, we all got to study. We all have a responsibility as athletes to know where we're going. And I'm sure a bunch of these athletes today are going to come home with a huge learning experience from this.
Yeah, it's a wild thing to consider, especially, thinking back to that story of you guys in Switzerland and the one paddler, again, just making that decision, having studied it, having, just had that feeling that it needs to go straight for a while longer without taking that turn. As we take a look at the paddlers heading out to that golden buoy, in the lead, it is still Judith Vergas, and it is a really huge lead, a part of, ahead of the pack.
She is paddling next to, I believe, Molly from England right there. Molly, though, one of those athletes that we believe took the wrong course there initially, so Molly is going to have to take that penalty later, so she has another lap to complete, which, is going to be a tricky one.
Now, I'm just remembering back to El Salvador in 2019, similar storylines as far as competitors going the wrong direction. Judith herself, who's currently in the lead, she was a part of that huge pack that were disqualified in El Salvador for going off going off course, for going the wrong way, and she would have almost certainly won gold that year and been, going for a third gold medal right now had she not gone off course then.
Yeah, that's actually a good point there, yeah. I mean, it's unfortunately happened before. I wonder if it is, these longer format races where you're laying down on a prone paddleboard, you are at a different vantage point. You can't see as much as if you were standing on a stand-up paddleboard. So, I think that tunnel vision effect might come more into play on a stand-up paddle, on a prone board, because you're laying down. But then again, it's just a really tricky situation as we see the athletes here coming into the inside buoy, and they're going to be going out to the far outside buoy as they're going to come in through the surf momentarily, and just some motion in the ocean. This race has a ring to it that we were not expecting. Always unfortunate seeing those slip-ups, but the athletes fighting, looking to come back. And as we saw in some of the earlier races, with the waves on offer here, there is a lot of comeback potential, but a comeback like this from any of the athletes behind Judith right now is going to be very difficult.
Well, Judith holding on to that lead as we come up to the 28-minute mark on the clock, and we will find out after this race kind of eventual consequence for some of our paddlers. But in the positions that we're seeing, we see Judith in that leading position, Molly in second, Elise in third, Eureka in fourth, and Cornelia in fifth, as we see paddlers rounding that first right-hand buoy on the outside.
Yeah, and that's Judith Verges from Spain and Molly Rodhouse from England. They're going side by side around that buoy, just working their way back to the beach now for that final turn inside the surf zone. And obviously, you know, if you're having a hard time following the action from back home, just know that we're struggling as well because of the situation earlier in this heat where there was a mix-up on the course. Some of the athletes taking the wrong buoy and unfortunately not looking like they didn't correct it. So yeah, that's definitely it's mixed this heat up, and it's hard for us to call the action. But what we do know for certain is Judith Verges from Spain, currently on the right course, looking to add another gold medal to her cabinet back home.
Wow, well, this is just absolutely wild, as we can see Judith there on her paddle in. And we're at the 30-minute mark as we come towards her heading down towards the beach for that final inside buoy turn off the left. She'll then hook around to the last kind of middle buoy with a right-hand turn.
Nice little wave approaching there. Let's see if they can pick up this bump. Probably in a little bit too deep water here to really make anything of it, but yeah, a little bump here. Might see Judith get a little boost on her yellow bark board. Yeah, but Judith and Molly pretty much neck and neck at this point.
On their paddle in. It seems like the swells really decreased over the last couple of hours with that tide pushing in, hasn't it?
The tide's rushing back in. You know, we have almost a 5 meter tide swing here in France. As we've seen the last few days during competition, you know, the water comes in every 6 hours and retreats out every 6 hours again. So, I mean, that's probably one of the highlights for me of this event, is just seeing the athletes cope with the changing tide, trying to calculate what's the water going to be like for their next heat. And the tide, like, just looking outside before this heat, like, with it coming in, it's making the waves a little bit more mushy. It's making the waves not break outside as far. It's, you know, in some sense actually lengthening the race course as well, with the buoys being further outside. So the tide is, you know, probably not favoring those more steep waves. The waves are going to be more mushy towards the finals, or as we get closer to the men's and women's technical race finals coming up after this. But at this point, still some good waves for the athletes out on the prone boards.
And still a true test of endurance, of strength, of that mental strength as well as the physical, as we can see Judith in the lead and another paddler tight behind. I believe that is Molly Rodhouse of England. Looking for that last hook. It'll be that right-hand turn, and then they'll be heading straight into the beach to cross the finish line.
Yep. Going back to the beach. This is, I believe, the final buoy they're coming to here. From there, it's a straight shot to the finish line. And, yeah, you know, hopefully they'll catch a wave in. It's been, you know, Judith definitely hammering. You can see you don't really see it from this angle, but if you get nice and up close, like, you really see those arms and legs working in synchro to create momentum, get some speed in the board. And I mean, I've paddled the prone paddleboard a few times in my life. I have so much respect for these athletes. Like, it might look nice and leisurely and casual the way they're paddling, but, you know, laying on your stomach or paddling on your knees in the prone position, it's rough stuff. Like, it hurts your knees.
Hurts the rib cage as well.
Yeah, especially if I mean, I've done it a few times in periods of my life where I haven't surfed much, and then suddenly getting on a prone board, it hurts the rib cage, and it takes some time getting used to it. Of course, these athletes well equipped and well versed in paddling in prone positions, but for the novice paddler, it's a very rough discipline, but a very historical activity that predates stand-up paddling many places in the world. You know, I remember my dad speaking about back in California how you know, when the waves were flat, they would go prone paddleboarding, and they were talking about, you know, the legendary Catalina race, and then later in my life running into the legends of Jamie Mitchell and Jordan Mercer, and, you know, the whole Molokai to Oahu saga. Jamie Mitchell being a mentor of mine for many years, being a multiple-time Molokai champion. I believe he won 10 years in a row, decade of dominance. We'll talk more about Jamie Mitchell later. As we see, this is Judith Verges on the yellow board on the right side of your screen coming in alongside Molly Rodhouse from England. I believe Judith is going to be finishing her final right here momentarily.
Now we will, of course, have the judging panel, the judging team, the officials that are on the water that have been noting the progress of the course throughout the entire race. They've been noting which racers have rounded the correct buoys, which have and have not corrected course, and they will be reporting that to us at the finish. So we will have to wait for the official results from our officials team, from the judges, due to the fact that some racers may have gone off course and not recorrected. But here we can see Judith Verges running in across the finish line.
Yeah, new world champion right there. Actually, defending world champion right there. Judith from Spain. She is high-fiving her team as they come to celebrate her there, crossing the finish line. I have so much respect for Judith. She stuck to her gun. She believed in her plan. You know, it's not easy to go by yourself when you see the rest of the pack go off to lunch somewhere else. She knew what she was doing. It was calculated. It was cool. And she has all the reason to celebrate with her team right there.
Well, Judith completing the correct race course and finishing out with a back-to-back world championship, your 2022 and 2023 prone paddle racing champion for the Open Women, walking away with a second gold medal after a very challenging race.
Yeah, Judith Verges right there, just happy. You can see in her face, like she's got that relief right now. I'm sure she's telling her team the battle stories right there of what happened out there as she had to make those decisions, you know, choosing to stick to her guns. And, you know, she navigated the waves well. We got to remember, like, of course we focus on the navigational mishap there, but, you know, she didn't lose her board. She was very aware of what the waves were doing, very in tune, and, you know, all the qualities of a great champion there present.
Oh, that is so true. I mean, the way that she executed, you know, coming into that surf zone and getting out of it every single time, her surf skills as well as her paddle skills were top-notch, led her to a flawless race throughout the entire thing. As we can see more of our paddlers towards the back of the pack, we can see the Italian flag that was there supporting Cornelia Reggiati, and another one of our paddlers as they're racing back out to put in those finishing laps.
Yeah, some beautiful waves rolling there. The conditions you can see here on screen, nice like 2 to 3 foot waves, a little bit of wind from the northwest, making for some, you know, great conditions for racing of any kind, whether it's on a prone paddleboard. We're going to see the men's and women's technical SUP race finals coming up after this. And yeah, just really, I mean, cool to see all the action. Hurts my stomach to feel all the drama. You know, I love watching racing, but racing, you know, is the best when you have racers really, you know, pushing each other's neck and neck. You can never take away from the athlete that's winning that they've made the right decision. But as a fan, I would have loved to see that race just be a little bit closer. But unfortunately, you know, those navigational decisions just, it's what it is. You know, sometimes you make a mistake and you got to own up to it.
Well, our paddlers, our racers who were in that second and third place position, we just saw them run around that flag on the shoreline rather than running up to cross the finish line after that third lap. That is what we were speaking about earlier with that decision from the officials, that they would need to complete a fourth lap without having corrected that initial first lap. So they are now starting out on the fourth lap of the race.
Yep, so another lap awaiting these women. I mean, you could spin it to the positive side, right? Like, you know, they get to go through the surf one more time, catch a couple of waves. Not too bad, but, you know, they're gonna pay the price, and that's the penalty, yeah.
Paddling on their way in towards the shoreline here. We're into that 37-minute mark, and it's been a pretty interesting afternoon. We've got more racing to come up through the rest of the day. We will be heading into the Open Men and Open Women's SUP technical final, which will be really exciting. Of course, we had the semifinals yesterday, so you already got to factor into the equation that some of those paddlers are going to be feeling kind of tired after a big race yesterday, as well as the fact that we have many of the juniors that were competing in the junior races this morning that competed in the qualifiers yesterday in the semifinals, as well as will be competing in the Open. So a lot of racing that has already happened and will be continuing to get underway, as we can see another paddler coming through here to the inside. And this next paddler for
Cornelia.
Italy, Cornelia has completed the race course the first time correctly, and she will finish out in that silver medal position.
Well done, Cornelia. She, also stuck to her guns, stuck to the game plan, went the right way around the course. She is going to be rewarded for, recognizing probably the mistake. I believe she was part of that pack that went off to the right and didn't go the right way. She, smiling right there. She did what she had to do. She's a silver medalist here, and big respect for making it the right way around. As you see, that's the Italian team there going to town. Got their war chant going, celebrating.
Incredible performance from Cornelia, following through in that silver medal position. The 32-year-old, a second year for her to get the silver. Last year in Puerto Rico, she also was in that silver medal position in 2022, just behind Judith. So those two going 1 and 2 once again.
Yeah, a repeat from last year. Cornelia, obviously, Italian rider. Another medal today for Team Italy after Cecilia Pampinella winning the junior women's earlier today. So, Italy are doing pretty well today initially on this medal count. They have a lot of great racers coming up as well later today. Cecilia Pampinella will be racing again. She was one of those juniors, as you mentioned before, Shannon. Cecilia is one of those juniors also racing against the open women, as she, she has the abilities well beyond her years to bring it to the best in the world. So, a good start today for Team Italy. Great to see them, bringing some medals home.
Into that 40-minute mark, we can see a couple of the paddlers that needed to correct the race course are heading around that inside buoy. The initial one, that second buoy, which is the very first right-hand buoy, right-hand turn of the race. They're into their 4th lap now to correct, and the leader of that pack is now heading around that last outside buoy with that left-hand turn and starting to paddle in towards the short line. Of course, tomorrow we're going to have our distance race coming up, which is a whole different conversation that we'll get into in a moment, because we do have the winner of this year's World Championships. The gold medal for the prone technical race on the women's side is down on the beach with Ben Way, Judith Vergas taking out that back-to-back gold medal.
All right, here we are with our prone women's tech champion representing Spain, Judith Vergas. Vergas. Felicidades. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So amazing. You're defending gold medalist. We saw you get the gold in Puerto Rico. This time we had a lot of confusion out with the buoys. Do you think it was partly because of the sun, the reflection? What do you think was the main problem of the confusion of the buoys?
I think that the first buoy was far away. So when you turn that buoy, the first one that you see on your left is the last one of the other side. But in my head, I was like, no, this is not the buoy. And just I look on my left side and I saw the other two. And I said, I'm sure that that's the right direction. So I feel secure about the course, and I trust that was the right way. So
that's amazing. You spent your whole life on the water. At 15, you were working as a surf lifesaver, lifeguard. I want to ask you maybe a couple things that helped you from being a lifesaver and spending so much time in the ocean that have helped you with your development as a competitor.
Yeah, I started surf lifesaving when I was 15 more or less, but I focused on the beach events older, when I was maybe 16, 17, 18. I left the pool and I started working more on technique in the beach, with the board, with the ski. Competing in Spain, we don't have the competition so much waves, but we try everything. Most of the summers we spend some time in France. And now we live in Gran Canaria, so there we have waves every day in good conditions, and also we spend all our days in the ocean.
Cool. And in Gran Canarias, I hear that you are also working as a paddling coach. What are some of the most difficult things to teach a new paddler? What are your biggest challenges in teaching?
I think it's most the balance when they are young, and also being in big conditions on the water, also downwind conditions. It's difficult to learn about how to catch waves in downwind, the feeling that you have, the sensibility that you have on the water. This is the most difficult thing to, I think, to touch to a kid. So we spend time there.
Are your reservations full? Because I think a lot of people want to learn from you now.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope tomorrow we have the long distance, so we hope that we have a little bit of wind. If we have some wind, I think it will be more fun than flat water for sure.
Y finalmente, algunas palabras en español para tu gente que están viendo desde España.
Nada, saludar a la meva mare, al meu pare, que segur que m'estan veient, i a la meva família de Catalunya.
Muchísimas gracias. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. So excited for Judith, and to hear her thoughts on conditions and what it takes to really be that champion is really an exceptional performance, and we're looking forward to seeing more of her tomorrow.
We will be seeing more of her tomorrow. I really enjoyed that interview with Judith, getting a little bit of insight to her background, coming from the life-saving culture, the lifeguarding culture, obviously, where, paddling a prone board, a little bit shorter usually. The lifeguards use shorter boards, but she's well versed in this in and out through the surf element. As she said, the buoys it looked tricky out there, and she also had the impression that it was the wrong buoy she was going to, but she had a gut feeling. She knew what was right, and I think that shows that she, Judith did her homework. She knew what the exact course was, so she stuck to her guns and made the right decision, while the rest of the pack went out on another course. So, I mean, really well done. Hats off to her. I have so much respect for an athlete like Judith that sticks to her guns.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. To be able to be in that split-second decision-making too, where you've got a couple seconds to really decide, all right, do I stick with everyone else or do I just continue on my own path? And every moment like that is really detrimental. I mean, even taking a look, at the rankings and the standings and the time stamps that come through. Every second longer that you spend thinking about something, or you take that pause in your paddle to really kind of process the information coming through, it's just going to add that much more time onto the end of the race and that possibility for walking away maybe with that gold medal. So an incredibly well fought race for Judith, and for Cornelia finishing out in that second place position as well, as we're looking at more paddlers that are coming into the inside. Now we still have that bronze and that copper medal wide open, and we've got a wipeout on the inside as we have two paddlers coming through, both with the race.
Looks like Molly there on the left. Oh, yeah, they're fatigued after paddling 4 rounds right there. That is Molly from Team England, I believe.
Molly from Team England crosses the finish line and finds that third place finish, with fourth going to Suzette Velez of Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, really stoked about that one.
Finding that copper medal for Puerto Rico, very exciting for a team, for Suzette, who's a school teacher. She's got children back at home. They're her life. She spends so much time with them and absolutely loves being a school teacher as well. A very emotional finish for her to be on the podium at the end of this event for the 48-year-old, putting together an incredible performance.
Yeah, she looks fatigued. She looks tired, but she looks really happy. You gotta, enjoy that moment. That's a very special feeling. Coming into a race where maybe she wasn't, expecting a medal result. I think she was definitely looking for a strong result, but because of the mix-up, she might have actually benefited from that situation. And this is definitely letting those emotions run through her, where achieving more than maybe was expected.
That is so true. So it looks like Eureka Horibe of Japan, the 31-year-old running up the beach now and going across the finish line in that 5th place position. She is so excited to be here competing for her team, and to walk away the top 5 in the world is a great result. She is the one that took out the distance race last year for that prone distance racing gold medal. So she'll be looking like a favorite coming into tomorrow's race specifically.
Yeah, she will. We have a long race coming up tomorrow. We have the long distance going out around the harbor. Right now we're just staying inside the bay here, but tomorrow conditions on offer are hopefully going to be a little bit more calm. The wind is dropping down, the wave size dropping as well. So perfect conditions for both the prone and the SUP racing distance tomorrow. It's always one of those events that challenges the athletes and makes everyone dig really deep.
Crossing the finish line in that 6th place position is a French competitor, Elise Donignon, the 18-year-old, who is a French national champion, and she'll finish out in that 6th place position as the host nation's representative.
Yeah, rough race there for Elise. Probably not the result she was looking for. I know France is pumped up to go for that three-peat of the team medals that they've achieved in the recent years. In both Puerto Rico, they won as a team, and in El Salvador in 2019, they won as well. So, not the result France was looking for today, but you can't control every race, and sometimes you just got to brush it off, move on, and focus on what's ahead.
Well, there is our 6 finishers for the final of the top 7 women in the world. And Judith Vergas with that win once again for Team Spain, going back-to-back with a 34-minute, 22-second finish, just shy of that 23rd second.
Yeah, exactly. As we see a nice shot there of the lighthouse out at the end. The tide is really coming in here. We're probably going to see the event, the finish line, which you could remember earlier today. There was like a 200-300 meter dash. You had to run in the sand down to the shoreline. Now the water is creeping back in, so we're going to see conditions radically change here as we get the finals of the men's technical racing coming up very soon.
That's so true. Well, before we take a look at those finals, as we see the Iranian in Sofia Fassi, who put together an incredible performance, was just shining, smiling throughout, and the most joyful of racers in the water today. She will finish out in that 7th place position. And that will round out our women's technical race for the prone technical race. Let's take a look now at the heat recap to see everything that went down within this heat, because wow, it was a wild one. I mean, it started out very strong off the race line.
Very, very immediate start. Nice waves to get it started. This is that breaking point where four of the racers took off on a sideline going to lunch somewhere. As we saw Judith Vergas from Spain stick to her guns, go the right course. You can see her on the yellow board on the left side of the screen. Here she comes to that inside buoy, realizing she's ahead. At this point, she's putting the pedal to the metal, getting both arms going. You can see her feet flapping there in synchro with the arms to get most momentum into the board. This is that moment where the 4 ladies here, the 4 women, realized they are on the wrong course. You see the two racers in the back there realizing, we're not going the right way. So they're changing direction here, catching up. But at this point, realizing the race is already in a precarious position for them.
That's right, and this was just such a shame that they went so far off course without being able to identify that they were going in the wrong direction. Judith, on the other hand, just hooks it around that inside buoy, makes a clean exit through the surf as well, and really showed that just such technical, sound racing all the way through. A great performance in and out of the surf, as well as sticking to that course.
Yeah, she stuck to her guns, and I've said that, but Judith just getting the job done, knowing what was expected of her, and it's not, let's just be honest, this is not the race we were expecting to see. I think it was definitely not the race the athletes were expecting to have.
It definitely was not what the athletes were expecting.
But that's life sometimes, and they'll learn from it. All the athletes will probably never make a mistake like this again. They'll look at maps, they'll learn from it, and just very unfortunate, but that's racing.
This is so true, and look at the correction and the success that Judith Vergas has made after the 2019 mistake in her race, going off course, losing out on a gold medal there. She's now come back to win back-to-back gold medals and to staying on the course. So an incredible performance from our gold medalist, and we've got more coming in the racing categories throughout today. We will have our men's and women's SUP technical races, so stay tuned. Coming up next will be the men's SUP technical final from our semifinals that ran out yesterday. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Hello everybody at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. I want to thank our host for putting this incredibly successful event. Please enjoy this time, this special time. Join riding and competing against people that you might know, friends from prior competitions, and new friends. You might or might not get to get home with medals, but you're a champion because you're there representing your country, and that's the highest honor for any athlete in the world.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
And welcome back, day 5 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. That was what you call straight organized chaos. But I'll tell you what, congratulations, Anthony Vela, our race director, and his entire judging team. I mean, they had it pinpointed. So amazing job by our race officials keeping that organized. And how they do it, which I think is very interesting, Bo, that I think a lot of people should know, is at each buoy, there is a judge, and that judge is recording each and every number that passes by that buoy in the right order. So they keep total track of it, and they were able to kind of identify it, get everybody back on course, even though it seemed kind of chaotic. Here in the booth, our race officials had full control the whole time.
Oh, totally they did, yeah, definitely. Those judges are looking for impeding progress, they're looking for those priority turns, but they're also making sure that competitors are following the race course, and if they aren't, they do let them know, and that's why we saw in that last prone paddleboard race from the women, they have some of them having to turn back, retrace their steps, and do the correct course. We even saw them doing an extra 4th lap to make up for that mistake.
That's exactly it. And let's look at the map because our last heat should have done this.
That's true. Starting off at the beach, going straight out. This is where things went wrong. They went a left turn around that first buoy, but they went straight across the top to that 3rd buoy. So you can see after that first left turn, you've got to come back in toward the shore for a second right-hand turn buoy, then a 3rd left-hand turn buoy at the back, and then back into the surf zone right toward the beach for buoy number 4. And that's where we see all that action happen, Drew.
Absolutely. And I can't blame them. You know, there's a lot of wave out there, a lot of wind. We're going to talk about that. There's a ton of wind out on the water right now, which plays a factor, and sometimes you just get a little disoriented when you're in and out of the wave swell, and that seemed to be what happened. But yeah, unofficial results as of now, it was Judith Vargas from Spain first, Cornelia Regati from Italy second, with the silver medal. Molly Roodhouse from England, a big finish for her, 3rd. And then the one that really shook it up was Puerto Rico. Suzette Velez coming in with the copper medal. Congratulations, Team Puerto Rico. They're still celebrating down there. I mean, they're banging the drums. I mean, it's mora, mora, mora everywhere out there. There's a live shot from the beach here at Grand Plage Beach. This is the last of the 2 events remaining. We have coming up the women's SUP technical coming up after this, but now we're going to go to the men's SUP technical final. 22 athletes, and boy, oh boy, this is a goodie.
This is going to be one of the, this is definitely the penultimate event of today. Obviously, the women coming up next as well, going to be exciting to watch. Tituan Boyo, multiple-time world champion, Noah Gariud. So Team France there, going to be on the starting line, getting pick of the best spots. Manuel Hoyuela, Antonio Morillo, Campbell Carter, Wright Taguchi, Shuri Araki, David Liao, Ricardo Rossi, Baldo Marconi, Omelov Garcia, Itzel Delgado, Christian Anderson. Oh my God, these names are just amazing. Michael Booth, Ben Morham, Kiel de Bruyne, Ollie Horton, Santino, Basildea, Noah Stender, Johnny Hagen, Blue Ewer, and Donato Friens. There are multiple world champions in there. Michael Booth, Christian Anderson, Tituan Poyo. We have Shuri Araki, two-time gold medalist from last year. This is a stacked final for the men's technical race.
It is absolutely unbelievable. Everyone has asked us, you know, you got to pick your favorites, This one, there's 20 of them. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I'll tell you what, if we go by lap times, we go by heat times in the qualifiers, the two Japanese athletes definitely had it coming in with the fastest times. That's Rai Taguchi and Shuri Akari from Japan had the fastest. But Tituan Puyo, he's fully familiar with this, and that man right there, Itzel Delgado.
Yeah, Itzel Delgado, you saw him warming up just before on screen, getting that pumped up, angry face, getting ready for it. Itzel, going to be one to watch in these conditions. I was talking to him earlier this morning saying that he was just taking it easy yesterday, just getting an idea of the course, a feel of the water. Today he's going to bring it.
Yeah, he's been dreaming of a world championship with the ISA since he was a little kid when the ISA went to Peru and his dad competed in it. So that's how far it goes back. Now the youngster here competing at the highest level, the highest stage, trying to capture that gold world title here in France. So good story there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, back in 2012, 2013 in Lima, Peru for the ISA World Championships, and Itzel representing Peru.
Another one to talk about here, Bo, as we get into it, Michael Booth, most likely known for his distance paddling, basically untouchable in distance paddling unless there's some kind of freak thing happening. But he says this course is set up perfect for him. He likes a little longer course. He likes, you know, little more gradual buoy turns. So look for big things for Team Australia. Michael Booth from Australia. Anything to say about that?
Yeah, 2016 and 2018 long distance ISA World Gold medalist. So he's going to be looking to add a medal to the disciplines in this technical race. Like you said, this tide coming in, it's a lot longer stretch to get out to the buoys. He's going to like that. He's going to apply the pressure, apply the power between those buoys.
Definitely. And there is the current situation out on the water right now. But the one thing you're not seeing here is the winds have bumped up just a little bit. It started out at 8, but we got to be around 15 or 20 out on the water as we're in a little protected area right now. So that's why we're seeing 8-mile-an-hour winds. But out on the water, we can see 12, 15, sometimes 20-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah, there's some definitely white caps you can see around that rock wall out there from the harbour. There's a lot of white caps out there, a lot of wind coming from the north, but we're really in that protected bay from the harbour wall. We are taking a look at our window here. We can see the course being rearranged slightly. Got some boats out there. Inside buoys are being moved for these competitors. That tide's come in, so the course is going to change a little bit. Obviously not going to do as long a beach run as we saw this morning from our competitors in the junior men and women, but we are going to be seeing this race get underway very, very shortly.
And yeah, that's what we're talking about. That buoy number 4, that inside buoy, they're trying to bring it a little bit further in to that sort of surf break right there, so it's not in the flat water, so they're making that course adjustment right now. You see all these lines going across the start-finish lines. Why don't you explain that to us there, Bo?
Yeah, so what they've done is they've spaced out 1 meter spaces for all of our athletes, and they're going to sit inside those lines. So you have to stay inside that. It's going to give the competitors equal opportunity to have a bit of space on the start line. We did see a couple of races earlier, everyone really bunched up together, but I think with this kind of, you get a bit more beach up high, you can really spread out a bit further.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about the run earlier. The run can make or break. A lot of athletes have not prepared for this length of a run, on or off the sand. So, you know, that could shake things up. Michael Booth, definitely not a strong runner. Itzel Delgado, the kid's like Yosemite Sam speedy guy. So, you know, that's going to play a factor. However, as the tide starts to pull in, not going to be as much as a factor going into these heats.
No, people like Rai Taguchi as well on screen there, lining up in that #1 position. So he had that best time from yesterday. So we saw him yesterday going around those flag turns on the beach, apply so much speed to his run. So he's going to be looking at doing that today. He's going to get a great start off the line.
Yeah, and you see Rye there taking that outside spot. So the qualifying, how they select their spots is right now our race director, Anthony Vela, is calling them out based on their heat times from the qualifying round. So whoever finished at the lowest heat time, that's how they're selecting their spots.
That's right. Shrimpy on screen, riding the NSP there. He's going to choose that number 4th spot there. Tituan Poyo on the left there. Noe Garud also coming in here.
Interesting board change up by Shrimpy right now. Decided to go with that dugout NSP. Yesterday he went with the Infinity, so he must see something there. There's Noik. His brother Vajek just took home the gold medal for Team France here just moments ago in the juniors. But everybody choosing that far outside line there, Bo.
They are. I think they like that because it is a straight line toward the Golden Buoy, that first turn. If you do start on that right-hand side of screen that we saw, you kind of have to go on a bit of a diagonal track. And that means you've got to be playing a little bit of catch-up to all of the competitors. So it seems like they're making some smart decisions out there on the water. It's El Delgado at the start line as well. But all eyes are going to be on Shrimpy.
Yeah, he's the one to make it or break it. 2-time gold medalist last year. I love his interviews because you can ask him any question you want, and he comes back with, put your head down, paddle hard. That's all he says. It's like the most, I mean, I'd love to be his PR person.
Just keep paddling.
Just keep saying what you're saying there.
That's it. Michael Booth on the start line now as well. Ollie Horton on that right-hand side of screen there. He's chosen his spot next to Itzel. So this is a very stacked field.
Everybody deciding to go on that corner. Itzel getting a little hydration from his team manager there from Peru. Michael Booth on the starboard. His name's plastered across the front of it. Does a lot of SUP training back home in Australia. That's kind of what he does. He puts a lot of people in prime position for stand-up paddling.
Well, one interesting fact is actually a couple of these paddlers in this race are trained by Boothy.
There you go. So how would it be? You know, you're trying to beat your coach.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't want to beat him too bad because the price goes up. I mean, you got to be careful with this, you guys. There's Itzel Delgado with the black hat on backwards. I know his mom, Arinska, is watching from home in Peru. I haven't seen her for a little while. Hope she's doing well. And now they'll start filling in those inside slots here as we go. 22-person field here. Whew. A lot of paddlers. However, let's talk about this. With multiple countries in the same heat, you got 2 Japanese riders, you got 2 French riders, you got 2 Danish riders. Does a defensive tactic kind of play a role there?
Oh, 100%. So you can see Christian Andersen there, the yellow shorts, opting for that space a little bit to the right of where everyone else is lining up. He's going to be coming up with Noah Stender in this final, which is so Team Denmark, and there's definitely some tactics. Got a little bit of insight there. Some of these competitors, if there are 2, they might be playing a little bit of blocking tactics to let the better racer get ahead.
Just because it's so chaotic. There's a look at Christian Andersen in the green trunks from Denmark. And there is a Team USA rider right behind him, Campbell Carter, the blondie, all the way from Wilmington, North Carolina. More of a flat water paddler, but I'll tell you what, he surfed the waves really good throughout the juniors.
Yeah, he did. So he's already done this course this morning, so he's going to have a little bit of experience coming there. Maybe the arms might be a little bit tired, but we'll have to check. There's Noah Stender just behind a competitor there in Riccardo Rossi.
That's one to look out for, too. Riccardo Rossi from Italy. He's kind of like the dark horse of the field. If he gets a good start, gets out clean, watch for him to make a move out there.
And then Ben Morham there, just on right of screen from England. So he's going to be looking for a good result here. You can see down there, that is Kjell de Bruin on the left side there, doing some breaths before his heat. Behind him, Santino in the black hat.
He's got the nasal strip on. I haven't seen those since the 90s. Are they making a comeback?
I think so.
Oh, man, I could use one of those right now. And there's our Team Canada rider there, paddler number 275, a tall boy. He's got to be 6'2". Good to see Team Canada out there competing as well. And this is the 2023 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships Men's SUP Technical Final. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the medal round, Bo.
This is it.
This is it.
Gold, silver, bronze, copper being awarded today.
You wear the medal on the airplane on the way home, or else you just go home.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much how this works.
I totally did, definitely, when I got a medal.
Wear it
Always
everywhere.
Wear it everywhere for the next year.
You try to stretch it for whatever else you can get.
Yeah, you got it for the next year.
Yeah.
You're number 1 for the whole year.
drinks are on. I'm a medalist. Give me a drink. So there's that yellow buoy we're talking about. Oh, we just went away from the shot. But you saw they moved that yellow buoy in more to the shallower zone on the bottom of your screen. It was farther out. It was about almost 80 meters or so, 100 meters out there, but now it's right in that break. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we saw in that last pro and women's paddleboarding that they actually were rounding that inside buoy without waves. So they have moved it inside there. That's going to cause a lot of chaos. The riders will be able to pick up some waves further out, ride it in through to that fourth buoy turn. They're going to have to do a left turn around that, head back out through the waves for that final fifth buoy turn to come back into the beach. But it's 3 laps of this 1.5 kilometer course. So nearly that 5 kilometer mark, and we're on the start line with the start.
We're on the start line with the start. Look at about 10-minute lap times according to earlier heats. Some getting down. There is Noik Gerard, won the overall Euro Tour. There's the athlete from Puerto Rico. I'll tell you, this kid, he's focused. Olman Garcia. He had a little accident. That's why he has a tape on his head right there.
That's right.
It healed up, but he liked the look, so he decided to run with it. He said, he says everybody digs it.
Opting for the hydration pack as well. So getting a little bit of hydration on the water. We saw Sister as well, as we're going to get a start for the men's final.
Here we go. We're under starters order. Oh, kind of a weak corn there on the start, which confused the whole backside of the heat there. Everybody on the north side got really confused, so you're going to see a very diagonal type kickoff here, which is going to open up the whole shot. And here we go, charging out. It's the NSP riders.
What a start from everybody. That horn was on the left side of that right side of the screen, so those competitors far out couldn't hear it, and they all started a bit late. We see, looks like Christian Anderson getting out quite far ahead. We have, looks like Tituan Poyo there on the right-hand side of screen. Michael Booth paddling out. We looks like we have Blue Ewer out in front at the moment from England with Christian Anderson behind him. What a start from the young English rider.
Yes, you got to give it to Blue Ewer. He had a great start yesterday, too, so this is doubling it up. Blue Ewer, now Christian Polar Bear Anderson starts to make a move on him on the left-hand side for that whole shot buoy. 50 meters remaining, but everybody really bunched up here, Bo. This is going to be this is going to be straight chaos going into this buoy turn.
It is, and we really got to look at that impeding progress rule. As they get to the buoy turns, you need to have at least that half a board length in front to go into priority. Christian Anderson now overtaking Blue Ewer on that left-hand side of screen there. Looks like we have our French riders. Noah Gariud there in that third position. On the outside there, that looked like it was Shrimpy, possibly.
Shrimpy coming from that far outside, he almost got like a 30 or 20 so meter late start there because he wasn't sure of the horn. Everybody kind of looked at it again once they saw everybody going as everybody starts to bulk up here. Now look at this, rail-to-rail racing. It's going to be hard to get on that right-hand stroke if you're on the lower side. If you're on the outside, you're going to stay on the right-hand side. So this is definitely a factor because the inside guys can push them further to the outside around that buoy turn.
That's right, but look at Right Taguchi there on the outside. He's starting to overtake everybody, trying to get to this buoy turn first. That's him on the starboard on the left of screen. Looks like we have Noah Gariud there. And Tituan Poyo in the mix as well.
Yeah, Noah Gerard in good position there, but Christian Polar Bear Anderson from Denmark definitely has the line going into this golden buoy. And here comes a boat right across the front of them. There's our judges' boat.
There's actually been a
they're going to restart them.
Start for this race.
So that was
judges, officials.
That was the reason why the boat came in. So they're deciding to restart the race. That's why the boat kind of came in. I was wondering why that boat was coming at them. Like, that's not accurate. So unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it again.
Yeah, that's unfortunately a false start there. I don't think that horn, I think it might have just been a test horn, because that's why we saw some competitors staying on the line.
Bit sooner,
yeah, you think you would have stopped them a bit sooner. I think they might have been trying to get their attention. Once you're in race mode, though, Drew, it's game on. You don't think about anything else. You just want to get to that first buoy.
Now, this changes everything. This changes everything up because now, you're focused. You're on the start line. You just paddled 100 meters or better.
That's all your energy right there. That's what you're saving the day for this start. We see all our competitors on the left of screen, and then they left for, pretty much for dead. The paddlers on the right-hand side of the screen as well.
I didn't hear the whistle blow, therefore I was not aware that it was a false start. Usually when there's a false start, there's a whistle blown there, but you can see how everybody on the far side was really kind of confused on that one.
Very confused. You can see
some nice glide.
Good starts there. Looks like that was a great start from Paolo Marconi there on that whiteboard. But it was Blue Ewer and Christian Anderson getting out. Look at Blue Ewer just getting so much speed getting out in front on the NSP. Christian Polar Bear Anderson just behind him. Campbell Carter on the SIC behind them as well. Johnny Hagan on the top of screen 2 on the deep. He's getting out in front, but he was overtaken by those competitors over there. Right Taguchi, looks like Noah Gariud as well.
But all of our athletes pretty much rode this beautifully all the way out. And you saw there, maybe it's because of the false start or something, but the midfield just had the beeline towards that buoy turn.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, it's interesting that they actually let the paddlers go that far before making a call.
Like I said, there's usually a whistle. I did not hear it. However, we're kind of stuck in a box up here.
This is what we want to see during the race.
Yeah.
We want to see everyone on a wave.
Party wave,
Wouldn't
baby.
that be fun?
Now, this is very stereotypical of what BOP used to look like.
Yes.
Battle of the Paddle in California was like the Super Bowl of SUP. And you'd see a wave coming in, and that's what it looked like.
You'd have
6, 7 riders on each wave. It was straight chaos.
You'd have 30, 40 paddlers in the water at that point. So you're going to have multiple people on the wave. But you can see actually maybe helping getting a little bit of kind of checking the experience of the waves and just a little bit of knowledge of how those waves are going to be breaking, because that tide changes everything.
Definitely. So a little shake-up in what's going to be happening here. If you're just joining us, it's our men's SUP technical final. This is the middle round, ladies and gentlemen. However, we had a false start, so they're going to reset the field, put them back in place, and reorganize it. Coming up next will be the women's SUP technical final. So that'll be the last event scheduled for the day today. And then tomorrow, we talk distance.
We do talk distance. It's going to be about a 15, 18-kilometer course. We'll get the exact distance as they set it up in the morning. But they're going to go out around that harbour wall. They're going to go up around to a buoy. They're going to come back, go around that and go back up the beach. And they're going to come back in here to the beach to finish off the distance race. But, Drew, I just want to touch on this false start. One false start goes back to the field, nothing happens. Second false start, whoever makes that false start is disqualified.
That's it. So really everybody's going to wait and make sure that is a true horn sound. So I'll tell you what, we're going to throw everything at you here in France. I mean, we had people going around the wrong buoys. We've had false starts. I mean, what could happen next? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it was a great start, though. So that's a little taste of what the people at home get to look at. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if it was a repeat of that, it's going to be so exciting because we had still all the top names get to that front position. But we are going to be looking for another start. Everyone going to be getting back to their positions on the start line. Melv Garcia, middle of screen there.
Yeah, his sister also competing in the ISA World Championships. Good to see the family affair. We talked about that so much.
It's Ricardo Rossi.
Noah Stender. Yeah. They're all going to restack.
Yep.
Christian Polar Bear Anderson with some lime green shorts. So I'm going to have to talk about his...
Look at that heart rate. He got the heart rate up just from that start. Everyone taking some deep breaths. Blue Ewer, you can see him kind of middle of the screen next to Insel there.
Does that take some of the nerves away, though? Now you got that start out of the way, you come back, you're like, okay, I get it.
No, I don't think it does, Drew. I think you just have to reset. This is a fresh start. You know, those races that didn't get a good start last time are probably going to be looking for a better start now. But, you know, every start is different. You just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, no. Unfortunate break. Anthony Vela is going to get him reset. They're all back in their starting positions. Now he's going to start from the left side.
Yeah,
let's try to blow the horn from the north side.
I actually think the horn ran out of air. So
is that what it was?
I think that's what it was, and that's why Anthony Vela there was testing the whistle. He's going to call the race down and blow the whistle. And that's going to be signal the start of this race.
All right, here we go. Start number 2 of the men's SUP technical final medal round here. Going for the gold, silver, bronze, and copper medal here at the ISA World Championships. Bo Nixon, Drew with you, bringing it to you live for a second time. We're going to call it that.
If it's just as exciting as the first time, I'm all in.
Hey, Bo, I'm right there with you, buddy. You go, I go. That's just how this works. Everybody's set up. There is the alignment right there. You see the Japanese riders on the far left hand of your screen. Tituon Puyo also over there. He's definitely one of the top contenders in here. Noah Gerard, also a top contender. I mean, there's so many top paddlers here. It's going to come down to who paddles the perfect race.
Yeah, totally is. And with former world champions in there, multiple ISA gold medalists in there, silver medalists too. Christian Anderson coming from a junior gold medal as well. So he's up against the big names in this sport in this final. He's going to be looking to add another gold medal to his cabinet.
You know what he attributed to? The haircut.
Yes.
He got a new haircut. Therefore, he is performing in his peak condition. There he is right there. High and tight, Christian. High and tight. That's how they do it. Everybody back in starting position. Here we go. Most people decide to carry their board on the right-hand side versus the left. And what they're going to do is at the sound of the whistle now, not the horn, they're going to charge to the water and execute what we call the glide.
Yeah, they're going to have to bunny hop a little bit out through the waves, jump on it. Racers are ready.
Here we
and
go.
We're going to start with the whistle.
Nice, clean start here in France for lap number 1 of our medal round of the men's SUP technical. All boards hit the water at the same time.
Johnny Hagen out in front there on the deep paddleboard. Blue Ewer and the NSP getting there. Christian Andersen as well. What a great start from Johnny Hagen. As we see, it looks like Noah Gariud there in the starboard, getting out in front on the top of screen. Rai Taguchi on the outside as well. Titouan Poyo just behind him. This is exciting.
That's what it's all about. The Japanese riders, though, really didn't get the push through the wave as everybody else did, and now Noah Girard out in front on the starboard. Blue Ewer, though, another great start.
Yeah, he's in second position right now. He's going to be looking to hold on to that, but we do see a better start this time from Shrimpy. Obviously, he started a little bit further back. He's now in that kind of middle pack there, all that kind of third, fourth, fifth position. Christian Andersen looking to come in to create this draft train. We also have our paddlers out here. We have Paolo Marconi down on that whiteboard at the bottom of the screen. We're also looking at Manuel Hoyuela on the left there as well with that hydration pack on.
Look at the move now by Christian Andersen in the lime green shorts. He's on the left-hand side, top of your screen. He's starting to put the pressure on Noah, but look at this, Shrimpy now starting to push to the outside. Now overtakes first place. Team Japan, Shrimpy Araki from Japan. This is what he's all about, and he will keep up this pace the entire time. So if you're paddling next to him, you know he ain't going to slow down, Bo.
That's true. I actually think it's Rai Taguchi.
Oh, right. Sorry, my bad.
Sorry, Drew. Yeah. And then Shrimpy in the yellow hat. He's on the NSP, so he's about fourth position. He's actually making a go for it now. He's going to get up, try and get up into third. Christian Andersen in that third position at the moment. Noah Gariud in second on the starboard. We do see competitors coming back afield. This one is Blue Ewer in the middle there as well.
He's kind of caught in no man's land. Blue Ewer is stuck between the inside, outside. He's got Shrimpy on his outside, Christian on his bottom side. He really doesn't have a lot of clean water there. That's not a place you want to be.
No, and it looks like he's pushing hard to get out of that situation too. You can see he wants to go into this buoy turn at least half a board length in front. That's where he's going to get the priority. But we do see Rai Taguchi going into the golden buoy in first position.
Here comes Rai Taguchi. Back surf stand, backside turn. Nice and tight. Beautifully done by Rai. And Noah takes the buoy out, pushes it aside.
As we see competitor go down, looks like that might have been Blue.
I don't know what's going to happen there. Our officials are at that buoy watching it all go down. There was straight chaos, but that was an excellent buoy turn by Taguchi, keeping that edge on Noak. And now Noak tries to push it to the outside, but everybody around clean.
Yeah, everyone around clean. I think that one person that fell off was Blue Ewer, so he's going to fall back a couple of places. Not a great start for him. We did see him get off the beach very, very well. But we do have Rai Taguchi there in the lead. Noak Gariud just behind.
And there's Taguchi right there. Now Noak starting to put some pressure. Noak definitely has the inside line. Let's watch Noak here.
Rai needs to give way to Noak here.
That's his onside. That's Noak's onside. That's Rai's offside. So that's why you saw Noak gain about a half a board length around that turn.
That's right. Christian Andersen in third. Titouan Poyo. Oh, no, sorry. That's his Shrimpy. Shrimpy in fourth position. Then we have Titouan Poyo there as well. Blue Ewer coming around. We also have Manuel Hoyuela in there. Campbell Carter, it looks like.
And look at the cluster there. In 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It's anybody's guess there, but the field will start to stretch out at this point. Now this is that critical section. We saw our prone paddleboarders in the earlier heats. If you saw it, catching those little side bumps, those little runners that are allowing them just to get a little edge on the rest of the field. So we'll see if they can start taking advantage of that. They start taking a left-hand shoulder turn on this red can buoy, and then they start looking over their shoulder for the wave.
Yeah, that's it. Totally. So Rai Taguchi heading around. Noah Gariud. Then we have Shrimpy,
nice
Christian Andersen. Looks like Michael Booth up into 5th position at the moment. Titouan Poyo behind him.
Look at the power of Shrimpy. I mean, he threw that NSP, sank the back down probably 2.5 feet, and just whipped it around that corner. Now look at his cadence coming out.
Yeah, it needs to be really strong. This is where you kind of come into a bit of downwind, find some bumps, maybe some waves as well for these competitors. Might be a bit of swell at the back. Kind of see a little lump, few lumps coming through. Everyone seems to be getting around these buoy turns pretty cleanly.
Yeah, it's not a lot of swell coming off the back there. I don't really see anything pushing out the back to you, Bo.
No, I don't. Not really.
Kind of flat. This is going to be a grind coming into this.
It is going to be a grind, and that's where Michael
section.
Booth, you know, the paddlers such as him, is going to really start to like these conditions. He's going to apply some pressure. That's him dead center of screen, paddling toward us next to Shrimpy on the right. Then right to Gucci on that far left of screen there. He's out in front. Noah Gaudiud there now, center of screen. Christian Anderson just behind him.
Yep, that's the current situation. There's your first, second, third, fourth, and it's really starting to stretch out here. I don't see anything coming out the back right now to help any of our paddlers, so they're just going to grind this one out. What you mentioned definitely helps Boothie, and you can tell Boothie, he really digs deep with that blade. Most people's blades are about just a foot under the water. He's going about 1.5 feet.
It actually looks like he's using a little bit of a shorter paddle too than other competitors. That way you can really bend over, apply that power, get really strong with his paddling stroke.
Here's Taguchi now catching a little runner, going to push into Michael Booth. And Taguchi, now there's 3 all the way across there as they come into that inside buoy. Noah,
I think it's right to Gucci, Noik, and
Shrimpy. So you got the 2 Japanese riders and Noah Gerard from France. Great angle there. Noah sitting in that second position. Rye's got to be very happy as he goes through here heat number 1. Now Noah catches a little runner coming in to buoy number 4.
It's interesting. There's no waves on this stretch.
Little runners, though.
Little runner now. Little runner to split up the first and second position. They're going to enjoy that little run.
Rye's got to hit the brakes and bounce right behind Noah if he's going to get around him. See, let's watch out. Noah to the inside.
Technique there from Noik.
Good
Fantastic. And Rye, well done. Good job getting around that. Shrimpy, Shuriaraki coming around that one. Well done from Shrimpy as well. As we see Christian Anderson, Tituan Poyo coming in. Michael Booth behind them. Christian Anderson having to dodge this wave, falls off here. As we see Tituan Poyo getting the inside line. Then Michael Booth as well in there.
I'll tell you what, that threw T2 off. Christian Anderson got hit on the side rail. Definitely didn't time that right. And that'll allow Tituan Puyo to pull out in 4th. And the rest, look at this. Party wave coming into buoy 4. And they'll get rolled up. There'll be some swimming here as the rest of the field charging their way out. That was England. And here's another party wave coming into the parking lot. Some of them taking the buoys out. And this is where it's
carnage right now.
And they got leashes on that are wrapping up in fins. So now you got to unwind, get unraveled, and get back around there. Oh, that's why you want to be in front.
That is why you need to be in front. You don't want to be stuck with a lot of people coming into that buoy turn. We did see a really clean buoy turn from David Leao as well, from Brazil. So he's going to be up in that top pack. It's very exciting. Maybe one of our Infinity riders is up there too. Could be Santino. Might be Ricardo Rossi. We're going to have to get confirmation of who that is.
Let's watch it on the replay here. I mean, you see, it looks like the 405 in California during rush hour right now. And just I mean, it's just straight chaos. Now you're trying to navigate around boards, bouncing off boards. That's when you get what you call board dings. Here's Ryan Taguchi coming around the backside on his offside turn. Carves it around nicely. Noah just on his fin box. Watch Shrimpy. Shrimpy gets to the back of that NSP. Dumps the nose about 3 feet up in the air and able to whip that board around quickly, taking the surface area off the water. So there's your top 3 coming in, and now we start looking at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place.
That's
where
right.
we'll see some jostling around.
They all
there.
are right now. So heading around that buoy turn at the back. Could be Michael Booth.
It does look like Michael Booth on the starboard coming out. So Michael's got to be happy with this 4th place standing here at we conclude lap number 1 of 3 in this 5K. They're going to go to this yellow can and then make their way back out. Gold medal round here, and it's always lap number 1 that just gets you all going and gets you all fired up. But look at Taguchi.
Shrimpy on a little wave behind. Taguchi trying to go hard on a little bump in front, but it looks like Noik, Shrimpy, and Taguchi all going to be on a wave together.
Look at Shrimpy's cadence compared to Noik. He's doing about 2 strokes to every 1 stroke of Noik. And Noik knows it, but Noik's definitely got the better line here. So Shrimpy's going to have to power around, come from the far outside around this can.
See Shrimpy already off the wave here, so he's going to stay back a little bit as Taguchi is holding on. He does very well.
Shrimpy to the inside. What a beautiful, you talked about it. Dropped off the back of the wave, showed a lot of patience there, and now going to carve it to the inside. Surf stance up and over. Beautiful call there, Bo.
Yeah, amazing just kind of strategy and technique there from Shrimpy to know that he needs to back off a little bit. But that is Tituan Puyo, Michael Booth.
Puyo around the outside now. Starting to make his on his right-hand paddle. He'll start making his way out there at the SIC board. I believe that is David Leao now coming around. Here comes Christian Polar Bear Anderson now coming into the yellow can buoy. He'll try to cut it in.
Looks like Santino.
Santino, nice buoy turn there as well. Polar Bear really starting to fall off the pack here. He's got to put the gas down. And look at this.
Ollie Horton there on the inside there, getting that turnaround. Then we've got Paolo Marconi behind him. Whoa, it's carnage! Everybody off.
All we're seeing is the bottom sides of paddleboards. You're not supposed to do that. And now we got everybody swimming here again at buoy number 6.
And the wave coming into sideways boards and boards everywhere. Let's hope everyone is okay in that. But it does look like there are going to be some tangles.
Yeah, that was Johnny Hagan, unfortunately, on that deep that got caught up in that. He had such a great start, and he's been caught up in the mess the last and buoy 4 and buoy 6. That's a huge break for him.
Right next to Blue Euro as well, who was caught in both of those buoy turns too. It looks like Blue actually copped a couple of boards to his one, so going to be a bit of damage.
Oh, look at this. Shrimpy, Shuriaraki in the green hat, dead center of your screen. Now trying to push past Noah Gerard from France. Right, Taguchi currently sitting in that 3rd place position. Michael Booth on the left-hand side of your screen from Australia. And Tutuan Puyo on the far outside. There's your top 5 as we start lap number 2. But look at the cadence. I want to talk about the cadence. This guy has his head down. It's hard to know that he even knows where he's going because his head is just in the water the whole time.
This is what we saw from Shrimpy yesterday as well. He really wanted to apply pressure to the rest of the field, getting that kind of better of the heat score. Right, Taguchi overtook him in that semi-final yesterday with the times, but it is going to be Shrimpy going into the first buoy turn for lap number 2 of this final. He's going to get the lead so far. That is ahead of Noah Gariud and Rai Taguchi.
Beautiful buoy turn there by Shrimpy. You see him start to stretch about a board length out in front of Noah. Noah had to go a little bit wide there. And Rai started to slow up on the cadence maybe just a little bit here.
I think he is, yeah. Maybe he was that first lap. They've had 2 starts to this race, remember, so they expended a lot of energy right at the beginning. Shrimpy wants to get ahead.
Let's talk about this. Rai is going to pull up behind Shrimpy. You got 2 Japanese team riders. They start working together. What do you see here, Bo?
I see them working together, definitely for the team points. But at the end of the day, they're both competitors. They're going to want to win the gold medal. Shrimpy going for back-to-back. He won it last year. The youngest ever to do so as a gold medalist in the open men's.
And he's going to compete in the sprints, too.
That's right. He's going to go in the sprints. And I can't blame Japan putting him in the sprints as well. Just his speed off the line. You see that paddle cadence super fast. Rai Taguchi now rounding that second buoy turn.
But Noah starting to break out in front now, so they're just battling back and forth. There is Noah Gerard now from France out in front by about a half a board length. Recently won the overall in the Euro Tour. Shrimpy trying to grab another gold here at the ISA, and Rai Taguchi just behind him. But now they're starting to stretch out between 4th and 5th, Bo. You're really starting to see them. And this, you know, when you have someone out your right door or your left door, it causes you to, you're not looking behind you, you're just looking next to you.
Yeah, that's so true. And it also puts a little bit of pressure on as well. You've got to keep that pace up because you know that someone's right there. If you back off that little bit, they're going to see an opportunity. They're going to overtake you. They want to get in front. See Tituan Puyo, Michael Booth there. That's 4th and 5th position. So creating a bit more of a gap between the next riders too.
Look at Noah to the outside. Oh, look at this. Shrimpy covers it to the inside. That's why you can't even leave a sliver of light, because that's an onside turn, and Shrimpy knows how to just take that turn so close. Beautiful turn.
Yeah, you can even see the judges there using their phones as well to capture all of that action so they can refer back to any of the priority turns around the buoys. But we're going to see Noah get a little bit of a bump there. Shrimpy's going to try and get on another little bump. Remember, we are going to be crowning gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
You got to think about this. Noah, this is his home water. This is home field advantage. You know, Rai and Shrimpy, they've only been here 3 or 4 days. So you got to think, does home field advantage start playing a role in this, especially from buoy 4 to buoy 5?
Oh, 100% it does. And we saw that this morning with Noah's brother Vaik getting the win in the junior SUP technical as well. So it definitely comes into play 100%. We saw, you know, in that previous prone paddleboarding, Juliette, I believe, she ended up taking the win. She's from Spain, but she spent a lot of time down in these waters, so getting a lot of experience here, and that's what you need to be doing. You need to be here a lot of the time to be able to understand these conditions.
Here's the current situation. It is basically a toss-up before first and second. In 3rd place, Rai Taguchi. In 4th place from Australia, Michael Booth, and in 5th place, Titouan Pouillot from France. That is the current situation here as we start coming into buoy number 4, and again, really flat ocean out there.
It is that tide coming into play as well, just getting a bit of deeper water underneath the kind of competitors here. There was a little set that came in, but they missed it. You can see that wave bottom of screen there. They kind of missed that one, just missed timing it.
Didn't really stand up for him, though. It just kind of like rolled on past him. And we saw the 3rd lap, we saw some sets start to come in, stand up, and that could definitely close the gap. 14 minutes, 40 seconds, an absolutely blistering pace here.
This is lap number 2 as well. So they are going to be looking to get it under 20 minutes for the end of lap number 2. As we see Ryan Taguchi on a little runner behind. Shrimpy's going to paddle hard into this next buoy turn. I love this drone angle. We're so close to the action right now. Ryan Taguchi coming in. He's going to try and hit it. He's going to get off the back of the wave very soon. We see Shrimpy turn around this buoy turn as Noak hits it sideways. He's unfortunately going to come unstuck. Ryan Taguchi's chance to get around the outside. Is he going to be able to do it in front of Noak? The Shrimpy has taken a lead here.
Huge break by Noak coming around that buoy turn. Just got sideways, goes down, and I think he really was trying to cut to the inside, but Shrimpy was so clean, he left him nowhere to go but down. Big bummer there. It looks like Titouan Pouillot might have taken over 4th.
Yeah, Titouan in 4th. Michael Booth there in the 5th spot. They're going to look to kind of go hard for this final lap that they're going to be going into. Another couple of buoy turns before they start that. As we are taking a look at how other competitors coming in, but this is where the action happens.
1st through 4th, that's all that matters. The medal round here of the men's SUP technical. And it's, if you don't get top 4, you're not standing on the podium, you're watching from the audience. Nice buoy turns there by those 2 athletes.
That is David Liao on the SIC paddling in. So he's going to be in 7th position.
Yeah, from
and
Brazil.
It could be Antonio Morillo as well in that number 6.
And followed up by Christian Polar Bear Anderson. Wave starting to break on that inside buoy. I'll tell you, that is where it gets exciting. You see our paddler going way on the infinity. Lost him there, going way to the inside. Now Shrimpy starting to turn it on. Now right to Gucci, trying to reel in Shrimpy.
Yeah,
but
Shrimpy's
again,
got a good lead.
But that cadence, I mean, I just want to talk about the cadence. Shrimpy's cadence is just insane. Look at him, more of that Connor Baxter type paddle stroke. He chokes down on the paddle, allowing him to get a lot quicker stroke, not dig as deep in the water. So really short, quick strokes, trying to get around that buoy turn and get out in front of those waves.
Yeah, absolutely. Love that you noticed that, Drew. He's really choking down that handle there. That allows him to get lower to the water. A bit more of that blade in there as well. Going to get a lot more power from the stroke. Right, Taguchi seems to be backing off as well as Noak. You can see the cadence. The difference with Shrimpy just going bang, 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 bang. But the competitors behind maybe saving energy for the final lap.
Are you kidding me? You can't save energy. That's a bad idea. This is the final. This is the medal round. Oh, shoot. And there's Shrimpy taking a couple of strokes off, trying to get out in front. Maybe he was looking to try and get in front just to catch that little runner, because he did catch that in the last lap.
He did. I think he's going to get onto this one as well. It's only a small one, but with his cadence and paddle speed, he might be able to get onto it, extend that lead a little bit more going into the last lap. Remember, 3 laps to round out this men's SUP technical final.
Conclusion of lap number 2, coming into buoy number 6. Sean Evans, our photographer right there, with his shirt off, taking all the great photos for you that you see on ISAsurf.org. And look at this. Here comes. They might reel him in. If Shrimpy doesn't catch this little bump,
Shrimpy's got to turn around. He's got to get a little bit sideways with this tiny little bump coming as well. He's quick. He's quick.
He wastes no time in the buoy turn. That's almost to benefit. Right to Gucci, up and down. He's swimming. That'll allow Noah to go back up. Huge error there by Rai. He had the angle and just blew the balance.
Oh, well, we've seen Rai do this in the past. He gets that board so far out of the water and buoy turns on one stroke and gets around and then gets a lot of speed. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it this time. Titouan Pouillot, Michael Booth surfing in on this wave. They're going to pull off now. Titouan is going to surf around. Michael Booth, notice he's going to jump off. Titouan nearly going over there, but they almost went past that buoy. So they're going to spin that board around. They need to get on their feet quick, Drew.
Yeah, Michael, I'll tell you, he wanted to carve to the inside. T2 was almost trying to close the block, but then got off balance there. But I want to talk about Shrimpy. He spends no time at those buoy turns. He's in and out in the snap of the fingers, doesn't allow the wave to really impact him whatsoever.
No, you have to be really quick throughout these buoy turns. And we'll notice that David Liao here coming in. Looks like he got ahead of Antonio here. So great job from David. No, he doesn't. So Antonio there, getting ahead.
Antonio going to go around. That chunky wave is just really hard to navigate. There's Christian Polar Bear Anderson in the green shorts. There's the Peruvian. Itzel Delgado now in the picture in the top 10.
That's right, and Santino Basadea, they're going over the white wall on the Infinity to your right of screen. Chris Nance coming in, but behind him, 3 on a wave.
Party wave, baby, that's what tech racing's all about. 1910 coming in. Watch this, to the inside. Oh,
inside. Oh, it's Ollie Horton has the better track here, but we have Itzel Delgado, Paolo Marconi as well.
That was Itzel Delgado. That's very uncharacteristic of him. He's been working on his buoy turns for a long time. He just seemed to like really try to back off the wave. Unfortunately, the wave kind of kept him with it and threw him sideways there. So unfortunately, huge break by the Peruvian Itzel Delgado. He goes down. And there is Johnny Hagan. I'll tell you, he's got to be bummed with the current situation. He's just had bad luck this race.
Exactly, he has had bad luck. As has Blue, you were there running that buoy as well. They had really bad luck on that wave that come through and wiped everyone out on the first lap at buoy turn number 4.
I love this. Isn't this fun, Bo?
This is fun. I'm on the edge of my seat. I've been here since the start.
I know. 2 starts.
Yeah, 2 starts.
Yeah, it was 2 starts. There's our judges' votes right there. That is Shrimpy. Araki Akiri from Japan, marking his way back out. Just behind him, you got Noah Gerard, sort of close there with Rai Taguchi. Kind of a bad angle to see, but those two have been battling it out back and forth. You know, a lot of people predicted Japan 1-2 in this, and it could come down to that.
I think it might come down to that. We saw Rai yesterday doing those kind of beach runs really fast. That might come into play toward the end of it as well. I think Rai's going to start pushing super hard, especially on the flats here, but Noix looks like he's getting out in front.
There's buoy number 1 in the books. Now going towards buoy number 2, that inside buoy. That was a big problem yesterday in the qualifiers. It seems like today, with where the buoy sat and the water conditions, not being as much of an impact.
No, that tide is filled in enough there. The swell has dropped off. We're not going to be getting those rips and currents throughout the surf zone. Although it was down on the beach earlier, Drew, there is that wind coming into play. It kind of pushes the paddlers over to your right side of screen a little bit. Wind coming in from left to right as we see Tituan Poyo, Michael Booth. They are battling out for the copper medal.
Yeah, and you talked about the wind from that angle. It didn't look like a lot of wind, so it's really hard to tell when you get out here. We're really in this protected little valley here on the beach, so it's hard to tell, but there is a shot right there. There's Noah Gerard going on his backside turnaround buoy number 2. We're halfway. We got a half lap to go for the medals, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, it is Shrimpy out in front, and he just picked up the cadence even further. He just double timed. He's like, double time, I'm just going to do this.
That's the thing, that because there aren't many waves coming through, he needs to get that cadence in, get in front of his competitors so he creates a bit of a gap, and he could become back-to-back world champion for SUP Technical.
50-meter lead right now on Noah Gerard from France, and Rai Taguchi falling off the pace a little bit. Currently sitting in that 3rd place position. Tituan Puyo now coming on his backside turn. Coming around the red can buoy, sitting in that copper medal position. And we have 4 buoy turns yet to go, but this is the critical section, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everybody's watching. Even with this lead with Shrimpy, it could go real bad real easily.
Yeah, it really could, especially at this point here, paddling back in, getting some waves, maybe hopefully into the lineup. We'll have to have a look and see if there are any sets coming, but we all know that 4th buoy turn on the inside, the yellow can that you see, that's been causing havoc.
And Noak's got to know. He's got to keep the distance close enough to where he can get on that same wave as Shrimpy, or else it's all over.
That's right. And that's what we want it to come down to. Actually, it could be a little bump coming through.
Looks like it's starting to build out the back. Shrimpy out in front on the right-hand side of your screen. Really starting to spread out. Now they got about 60 or 70 meters between 1st and 2nd, but it looks like Noak's reeling him in a little bit, but Shrimpy will try to catch this little bump.
Yeah, Shrimpy's really good in those downwindy conditions. He won the distance last year as well. He's going to be really kind of comfortable in these conditions. Coming from that, fisherman background as well. He's got a lot of experience on the water. Noak, though, could this be a little bump?
Yeah, this is where in a couple of the previous heats, we saw 3rd, 4th, 5th come all the way up and then to close out on 1st. So, but right now, pretty flat conditions, Bo. Not really seeing much. Just 20 meters to go from the buoy. If you're Shuri Azaraki right now, if you're Shrimpy, you got to feel pretty darn confident with 2 buoy turns left to go.
You do need, yeah. But I don't know if I'd be feeling confident. I'd be feeling like I'm out in front and I've kind of got the upper hand, but definitely not confident at all. You can see that red can on the right-hand screen that's closer in. That is going to be their final buoy turn for these competitors. As we see Shrimpy paddling in here to the yellow can. No, we got a little bump behind. Can he catch Shrimpy? It looks like he's closing the gap.
It does from that angle. Really hard to tell. Now Shrimpy will jump up on that little runner. Shrimpy, the wave really starting to stand up for him. Can he hold on? Everybody's looking at it. That NSP trying to glide. The wave will go underneath him, and that'll allow Noah to kind of start closing that gap just a little bit further. Down to about 30 meters. Shrimpy trying to catch this little bump.
Yeah, Shrimpy, that just his paddle, like how does he have this much energy toward this the end of the race? It's crazy.
Final lap here, ladies and gentlemen, in this men's SUP technical final. Let's watch the buoy turn. Take it through.
Yeah, step right back on that tail. What a great technique Shrimpy has. Oh my, that was just perfect. If you need to learn how to do buoy turns, rewind this right now, take a look at that, and take some notes.
Or call 1-800-SHRIMPY.com and just take a class from the man. Let's watch Noak. Noak takes a look over his left-hand shoulder. He sees Shrimpy kind of going out, kind of leaving him in the dust. No real break, no real wave action coming there. Pretty smooth, even turn. So that's actually going to benefit first and second place. And now here comes Rye coming in. Backside turn for Rye, whipping around. But a change in situation here, 4th, 5th.
Yeah, take a look at 4th and 5th. This is the medal position as well. Looks like Tituan Poyo getting on a little way. Michael Booth on a little one behind as well. So they're going to be very close, battling it out for 4th position. Right, Taguchi upping the cadence. He knows there's one buoy turn left. Tituan Poyo.
Tituan Puyo, no stranger to buoy turns, on his offside, coming around. Michael Booth, even more unaware of buoy turns. Not a buoy turn specialist whatsoever, but the guy has more power than he knows what to do with. Currently sitting in that 5th position. If you're Michael Booth right now, you're just off the podium. You just got to put your head down and go.
Put your head down and go. I wonder if he's going to be thinking that he's going to save some energy for his distance race tomorrow, because you know that's his kind of, you know, his main event, and he might be saving some energy thinking, no, I'm going to let T2 take 4th. I'm going to just hold it back a bit.
Who does that? I couldn't do that.
Michael Booth does. In a 2-time gold medalist in the distance. He want to make it 3 times as well. But Shrimpy Shuriaraki currently leading the men's final of the SUP Tech Racing here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
Yeah, you know Michael Booth better than I. This is a warm-up for him. I mean, he would go do this day before a distance race anyway, so this is just kind of like a walk in the park. There goes Noah Gerard from Oh, he almost got a little knocked off balance there on that starboard. Buoy kind of came back and reverbed into him. Rai Taguchi in 3rd, currently sitting in that bronze medal position. Rai with a crossbow turn, curving his way around. And it looks like this is where it's going to set up because it is flat as a pancake out.
Yeah, but Rai Taguchi looking over his shoulder every now and then to see if there's anything behind him, because he really needs to get a bump right now if anything's going to put him up into the 2nd or 1st position. But right now, that is your top 3 on screen. Shrimpy Shuriaraki in 1st place, getting on a little bump here. Can he get on it? That would secure him his 1st spot. Noah Gerard from France in 2nd position. Rai Taguchi in 3rd, and Tituan Poyo in 4th.
Tituan Poyo, great competitor for France. So it's 1-2, 1-3 Japan, and 2-4 for France right now, coming into the beach.
Taguchi, can he get on top of this bump? He cannot, but Noik.
Standing up.
Noik is going to be able to get on this one. Is it going to catch up to Shrimpy in time? This is going to come right down to the wire.
Shrimpy's got to put his head down and just pull through this one because Noik's going to close the gap. They're just about 30 meters apart. Noik up and riding. Can he close the distance in time? No. Shrimpy will catch the wave just in front of him and bring it on into the beach, Bo.
Gonna take that leash off, Shrimpy. Don't forget.
Yeah, right. Who's
as he runs in.
And here he comes.
He's going to grab the Japanese flag as he comes through. This is your back-to-back champion in the SUP Tech race, Shrimpy.
Shuriaraki taking home the gold in the men's SUP technical final. Gives a bow there. Here comes 2nd place, Noah Gerard with a great paddle in this technical race. He'll take home 2nd place, 27:34. Look at that time.
Great time. And that, we knew that we're going to knock about 5 minutes off the pace, and they certainly have done that from yesterday. There's your gold and silver medalist there. Rai Taguchi from Japan as well, going to get into medal contention. That is bronze medal for Rai.
Good finish for him, getting that bronze position. And here comes Tituan Puyo from France. Gonna round things out with the copper medal. And you know why he got 4th? Because he didn't wear his hat. He always wears a hat. I don't know why he's not wearing his hat today, but great athlete. So France, look at that. France 2 and 4. So France silver and copper, and gold and bronze for Team Japan. So dominated heat by France and Team Japan.
Really dominant. Michael Booth coming in 5th place. He'll be very happy with that result in the technical race. Michael Booth, not so much of a surf kind of paddler.
He's been working on it. He's been working on it, but he's going to be the one to watch out for in the distance tomorrow. Him and Shrimpy, they're going to be battling out in the front of the pack. You put a little distance on it, that's where Michael Booth excels.
Here we go. This is Antonio, I believe, Murillo from Spain.
Good finish for him, 6th place overall.
And David Leal would be behind him.
Unbelievable SUP technical final here for the men's at the Grand Plage Beach here in France. Nothing short of exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We're so excited to bring you live action here at ISA World or ISAsurf.org, and everybody else crashing through the finish line. Brazil, Argentina, all coming across.
Itzel Delgado from Peru finishing up there.
Not quite the championship finish that he wanted, but
a tight finish here for Paolo Marconi and also Ollie Houghton.
Give Ollie Houghton a lot of credit. He went through. He was stuck in the mix the entire time. He had to battle in and out of the parking lot, and he did a great job. So give that guy a lot of credit. He did not have an easy heat whatsoever.
Not at all. We see Blue Ewer here, Johnny Hagan coming in, Christian Polar Bear Anderson finishing off his campaign there as well. We do see Johnny Hagan getting the run on top of Blue Ewer there.
Hagan coming across. Boy, he had a lot of bad luck in that race. We talked about that. Just got stuck with people coming in outside of him, inside of him. He had really nowhere to go. Even from the start, he was kind of like boxed in.
Yeah, he really was. And Blue Ewer there as well. All these competitors in kind of that back half of the field getting really kind of taken out by the waves on that first and second lap too. But your gold medalist this year, Shrimpy Shuri Araki, he is going to be your gold medalist. Second place went to Noik Garud from France. Your third place was Raitaguchi from Japan. And fourth place took the 1.0.
Back-to-back goals for the man they call Shrimpy. I asked where he got the name, and it's kind of an interesting story because he's kind of a small guy. But I'll tell you what, that guy is no small guy when it comes to stand-up paddling. I mean, it's insane. There's Noah Stender coming into the beach. He'll bounce across.
Kiel de Bruin from the Netherlands. No, sorry, Belgium.
So coming up next is our women's SUP technical final, ladies and gentlemen. 22 ladies going to be taken to the water. It's going to be a fun one, so stick around. That'll be the last event of the day, and then we go to dinner. And we'll wake back up tomorrow and start calling distance racing here. Look, we got a little bit of a race at the end.
Campbell Carter and Melv Garcia. Looks like Campbell Carter gets the jump on it, Melv.
I'm going to need to see the photo finish on that one. That's for bragging rights right there. That's for who buys beers at the end of the day. Oh, Melf with a good job. North Carolina boy, Campbell Carter, the young gun, competed in the juniors. Oh, Melf, his sister here as well.
Maybe, but there's an even better one coming
a very tight battle. All race between the back of the pack. Trying to secure those points for their team as well.
Remember,
representing USA.
Yeah, good point on the points.
That's right, Mel from Puerto Rico.
So there is the finish line area. Everybody else. Campbell doesn't even look tired. He's there. He's giving the recap right now. He's like, it was this, and then I saw this, and then this girl came over here. And I mean, he's just giving the whole recap. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen, your men's SUP technical in the books. Congratulations, Team Japan's Shrimpy taking home the gold. Let's take a look at the recap. Take us through the
well, we had two starts to this race. I'd like to see if this is the second start, the actual start. We had Johnny Hagan get out in front nice and early. Blue Euro as well, really strong off the pack. We had Christian Anderson catch up as well. We had Raitaguchi on the outside, Noah Gariud as well, and then toward the kind of first lap, we see Raitaguchi taking that first boot turn, Noah Gariud in second place, and that third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Look at that, how tight that is. We saw Blue Ewer come off. Unfortunately, that's really what cost him that campaign in this race.
Definitely. Blue just had some bad luck in this campaign as well, and that's Noah and Rye battling out. Shrimpy sitting in the back, just waiting for the opportune time to overtake.
Yeah, and that come down to about this point here where he was able to get on a little bit of a runner and get ahead up to Noah Gariud and Raitaguchi.
And this buoy turn been problems for everybody all day long. Noak, as you saw, Rye get a little off kilter, but Noak with a nice clean cart. And the watch Shrimpy, he gains a lot of time out of this buoy turn. Probably surfed this buoy or turned that buoy better than anybody in the field.
Oh, every single buoy turn, he was on it. He was on it with his technical skills. We saw a lot of SUP races here. This is where things are amazing and exciting to watch.
They might as well be passing out cappuccinos and baguettes around that turn right there, because I'll tell you, it was a straight-up parking lot. Everybody trying to get in and out. You got people coming from the beach. And it was a party wave coming in here.
This
Noak
is
on the
the
outside.
turn. This is the turn that Shrimpy got in front of everyone. Look, here we go. Noak is going to come off here. No, it wasn't this turn, actually.
That was the turn.
That was the turn. Shrimpy got in front.
Yeah, I remember he was really patient, falling off the back, let everybody push through. He cut to the inside.
Very patient. So he managed to get out through there.
More chaos. It's more chaos. Board's going in the air. I don't know if he's trying to do a demo there for Infinity or what, throwing it in the air like you just don't care. And that is it. This is how tight it was the whole entire time. Noik and Shrimpy now battling out. Shrimpy to the inside. His buoy turns were just on point.
On point. He just does one paddle. That's all he needs to get around that. You see Ryan doing a few different paddles. Noik having to paddle 3 or 4 times. But Shrimpy, he's been practicing.
Spends 0 time at the buoy turn. Gets in, big paddle stroke, rips around there. Noik goes down, opens the door for Shrimpy just to run away with it.
That's it. And this is where he really starts to run away with it now because he gets out through the waves. He gets a bit of a gap. You can see that huge gap. No waves throughout the 3rd and 4th buoy. So that really was a hard slog on that stretch. But Shrimpy keeping up that paddle cadence. Final buoy turn here for Shrimpy. You can see him switching the foot back to the opposite way, and he just goes hard.
Brings it in for the gold. That flat condition in those last 3 buoy turns definitely benefited Shrimpy in his style. So there it is, your new gold medalist. Actually, gold medalist again here at the ISA World Championships. Shrimpy, he was one of the top picks coming in and did not disappoint anybody. Takes the bow. And again, it was 1-3 for Japan, 2-4 for France. So some valuable points being earned there for all of our paddles. Noah got to be happy with that finish as well.
Yeah, definitely. He'd be stoked with that finish. It was battle all the way. I think maybe a couple of buoy turns, he just come unstuck a little bit. So he'll be looking to go back, practice those for next time. But there's your top 10 paddlers. Shrimpy Shuriaraki.
27-23, an absolutely blistering time in that heat. And there it is. Back on the podium again. Oh, that was fun.
That was really fun.
Oh, man. I have to wait a whole nother year to call another race like that. You know what I'm saying?
That was fantastic. Big shout out to David Leal from Brazil, Santino Bathadeo as well. Itself, Ollie Horton making the top 10 too.
Yeah, great top 10 there, all earning points for the team. Final points coming up. And I'll tell you what, we're going to go down to Benway Beachside right now with our winner repeating his gold medal.
All right, here we are with our 2023 men's technical champion representing Team Japan, Shuri Shrimpy Araki. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was an amazing competition. The first start, ホーンの問題があって、でみんな戻ってもう最初からスタートして、so I was talking about the first start. They had the horn problem. They had to come back. I'm going to ask him what his head was like to try and get back to that reset and get back to focus. もう一回最初からもう一回スタートになってて、最初のテイクオフ、最初のホーン、ライ君が結構もう1番、ノイキが2番になって、でもう一回リセットして、その2回目も逆にもうなんかウォーミングアップがちょっとシュリ君がまた2回目がもうスタートがもっと良くなったみたい。どんな気分でした？
本当に1個目の方のトラブルはびっくりして、だけども2本目はもう全部切り替えて頭を。だからいいスタートができました。
So I was saying, Ryan Noik actually got the better start before they had the horn trouble. He got to come back and kind of almost use it as a warm-up. He said he came back, really kind of washed that off, and got a good start on the second run. 今回またいつものなんか相変わらずのシュリ波のタイミングとかもういつももう V もあってもう本当その海のコネクションもう本当神様と一緒な感じもう本当すごいもうそれただラッキーじゃなくてもうそれ V の繰り返す前そのタイミングもちゃんと考えた。
そうですね、やっぱり全部波の特にあそこのハンマー V は特に波気をつけて、ターンしたのでもう本当に綺麗にターンできてもう全てはもうトレーニング沖縄でトレーニングしてきた結果だと思います。
So saying just like the always Shrimpy that we always see, his timing on the waves was amazing. Was it just luck or was it actually kind of strategy coming around those buoys? He said it was strategy and making sure that he didn't go down on the hammer buoy. じゃあISA の2つ目の金メダルおめでとうございます。それでもライ君も銅メダルも取って、日本はかなりいい感じになってるね。
はい、そうですね。今日ゴールドメダル取れてよかったです。また明日頑張ります。で最後に英語で、without my family and my friends, I wouldn't be here. Without my support and my sponsor, I wouldn't be here. And without every organizer, I wouldn't be here. And without ancestor, I wouldn't be here. So thank you for everyone.
Best of luck tomorrow, Shuri. Great job.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Shuri Araki looking to double up tomorrow in the men's distance. Another gold medal to his liking. He's going to need more room in that closet because he's just going to keep stacking medals. You know what I'm saying, Bo?
Oh, he is, and he was the youngest world champion as well last year. Probably almost backing that up this year as well, 17 years old. He's an unbelievable force to reckon with in the future.
Coming up, the women's SUP technical final. They're in the start gates. Casper and Shannon will have the call. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. You're watching the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live at ISAsurf.org. We'll be back.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. Tonton pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça va, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We've just seen Shuri Araki Shrimpy take out his second gold medal to go back-to-back for the first time since Casper Steinmetz, my co-commentator, did so in 2013 and 2014. Casper, that would have been very exciting as we're about to kick off the women's race.
Hey, that was great effort there by Shuri. So amazing to see him cross the line there for a second time in a row, getting that gold medal for Team Japan. You know, I'm stoked to see a young gun like him. He's only 17 years old, breaking through. I'm sure he's got to be on top of the world right now, and he literally is.
He literally is. He could be one of the first to go. Well, he's the second now to go with that second world title. He could be the first to tie up your third.
Yeah, I think he should go for it. I'm really, really excited to watch a paddler that, you know, Shrimpy is the full package. He's got the mentality, he's got the physique. He is just one of those racers that's going to dominate in the years to come. But, you know, great for him right now. We're going to get into the women's here shortly, and what a final we have here.
Oh, this is going to be unbelievable. We've got favorites like Esperanza Barreras, like Melanie Lafayette in the water that'll be out there paddling against some of the top juniors that have already competed today, and so many other names that are going to be real standouts.
Yeah, especially Yona Rivet from France, a young gun as well. She's here to gain experience, but she's also here to prove herself. Alba Frey from España. You know, also a newcomer to stand-up paddling, but just, you know, a dominant performance already there in the pre-qualifier here. The list is long. You know, Cecilia Pampinella, definitely also one of those ladies to watch out for. Cecilia winning the junior earlier today, back-to-back junior champion now. So the list is long. Shannon.
That's right. That's because we have 22 women that are going to be competing. We did have our semifinals yesterday where we saw the top 11 advancing through from both sides of the draw, creating a 22-person final for the women's side of the draw. Same number that we had on the men's side for the SUP technical as they're on the start line.
Yeah, they're on the start line right there as we see them lining up, awaiting the race master's orders to get going. And I think we're going to be going momentarily here, just waiting for that horn to go.
Just getting into position. You can see them crouched down, board on the hip. Anthony Vela, the contest director, the race master, has blown the whistle, and they're off to a clean start, running down to the shoreline as fast as they can, getting out to that quick lead, and we'll have paddlers up and riding on their boards.
Yeah, lights out and away they go. The women are off here. Looks like Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico on her Infinity getting a really nice start there. A set approaching as the women head out from the beach here. They're going to go to that first gold buoy. really some waves challenging here as we see riders in the water. Most of the athletes making it out across. Melanie Lefenet, the not hometown, but the French, one of the favorites here. She's out way in the back of your screen on the right. She had a really nice clean start on the right, but it's going to be a whole shot here to that golden buoy. This is one of those crucial moments in the race after the start, getting into position where you find yourself in a striking position when you get to that golden buoy where you can catch the waves.
Very exciting. Now explain the whole shot terminology to our audience turning in.
Yeah, so the whole shot being, getting a good start to that buoy. There are no points, there's no bonus seconds or anything to get at the buoy, but there are some bragging rights. But ultimately, getting to the first buoy first or in one of the top positions just sets you up in a technical race, because there are going to be some waves you can catch shortly after. And if you find yourself down, say, in 10th or 11th position, it's like going into a stoplight in the traffic. You might risk running into a red, so to say, and the ones in front of you catching the waves and, capitalizing on that, so to say, green light. So you just build your luck by getting to that first buoy first.
And looking for every green light possibility that can come through on a technical race course like this. We've got the women starting to set those positions as they're approaching that golden buoy for the start of this race. 1 minute, 40 seconds down, and we've got so much more time to go. There will be 3 laps to this race, and most of them, everybody competing in yesterday, they've already got that feeling for the race course. A couple of them that already competed as well this morning in the juniors conversation, like that of Cecilia Pompanella and Soren Preston, who walked away respectively with the gold and silver medals for the junior side. They're going to be out here competing for their second time today. So this is going to be a very exciting race. I'm calling it's going to be, quick. It's going to be a fast race. It's going to be done in record time in comparison to what we saw from those semifinals yesterday, being that they were just the qualifiers and there wasn't much consequence on the line.
No, as we saw yesterday, I think most of the athletes, both on the men's and women's side, conserving energy, waiting for today, just making sure they qualified for the final, and here they are. I think we see Espe Barreras from Spain in the lead, followed by Marie Carmen and Melanie Lafenet, as we see a pack, a little gap forming between the top 3 ladies and the chasing pack here. So yeah, Shannon, as you said, the conditions are definitely cleaner today. We still have waves, but the ocean is much calmer in terms of texture. So the time's also being reflected in that. They're being faster today, and the women putting the pedal to the metal as Espe goes around that first buoy here. A really beautiful turn, no collisions so far. The top 3 women coming off a nice first buoy turn there, but this second pack, watch this. This could get interesting.
This could get very challenging. Everyone's really close. You got boards touching each other, which could mean damage. It could mean that just that extra knock that throws the balance off.
Yeah, as we see a clean buoy turn there, no one going down. A lot of the women staying close together there. This is getting interesting here. So there's a bunch up on the third pack, and this is one of those moments it's something that's definitely going through the athlete's mind. Like, do they want to play it super aggressive, or do they take if you're super aggressive, you take a tight buoy turn, or if you're playing it safe, don't want to go in the water yet, you take a wider curve and kind of let the action or the chaos go underneath you.
And just kind of slide around on the outside angle of it, as we see our leader Espe approaching the first inside buoy. So she's going to make that first right-hand turn and now head out to the last outside buoy. Behind her, we have Melanie Lafayette and Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, that was definitely Espe out in front there. Espe, she finished second last year in the technical race in Puerto Rico. Melanie Lafayette also in that top pack. She finished third last year. Espe probably on paper the favorite in this heat. She's proven herself throughout the season being the strongest competitor. She is, revered among the athletes as the queen of Europe right now in terms of racing. The X factor in this race today, though, is going to be the waves. Espe, also openly admitting she's challenged by the waves. Melanie also admitting it talks to her strong side. So, Melanie probably on paper not the strongest athlete here, but Melanie having that wave knowledge and wave experience that could come in handy. But as we saw in the men's final, there's wave action, and we're going to see the women take on the waves here in a few moments.
That's right. It was really exciting to see that in the men's SUP technical final after, witnessing their semifinal performances yesterday as well. And Melanie was open about that in her conversation, taking out the win for her semifinal yesterday with a time of just over 50 minutes on the clock. She was saying that she really felt like the waves favored her. She's comfortable in those conditions. And yesterday it was a bit stormier. That wind was really strong, as well as the current which added an extra factor of kind of the unknown and the challenge into it, and she was thriving within those conditions. Now today it's much cleaner. The surface of the water has a little bit of that bump to it, but it's not choppy by any means, as we can see the front pack in those front four guiding towards us, and you can see racers way at the back just taking that slower turn around the buoy.
Yeah, and this is that stretch from the third to the fourth buoy here. They're going to go close to the beach into the impact zone and the waves shortly. They're going to be looking over their shoulders on this section, seeing if there's a bump approaching, anything that can propel them forwards. And as we see a nice little probably 10, 20 meter gap there between Espe and Melanie. That top four is made out of Espe in front, Melanie in second, and I believe that's Yona Rivet on her NSP from Team France as well. And yeah, that's really exciting, and that's Mireille Carmen as well in the mix. And this right here is the critical situation. It's one of those situations, Shannon, where you know, if you catch a bump or a wave, you can break far ahead.
That's right, and we have a bump coming up here for Espe in that leading position. She's just unable to get into it from what we can see with the changing camera angles. She does have a quick look behind her to see how far of the distance she already has in front, and every little bump rolling through is going to be helpful, but we'll be hoping to see one of those sets roll through. It adds that extra element of danger into the equation and that commitment to having to be very skilled in both flat water paddling as well as surfing the waves themselves.
Yeah, this is where the surf skill really comes in. If you're able to catch one of those waves, then good luck. Then you have a little challenge in front of you as well. You have to navigate a 14-foot raceboard down the face of it. And, you know, as the high tide is moving in, we are seeing the waves mush out a little bit more, become a little bit more flat and easy to approach with a raceboard. But then again, like we saw the men's final there before with absolute carnage as they came into buoy number 4, which is going to pop up on the screen here momentarily.
Yeah, they're just approaching this buoy number 4, which is the first inside surf zone buoy, where they're going to have to make that left-hand turn. Now, with that tide moving up, that buoy is sitting in significantly deeper water than it was even during the men's heat. And we can see that there's just no sets rolling through right now.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a fairly easy turn around this inside buoy.
This is a fairly inconsequential turn happening here. Definitely playing into the hands of Espe Barreras right now. You know, she's coming clean around. No real carnage as we see all the top 4 make it around there. That is Melanie Lefinette in second, Mireille Carmen from Puerto Rico in third, and I believe still Yona Rivet from France as we see some action now with waves approaching.
Waves approaching, which is going to really change up that situation. You can see the approach on these buoy turns being really, really consequential.
Yeah,
as we've got the pack in that kind of second pack that's quite bunched together still, starting to get some distance.
Yeah, there's quite a few names we can recognize. There's Anna Cherky from Switzerland. I saw Taryn King from South Africa as well. I believe that was Paula Rodriguez from Brazil as well. And yeah, lots of action. Søren Preston in the mix as well, the junior finishing with the silver medal earlier today. So again, not a whole lot of breaking waves around this buoy, but you can still see the waves, you know, making it difficult as the athletes were making it around that fourth buoy.
Especially as that board turns to be parallel with the shoreline, it just the entire length of 14 feet of that board picks up that side, you know, those breaking waves and pushes those paddlers into others that are right up close to them. So really causing some kind of convoluted situations on that inside turn. Now the leader of the pack, Espe, out in front. We've got Melanie in second, Mireille Carmen in third. We've got Iona in fourth, Alba in fifth. Cecilia is sitting in that 6th place position with Anna in 7th and Taryn in 8th.
Yeah, so still a relatively tight pack. You know, Espe creating a little bit of a gap, like a maybe 30 meter gap out front to the next pursuers. Then we got another 10, 20 meter gap down to Alba and Anna and Cecilia. So it's still a race that I would say at this point is very open. You know, we don't have, you know, we've seen previous heats where there have been great comebacks with waves, you know, just waves showing up for some athletes and not others. I think most notably we saw the comeback from Cecilia Pampinella earlier this morning. Actually, she found herself in a very, very difficult situation, having fallen in the surf. She didn't give up, and ultimately that rewarded her with a wave that catapulted her in front of Søren Preston. So Cecilia hoping for the same magic later today.
That's right. That was wild where Soren had such a strong lead through the second and the third lap, staying steady on her feet, but then she went down on that third lap, and it was where Cecilia was able to take the advantage as we have our leader rounding that inside buoy. So a pretty different race race course than what we had at the beginning of the day as they're coming in tight around that turn.
Yeah.
Getting that back foot up and all that technique in.
That was Marie-Carmen going down from Puerto Rico. That was Melanie Lafayette from France, and Marie-Carmen coming into that buoy, side by side, surfing that wave. Marie-Carmen just going off her board. That's going to cost her contact with that second place position, as we see Jona Revit as well going down. There's a bit of chaos there at the buoy. We see the back markers are catching up now.
This is wild. So Marie-Carmen manages to stay in that third place position because Iona goes down as well. And now she's holding on to that fourth.
Alba Frey and Anna Cherky right there, as we are followed by Cecilia Pampinella. That's Taryn King as well. Wow, there's action right here at that number. I forget the number of the buoy, but that inside buoy in the surf zone really proving treacherous right there.
That fifth buoy, I've just done the count in my head. Fifth buoy down. They're now on their way back out to that starting buoy.
And there we see, I believe, Laura Del Pont and the NSP going down as well. Ooh, almost collision. There is Søren Preston from Team USA as well. This is, these are the moments we live for in racing. This reminds me, it gives me flashbacks of that legendary Battle of the Paddle back in the day.
Oh, this is exactly it, just there in Southern California. I mean, look at those waves that are rolling through and pushing the paddlers past that buoy farther than they would even want to go, but there's so much length to that board, it's challenging to hold on to that control.
Wow, Tanya Ecker is in the mix there.
That's right, Yvette from South Africa coming in from behind as well. And just full collision on buoy number 6. It's the final buoy in the race course. They're now heading back out to the start to that golden buoy. They're in that hammer buoy zone, in that surf zone, and of course, as the pack approaches it, the sets start to roll through and take everyone out.
It's Murphy's Law. What can go wrong probably will go wrong at some point. And, you know, some athletes hope for waves to come through, you know, especially if you feel uncomfortable or insecure of your wave riding abilities, while at the same time you have athletes that just absolutely relish and love that ability to ride some waves. You know, the wave, of course, being a lot of times the deciding factor between winning and finishing in another position. But the wave also really allows you to catch your breath. If you're lucky to get a wave, you might get 10, 20 seconds where you can lower your heart rate and use that conserved energy later on in the race.
12 minutes on the clock, 12 minutes, 25 seconds to be exact, as the leaders are starting to approach the golden buoy once again.
Yeah.
Now, this is an exciting race. We, of course, have Esperanza Barreras, who's currently in the lead. She is a former gold medalist from the 2019 Games, from the El Salvador event. But across from the rest of the competitors, from former world champions, that of Candice Appleby, who won in 2022 last year, and 2018 as well, the two-time champion, Annabelle Anderson out of New Zealand, Penelope Armstrong out of New Zealand, those competitors are not in the draw this week, so we could be seeing a brand new gold medalist if Espe gives up her leading position.
Yeah, we might see a new champion added to that list. You know, that'd be really cool. Of course, Espe, the woman to beat here today, she has broken away, and you know, it goes without saying that she's one of the strongest athletes, not just in Europe but across the world right now. She's put lots of effort into her training. You know, there's a lot of battle there, I'd say, in the top 4 between Melanie and Espe, and Marie-Carmen and Jona from France. But there's also some really great battles going on back there for the 9th through 16th positions as well.
Oh, just absolutely wild for those kind of back-end positions. 22 racers currently in the water, and we've got still a long way ahead of us as that kind of middle pack is just approaching the golden buoy to begin their second lap.
Yeah, they're just making it around that golden buoy. They're on their second lap right here. As we can see, Espe turning buoy number 2. She's going to be heading back out to the outside third buoy before going back to the beach in a little bit. She has, I mean, if I was in Espe's shoes right now, I would feel comfortable, but I'd also feel I had a huge target on my back, because she does have a little lead, but that, you know, is minimal. As we see those 50 meters, they can quickly disappear if she's unlucky with not catching a wave on the next incoming section, and if her competitors and her chasers, especially Melanie Lafayette, she's able to capitalize and catch a wave. So, you know, it's nerve-wracking to be in the front, but it is the position you want to be in.
It is exactly where you'd like to be. It'll be interesting to see the timing of the sets as they start to approach that outside buoy and make their way into the first inside surf zone buoy, as we see Espe now approaching the last left-hand turn on the outside section of the race course. There in the back, we can see our other kind of trailing paddlers. It was a real kind of tight race between that 9th to 16th place positioning We had our South African in Terblanche, who was kind of heading up the very back of the pack and pushing the rest of the crew forward, as we've got paddlers in that first and second position heading around that last left-hand turn on the outside.
Yeah, Lefenet, Melanie's going to be hoping for the ocean to dish up a nice little spicy set here to make her reconnect with Espe up in front. I see some motion out in the back. There is some swell out in the back, but Espe just powering through here. It seems like Espe's just got a higher cadence than Melanie at this point, as I believe it's still Yona Rivet from France in third place and Alba Frey trailing in fourth. It's still, that second pack right there is still in, I would say, in contention. Like, they're a far ways back, but all it takes is one wave and one set, you know, that just strikes at the right time to send them back into contention for the medals. That's
right, and that could be a set that, you know, they're able to catch and ride for a long way. It could be a set that comes in as they're taking that turn in that surf zone, hammer zone buoy, and it could knock everybody off their feet.
You know, I just had a thought right here. We might be gamblers in this world of stand-up paddling, like, because you see, you know, that's what these ladies and these women at the back of the pack and also in the middle of the pack, they're hoping for something to come through from the ocean. It's kind of like a slot machine. We're just hoping we get that jackpot right there.
Well, there you can see the beach is packed, and the tide has come through. If you've been watching the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships throughout the day today, we had that first race that kicked off around 10 a.m. You would have noticed that there was a lot of sand on the beach here at La Grande Plage in Les Sables d'Olonne. Now that tide is coming in high. It's going to be peaking high in the next few hours, and it means there's not that much space for the crowd on the beach, but the whole shoreline here is packed. The boardwalk is packed. It's been a really exciting day to have so many locals down by the water to support the World Championships for paddle racing.
Yeah, it's an absolutely electric crowd down here. I'm just looking out the windows. The situation on the beach right here is just absolutely electric. There are hundreds of people down here watching the finals. It's like kind of like an amphitheater. It's an arena atmosphere. As we see Espe here taking a look at this bump. Yeah, she's definitely going to catch it. Just riding on the back of it. Kind of gets a little bit bogged down. Melanie looking at a wave behind. But the wave's just barely breaking. On these 14-foot raceboards, sometimes you can use the 14-foot water line of the raceboard to actually catch some of these waves. But it doesn't look like Melanie hit the jackpot on this section.
And it seems like great timing right now for Barreras, for Espe in the lead to be approaching this inside buoy. She's going to be able to turn with no sets coming, which is going to mean she's going to have that clean race back out to the next buoy, as we see Melanie approaching as well, having that check over her shoulder to be able to see what's coming. She's going to decide to take a really tight, sharp turn around that buoy.
Yeah, she, having no pressure around her, she could, take her time going around the buoy, but obviously trying to carry as much momentum as possible every time you turn a buoy. That's Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico there, taking also a really nice line around the buoy. A little bit of a broad turn, as we see a nice little wave for Yona. Yona's probably going to catch this wave. Staying on that angle there, she might be able to do a really nice turn around the buoy here. Yeah, able to just stall before and get safely around.
So coming around this buoy for the second time, looking to complete the second lap, nearly there, about 3/4 of the way through. We've got those medal positions have held the same. Gold, silver, bronze, and copper are currently the same in the lead. As we take a look now at that backpack starting to come through with that 5th, 6th, and 7th.
Yeah, that was Alba right there in 5th place, and that's Anna Cherky in 6th place, I believe. From Brazil there before, that might have been Paula on her SIC board. But yeah, they're still in pursuit. I mean, the race is definitely narrowing down. They're over halfway through at this point. They're going to start their 3rd lap momentarily. So this is, back to Espe going to that. She's just finishing her 2nd lap here. When she gets to the beach, she'll be going on her 3rd. And I'm holding my breath, and I'm really hoping maybe my hopes are aligned with some of the backmark paddlers, that a wild set will come through and really mix things up.
It would be very exciting. We've got 22 racers out in the water right now, and still anything could happen, as we can take a look at one of our paddlers starting to head into that next buoy. That'll be our leader, Espe, as we can see the beautiful beach behind and a pretty clean line for each of the racers, just kind of casually cruising. No one that's bunched together too tightly. Everyone kind of in their own cadence and their own stroke with that bit of distance between each other.
Yeah, here goes Espe, just kind of getting a little ride off that bump there. She's going to look over her shoulder, see what's coming behind her. Interesting to see if there's someone on this wave behind her. Espe just barely not connecting with that bump before. I think she might have this wave to herself, so she'll still retain the lead. but that's one of those moments where you just dread as a competitor. You dread that you look over your shoulder and see a pack of 10 people chasing you down.
That's right, and they've caught the wave that was the next in the set that was rolling through. Great footwork demonstrated from Espe as she starts to round here. It looks like she's got a smile on her face too as she's starting out now for her third lap. So a quick 2 laps on the 20-minute mark right now, and you've got Melanie coming in close behind.
It's close. This is far from over. Melanie getting a nice ride there. It seems like Espe getting a little bit caught up at the buoy there before, just couldn't quite hit that accelerator and get out of there. So Melanie's still in that striking distance, I would say, with 10 to 15 meters.
And Espe goes down on the set. This is a huge moment for Melanie to take strides and to gain the lead away.
That door is wide open as you see Marie-Carmen in the water as well. That's Yona Rivet behind her. Melanie reconnecting with Espe. Melanie's in this fight. It's far from over right now.
All right.
Wow, wow, wow.
Now Espe's holding on to the lead, but Melanie is right on her toes now. There is hardly any distance between the two of them. Marie-Carmen went down as well. Iona is going as cautiously as possible into this turn, but sitting down in that position, she's not going to be able to swing that board around nearly as quick as our 5th place competitor starts to take over. Alba into the 4th place. Iona's losing positions now into 5th, 6th position.
Yeah, that's Anna Cherky as well from Switzerland there before. Staying in contention. This battle for the 3rd and 4th place is also wide open. So, hard to know where to look at this moment as we see Melanie chasing Espe down. They're going into their 3rd lap. At this point, I think Espe is going to be a little bit frustrated, obviously. She had that comfortable lead before there, hoping she could capitalize on it. Ultimately just not able to. Cecilia Pampinella coming around there, right behind from Argentina, Alma Coletta.
Taryn King just behind as well, getting stuck in the shoreline. And they'll be heading up that, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place position. So they're in the top 10 of the conversation right now.
Yeah, and for any hardcore fans watching out there, this is also the anniversary of the Battle of the Paddle, one of the legendary races that set the precedent for so many things in our sport right here. Usually it was this time of the year, the end of September, we'd be all gathering in Doheny in Southern California for, the Battle of the Paddle. And even though the event no longer exists, the ISA has definitely modeled a lot of the racing, especially for the technical, after that event. So just from my humble opinion, I'm happy to see the spirit of the Battle of the Paddle live on through what we're seeing here right now with carnage at the buoys, comebacks happening left and right. So, yeah, for all us hardcore fans, I think we're seeing we're walking down memory lane right now.
It's amazing. It's amazing also to see the growth of the sport over the years and to see, a lot of that decision-making in the future of the sport also reflecting back to the heritage of the sport, to where it all began in those grassroots movements like the Battle of the Paddle, and to be able to keep a lot of that connected into where we're at with the current World Championships.
Yeah, as we look on screen here, this is the 3rd lap. It's Espe Barreras hitting that accelerator. You can see she's trying to brake. She's created a little board length, 1.5 board length down to Melanie Lafayette, and Espe is going to try to, I'd imagine her strategy at this point is she would feel more comfortable coming into the final stage of this race ahead of Melanie, because in the waves, if you both ride a wave to the shore, ultimately it comes down to a running race, and that's, sorry for my English, a crapshoot, no matter who you are, ending in that position. So Espe would rather try to get a little lead here over the next few minutes before they enter that surf zone again, hoping to find herself in a better position to finish off strong.
To be able to avoid a sprint race when it's a paddle race, to be able to win the race in the paddle and sprint up the beach in a more casual form, than to have to finish out that paddle as hard as possible and also know that the sprint's going to decide the gold medal.
Yeah, and this gives me total flashbacks to Peru 2013 in Lima when I was competing in my first world championship here at the ISA. I was up against some legends like Jamie Mitchell and Paul Jackson, Kelly Margetts in the final. And I was actually in the lead, kind of like Espe was there before, having a good chance at, I was hoping I would just catch a wave by myself to the finish line, casually run up. But no, I had that legendary wave with, my idol, my hero, my mentor, Jamie Mitchell, who caught the same wave. And we found ourselves surfing all the way to the beach. And there's that iconic photo that you've probably seen around with Jamie and I thought he reached out towards me. I thought he was going to try to knock me off, but it was a handshake out of respect. We're athletes, but we're also friends. And yeah, we had a good run up the beach that day.
What an incredible memory, and great reflecting back to kind of the early days of the World Championships for the ISA when it involved SUP and paddleboarding in the conversation. As we can see, our third place competitor in Marie Carmen, rounding that last inside buoy the second buoy in the race course, the first right-hand turn, and heading now out towards the last left-hand turn on the outside section as they're about halfway through this third lap. And it really is, you can see the distance now between first, second, third, and fourth is quite spread out.
Yeah, that's very interesting. There's definitely, Espe's building a gap once again. Melanie just doesn't seem like she's quite able to stay on the tail there of Espe. This goes to show again probably why Espe was the favorite on the paper, because she just has the stamina and endurance and able to paddle in a higher gear than, and ultimately also a higher speed for that reason than some of the other athletes. But Melanie's going to be putting all her money here on catching a wave, the same wave as Espe, because that will send them, this is not the final stretch into the beach yet, but the last surf buoy coming up.
That's right. They've still got 2 more buoys that they'll have to hook around before heading into the beach. Talk to me about the cadence and the technical side of the paddling that we're seeing from Espe that's allowed her to continue gaining that speed over the rest of the field.
I mean, I think cadence is an element of it. Like you'll see athletes sprinting, they paddle faster and faster, their cadence going higher for that reason. I think what Espe really is doing is she's getting more purchase per stroke. She's getting more power transferred into the paddle. She's pushing a lot of her muscles in her body to their limit. And that's what you train as an athlete. You're training your ability to apply power into your paddle, and that's just where the stronger athlete comes out there. And then Espe, putting everything on the line, because this is she knows this is the chance. If she can, if she's faster than Melanie and she builds a comfortable lead, she might catch a wave, that can separate her. And it's full on tactics here, but to be honest, it's really simple. She just needs to paddle fast.
Paddle fast, paddle hard, get that power and that purchase within every single paddle is so important. We're now at the 27-minute mark. Now taking a look at our finishing times from yesterday, we've been having this conversation a little bit behind the scenes, Casper, the fact that yesterday's race, there wasn't really any consequence. It was the majority of competitors that were going to be advancing through to finals day. So there wasn't that need to really race all out, to put out all and expend all of that energy. So we had kind of slow finish times. 46 minutes was Espe's finish for her semifinal with the win. And for Melanie, it was a 50-minute finish for semifinal number 1, so 4 minutes between the distance. But taking a look at where we're sitting now, we're going to shave off a lot of the time in this final right here.
Yes.
And that's because everything matters, because that gold medal is achievable right now.
Yeah. So comparing the times to yesterday, you really can't put too much into it. The athletes are pushing harder today, and also the course is changing because of the tide being very different. So it's really hard to compare times because you have an ever-changing ocean. So we have some action right here. This is Espe. Ooh, looking to get around that buoy. She kind of takes a very wide line around this one, leaving the door very open. Melanie's going to be right behind her. So the question is, can Melanie execute a very quick, sharp, snappy turn? Is she going to stay in contention? She's right there.
Wow, gaining a lot of distance and getting closer to Espe. That was really well executed. That surf zone for Melanie being her strong suit. But now, is she going to be able to use that distance gained and be able to stay tight as we see Marie Carmen coming through in that third place?
Yeah, Marie's still in that third place there. She is going to need a miracle towards the end of the race to get back. Not impossible, but I would say the gold medal battle at this point is going to be between Espe and Melanie. They were both respectively second and third last year in the technical race in Puerto Rico. Espe holding the better card at this point. She is in the front. If she manages to catch a wave, she can determine the race before they hit the beach. But Melanie's going to do everything she can. She's going to paddle her guts out and just really hope for not a miracle, but a wave to come through there towards the end.
Now we have had some changes in our 4th, 5th, and 6th place positions. Before this, we had Iona looking like she was in a good position, but she's actually slipped down into 6th coming around this inside buoy. Alba has jumped herself into that copper medal position at the moment in 4th, with Anna sitting in 5th.
And that was Espe turning that final buoy. She's going for the finish line now. Melanie right behind her. There's going to be probably 2 to 3 board lengths gap between them. This is coming down to the wire. Espe is just going to be hammering, just looking at the finish line. She might look over her shoulder once in a while, as she just did right there, seeing what the horizon is offering up for her. Melanie, I think she's just going to put the pedal to the metal here. She has to go. She has to go and just hope for a tiny little bump to appear. You can see a little bit of movement there. Not a whole lot of waves coming through.
It's looking very flat. It's going to be down to this final paddle. Marie Carmen with a little more distance between herself and Melanie. Melanie slightly closer to Espe in that leading position. And Espe has gold right in front of her. She can nearly taste it as we have a bump coming through.
Bump. Is Melanie going to get it? Can Melanie stay on it?
She's
No,
not going to be able to get
cannot.
into it. Is it going to work in favor
boy.
for Espe to get her into that shoreline even quicker? She's just on top of it. She's able to get a bit of traction, and she's going to stay with it, shuffling all of her weight to the front of that board as much as she can. And that's going to give her that distance to look so clean coming into that gold medal finish.
Esperanza Barreras milking that bump all the way to the beach there. She's going to be on it. She knows what's happening. She's laser focused on making it to the beach. No mistakes, no mishaps. This is hers to lose. She finished second last year. She's going to take one step up this year from Spain. Espe Barreras. She's going to carry the Spanish flag all the way up. Look at that smile on her face. Espe, after an amazing battle, she is a world champion of the ISA Tech Racing here today.
Incredible performance from Esperanza Barreras of Spain. She won the gold medal in 2019 for the women's sub-technical race. She's now won a second gold medal here in 2023 as Melanie Lafayette has put together another outstanding race for Team France, and she will proudly cross the finish line as the silver medalist.
Yeah, she's proud right there. You could hear the cheers from the hometown crowd just cheering her on. Of course, she would have wished for that gold medal, but she paddled a fantastic race. She stayed in contention. She did the right things at the right moments, just didn't go her way at the end.
Marie Carmen of Puerto Rico crossing the finish line in that bronze medal position. She's also just put together such an incredible run of events. She took away the bronze in the sprint last year and now the bronze in the 10.
As we see Alba Frey here also from Spain coming in for that fourth place finish right there. She's going to get the copper medal. Number 90, Alba Frey, greeted by her Spanish team, Anna Cherky, and we have, I believe,
Iona Rivette
Yona,
of
that's
France.
Yona.
Yona in that, I believe, 6th place position. What an incredibly tight finish as we saw the women coming in across that finish line. Alba Frey for Spain, like you said, getting into that copper medal position, which means Spain has 2 medalists. And I don't know what's going to happen with the team standings because we have had so many teams across today have multiple medalists.
I have no idea, Sean, and there's so many medals being handed out today. To be honest, it's almost an overload. I think we could easily spread the action of today out over multiple days, which I think will be the case in Denmark next year, because there's so much action we could dive into here. So many ways to recount it, as we see number 49 there, Rika Okuaki from Japan. Great race from her as well. Argentina in the house right there. Lots of energy. I love this. I love these shots right here as we see the athletes running up the beach with the flags. Having done that a few times myself, I know that's just one of the best feelings. Even though they didn't win, they're going to feel on top of the world.
And they finished out a very strong race. So far, we're looking at our top 10 competitors. 8th was Alma, Rika in that 7th place position. Iona was 6th, Anna was 5th outside of our medalist positions. And we'll have more to roll through, but that's our top 8 so far, with Espe walking away with her 2nd gold medal. And this is going to be a tight finish for this 9th and 10th place position. It's Taryn King in the pink shorts that's going to cross the finish line in that 9th place finish.
Yeah, and that is Cecilia Pampinella right there. Cecilia looking like she's out of gas, and that is well deserved. You know, winning the junior race earlier today. That is also, I believe,
Ginny Betts
from England.
And an incredible race from Team England, getting themselves in the conversation for, that top 15, coming through as that 11th place racer. And Cecilia, after having won the gold medal in the junior technical race, she's now finished tightly within that top 10 conversation for the Opens, and she'll be winning an Open gold medal before we know it.
She's going to be in contentions for many years to come. Cecilia, I think it's just fair to say she gave everything she had earlier today to make that comeback happen in the junior women's, as we see a nice little finish to this wave here.
Couple of waves coming into play for our 12th, 13th, and 14th place competitors that are going to be racing across the finish line.
There's contact.
Contact on the finish.
I believe that's Laura Dal Pont from Italy, along with Paula Rodriguez from Brazil, and also from Brazil, Roseli Novlowski.
So the Brazilians coming in very tight in that 13th and 14th place position, and Italy in that 12th position.
We got Marie Buchanan there I think she was competing back in 2013 as well at my first event. Marie Buchanan still staying in the mix. That's really cool to see.
Incredible. For Team England, 50 years old for Marie and 49 for Ginny. So two of the oldest competitors in the draw this week, and putting together an incredible race and showing what the body can do at that stage of life, in holding together and in really performing at such a high technical level with that endurance as well.
Yeah, so we see Tanja Ecker from Germany right there finishing off, jumping off her board. She told me earlier today she was feeling kind of winded. She paddled the legendary 11 City Tour a few weeks ago, 220 kilometers over 5 days. So, as she said, she was just looking forward to surfing a few fun waves today and seeing what damage she could do to the field.
And Takayo from Japan finishes in that 17th place finish. As we have a strong sprint across the line.
Nimse Garcia right there, Puerto Rico. Great job there by Nimse.
And we've got a few more paddlers to finish out. We started the race with 22 in the lineup.
You know what I see here, Shannon? I see a tired but very content junior in, I believe, Søren. Is it Søren Preston?
Søren Preston walked away with a silver medal in the juniors event, so her second race today. 3 races of this length in the last 2 days for the junior competitors that have competed across both, and that is extreme test of their strength and their preparation.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by all these athletes. They're incredible. Like, just, from seeing their laser focus and pre-performance routines, right before the race got started, to seeing like the what do you call it, the joy and the relief as well as they finish here. I mean, it's really nice to see, and it gives me flashbacks to all those moments where you're happy it's over, and now the camaraderie really kicks in, and yeah, good on them. Enjoy it all.
We take a look there at our top 10 competitors, our top 10 finalists from the women's SUP technical race. Esperanza Barreras finishing off with a 31-minute total for her heat time. Just 21 seconds behind her was Melanie Lafayette in that silver medal position. Marie Carmen Riviera, 39 seconds behind that. All within that 31-minute mark for the top 4 competitors. Just nearly 1 minute dividing that first and fourth place, with Alba Frey walking in with the copper medal.
Yeah, that was exciting. And what I liked about this race was it was open all the way until the end. We didn't have a defining. We had some good moments in the race, but it was really in that second lap where there was a reestablished contact between Melanie and Espe. That was what really stuck out to me. As we see Eva right here, Eva Dondova from Czech Republic. Always a good smile on her.
Proudly crossing the finish line. A great race from Eva. And finishing out in that number 20 spot, as we will have our final 2 competitors to come in across the line. And what a great way to finish things out.
Yeah, I believe that's Veronica Silva right there from Portugal, the island of Madeira. Veronica, one of the young guns coming out of Portugal. She's had numerous great performances on the Euro Tour recently, and I believe that's Yvette Terblanche behind her, also making her way from the final buoy. What makes me really happy to see is there are so many juniors or like athletes that have just graduated from that junior stage, taking on the open women's right now. So it really bodes for a great future. There's a lot of talent coming up, and heading into Denmark next year for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship there. I'm so excited to watch all the growth continue, both personally for the athletes, but also for the sport as a whole.
That's so true. Looking at the final of these 22 women, we had 2 teenagers in the conversation, the 14-year-old Søren Preston and the 17-year-old Cecilia Pompanelli. The rest of the pack in that early 20s all the way up until 50 years old, so a wide spread of the world's best paddlers coming together to represent their countries, as we see Veronica taking a run in for Portugal and putting together a solid finish here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, and it will be that 21st place finish for Veronica.
Yeah, I think she'll probably not be the best result for her, but it's a world championship, and I know she was happy to make it into the final. She was greeted there by her teammate Thomas Lacerda, also competing for Portugal, and a longtime coach and a great friend of mine, Sapo, Ricardo Rodriguez from the island of Madeira as well. And Madeira also one of those places like I would definitely love to see host ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championship one day. They have great conditions down there. They also have a huge junior following, so I know they were gutted that they could only bring a few racers per discipline.
Yeah, that would be an incredible region of the world to be able to host an event like this, as would South Africa. Yvette coming through as the last racer to be crossing that finish line, but you can hear the cheers down on the beach. Team South Africa feeling so proud, and the entire beach here to celebrate as Yvette Terblanche finishes out her race and has put together a really incredible performance and just such a great person to have down on the contest site this week. She comes from Simonstown in Cape Town, such a beautiful, tiny town, the far south coast of Cape Town, and it's been awesome to see her in the contest this week.
Yeah, as Yvette wraps up the competition for today, that was the last of the women's here. I love that shot there before of the crowd. This is like a natural stadium we got going right here, especially as the tide has filled all the way up. You can see it. The sand is almost gone.
It is really coming in quickly. There's not a lot of room left for spectators for those boards to be there without just floating back out to sea. Well, with that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Ben Way and your gold medalist, Esperanza Barreras.
All right, here we are with your 2023 Women's Technical SUP champion, Esperanza Barreras for Team Spain. Felicidades.
Muchísimas gracias.
Bueno, first I'm going to ask her about today's conditions because I saw a little bit of change in wind in our last heats, and it looked like the board was kind of having a hard time getting into the waves, which was very different from yesterday's wind conditions. Bueno, parecía que cambió el viento offshore en las últimas mangas y parecía que como se frenó un poquito más y para entrar las olas ocupaba un poquito más fuerza. ¿Cómo era la diferencia de las condiciones de hoy en comparativo de lo de ayer?
Hoy creo que estaba todo muchísimo más apretado que ayer. Había un factor suerte mucho más pequeño. Al final hoy si cometías pocos errores e ibas rápida, podías estar adelante.
So she said there was a much tighter field. It was a lot more difficult and a lot more consequence for making errors. Bueno, la segunda medalla de oro para el equipo de España. Hoy ganó Judith también. ¿Y cómo se sientes para la medalla de equipo?
Sí, está todo el equipo haciendo un trabajo súper bueno. Estamos muy contentos con los resultados y seguro que llegarán más medallas o más buenos puestos.
So I was saying that's the second gold medal for Spain. Judith won a gold medal earlier. How are you feeling for the team medal? They feel very confident, at least that they're definitely going to take some more medals, and she's feeling really confident about her team. Y finalmente, unas palabras para tu gente ahí en España, ahí en Galicia.
Gracias a todo el mundo, a la gente que ha estado animando en cada boya aquí, al equipo español y a mi familia.
Muchísimas gracias, mucha suerte.
Oh, well, congratulations to Esperanza for taking away another gold medal to back up her 2019 win in El Salvador. Really exceptional. Let's take a look to see how she got to that place as we started out right off the line.
Yeah, lights out and the way they went. That was a beautiful, beautiful start there. Nice set greeting all the athletes as they were punching through. Marie Carmen, I would say, initially getting the better of that exchange. Melanie out on the side, next to Espe as well. So all the top contenders getting away clean. As we saw here at the buoy, that was Espe and Marie Carmen and also Melanie Lafayette getting a good rounding there. They came in towards the inside. Espe already starting to make a little bit of a gap there, I believe. You know, she was just showing that she had that extra gear that none of the other athletes had. And, you know, every time she had a chance in the flat water, she broke away. She was really building a gap, as you can see right here.
Yeah, she was so consistent with that. Every moment that she had that she could get some kind of distance on the rest, where she wasn't rounding a buoy or there was some kind of moment to have to come into contact with anyone else, she was taking advantage of it, getting that power out of every single stroke. As we saw Melanie close to her at times, but just couldn't end up taking away that leading position in the end, and Espe was able to hold on to it. But there you could even see those medal positions still, you know, a little bit complicated as they were rounding those inside buoys, but because we had those waves rolling through and everything getting really complicated.
Yeah, so as they finished that first lap, you know, Espe had already built a comfortable lead. There were no waves of significance at this point. As she went here, she's going into that second round. This is where Melanie and Marie Carmen both catching a little wave. I believe Marie Carmen going down as Melanie sort of caught up to Espe. This was the carnage we saw in that heat. So many of the women just going down, out of control there with the waves, just really making it tricky. This was flashback to Battle of the Paddle 2009 and 10. There was a lot of, there was a very mixed heat at this point, Shannon. But as we see out the front, yeah, Espe was going on that second lap, really building a comfortable lead. Also, yeah, further into lap 2.
That's right, really just, you know, putting herself in that position as she was then going to head back out to being able to take away that lead heading into the third lap. Melanie coming in close behind her towards the finish of lap number 2.
Yeah, Melanie remained in striking distance. She caught the right wave she needed to like stay in contention. Espe, Melanie was sticking to Espe, and Espe was trying to shake her, of course, but Melanie just sticking all the way. And I believe on the third lap, catching a wave that really put her right back there with Espe. But yeah, here's the wave that put her back into contention. This is where I'm sure in Melanie's mind, at least, she was just saying, I'm going to stick to Espe at all costs.
That's right. She was really trying hard to get into that gold medal position, and this is where they were coming into the finish. It looked like they were getting quite close, but Espe was able to find this final wave and take it all the way into the shoreline. Her friends, her family down on the beach, grabbing that Spanish flag and racing it up for a gold medal finish.
Yeah, those are beautiful pictures right there. This is the racing we love. There was a good battle in this final. Nothing was guaranteed until that very last exchange from the last buoy. So big smiles there from Espe, well deserved. One of the hardest working athletes on the scene right now. And yeah, as we look at our top 10.
Yeah, it was an incredible race for the women's sub-technical. To be able to see Esperanza Barreras with that gold medal, Melanie Lafayette with that silver, Marie Carmen Rivera with that bronze, and Alba Frey with the copper medal. So Spain walking away with 2 medals in the women's sub-technical, France and Puerto Rico in the conversation as well.
Yeah, lots of impressive athletes in this heat. Great congratulations to all of them for finishing. I think standouts for me were beyond the medalists for sure. Anna Cherky from Switzerland. She's really stepped up her wave game, seeing another level of confidence that I haven't seen from her. Yona Revet, young up-and-coming French paddler, also making a breakthrough, having the opportunity to compete here. So all in all, great race.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Casper, it's been great to be able to call the action with you again, especially in this discipline that you have won so many world titles in yourself. We're going to have so much more coming up tomorrow, though, with the distance racing.
We got the distance racing. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a hot one. We don't have much wind on offer, which the athletes were already mentioning today. So it's going to be a grind, and put it like this. I'm happy I'm sitting here watching.
Well, it'll be great to be able to call the action, so stay tuned bright and early. We'll be back here around 8 a.m. tomorrow to be able to get those distance races underway for the men and the women in both the SUP and in the prone. So stay tuned. Take a look at the highlights from today as well, because there was some excellent competition, a lot of wipeouts with the waves rolling through, but a lot of really outstanding breakaway moments. So we'll take a look at that now, and we'll see you back bright and early tomorrow morning.